Howdy. It'll be a little bit of a slow start today because I'm still eating dinner, but don't worry about that. It's a slow start anyway. I'm late, obviously, but I always am late. You should have come to expect that by this point, despite my best efforts to the contrary. Sincerely, something always happens. It's always one thing or another thing, but oh well. No point in excuses. No point in excuses. Ali W quips, I'm betting he's not even going to finish. Somehow we'll end up on the KH4 trailer/teaser for an hour. Never fear. Never fear. You see, gamers, I've already said everything that I have to say on the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer/teaser in a totally separate hours-long live stream, which I did with, with the Night Sky Prince. So, if you want to watch that, you can always swing by the Night Sky Prince's channel. There's links to it smattered on my Twitter account. There's the community tab over on Frustrated Jacob, over on the Frustrated Jacob channel. Has a direct link to it as well, so it's easy to find. So if you really want to hear what I have to say about that there trailer, you can hear me talk about it for like an hour and a half. Me and somebody else who knows a lot about Kingdom Hearts and Versus 13. What do you think of that? Crazy, right? Just a moment, everybody. Just a few quick things to fiddle with over here. It'll only be a moment. Just fiddling with a couple of things. Be done in just a moment. Then we can chat while I eat dinner before we actually break into this here video. We won't chat for too long. We'll talk a little bit about why it's taken so long to do this again, and why I won't. Hopefully this will be much shorter than the previous ones. Or rather, that's not quite accurate. Not that this will be shorter than the previous streams, but that we will cover more ground in less time than the previous streams. We got about an hour of this left. It's obviously taken us about 16 hours to cover the first two. But there were extenuating circumstances. Bum. This should do us for now. Okay, sorry. Done with that. How's everybody doing this evening? We got an hour of this video left to go. We stopped at almost exactly 2 hours, because that's where we leave the, kind of what I would almost refer to as the middle third of the video. I guess, well, obviously, it literally is the middle third of the video, but in terms of its structure, even, it's kind of the middle third of the video, and then move into the last third. We will be, today moving out of what I consider to be kind of the, perhaps meatier is the wrong word, but the earlier sections are a lot more heated and are concerned with, like, here are the problems, and the stuff that's remaining is a bit more like, and here are some of, and here's the fallout of why these problems actually matter. Because really the whole thing is about, like, how the whole thing up to now has been about how the lore is not used appropriately in these games, right? That you could have a story with extremely complicated lore, which you use to construct very detailed and intricate scenarios that the characters have to navigate. This would be your Lord of the Rings, or rather, Lord of the Rings too, but more so a Game of Thrones. Or you can have crazy, insane lore that's extremely intricate and detailed, but it's used not in such a way that we care about it's not used to construct extremely intricate narratives where you're really, like, gripped by how intricately put together this world is. A Game of Thrones, a Dune, etc. But then you can have something more like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where we got all kinds of crazy rules and crazy lore and all kinds of stuff going on, but it is not necessarily, it's not building something that's super tight and intricate. It's building something that is so wacky and zany that could not have been achieved without that writing style, without that amount of crazy stuff shoved into it, right? And the problem that we've been discussing for the vast majority of this video up until now is the fact that Kingdom Hearts does not do this. It doesn't have a super detailed and intricate story, nor does it have a super zany, out there, wacky story. The actual scenarios and a dry rundown of what occurs in a given Kingdom Hearts game is usually very simplistic and straightforward, meaning that spending our time in Yensid's office for 70% of the non-Disney cutscenes in a game like Kingdom Hearts 3 discussing how replicas work, and do you have the power of waking yet, and we gotta have 7 lights fight 13 darknesses, doesn't actually enrich what Kingdom Hearts is trying to do. That's the main thing the video's been discussing up until now. The problem that I feel of where Kingdom Hearts 3 and Dream Drop Distance start to suffer the most from this, because these problems existed in some of the earlier Kingdom Hearts games, but usually that straightforward linear narrative and the characters were rich enough that it didn't matter, that the lore surrounding them was a little bit overwrought. In this last section of the video, we move into how, now that all of this other stuff has kind of ceased, this other stuff that was never really working anyway is kind of just getting worse, and the characters have simultaneously become less and less and less interesting, and have had less and less and less to do. So that is kind of what's the remaining stuff to discuss today, but first I have to eat food and chat with all of you. Saw a few people who I guess showed up literally in just the last couple of minutes. asking for thoughts on Kingdom Hearts 4. As I said at the right at the front, up front, but it's not, not a big deal if you weren't here at that exact second. I recently went on the Night Sky Princess show, and we talked for 3 hours about a lot of stuff, but the front hour and a half or thereabouts is basically just KH4 and Versus 13 talk. So, you want to hear me talk about KH4? You just bippity-bop on over to the Night Sky Princess channel, because I ain't talking about it here. I said my piece on that subject matter for the time being. Easy enough to find him. I've got links to that video smacked all over my Twitter over the last couple of days, and in the community tab over on the main Frustrated Jacob channel, you'll be able to find the link. I'll place it in the chat probably in a second here as well, because why not? Why not also put it in the chat, right? Why not also put it in the chat? There's nothing stopping me from also putting it in the chat, right? Nothing preventing me from taking such an action. Except other than the internet being a little bit slow. But it doesn't prevent, it just delays. Alrighty, there you go. That should be it. Suppose that'll make it easier for anybody coming back to this later on, watching this later days, to find the link right there if they want to go check that out. Not that I use my community tab enough that going back to find something would really be an arduous task, especially on the main channel. The community tab here on research runs gets used a bit. There's a bug. But the community tab over on the main channel really doesn't get touched that much. Allie W. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and One Piece do in fact have rules. It's just that those rules, the way that they interact with other rules don't really matter, other than to create a clever solution for beating a bad guy or to create an absurd fight scene. They do have, that's exactly my point, right? Is that you can have extremely elaborate, complex lore, but you can use it to accomplish different things. And you can use it in a very irreverent way, where the letter of the law that you've written out doesn't really matter all that much, because all that lore that you're cramming in there is just to create the most interesting, wacky scenarios possible. That's what I meant by that. It's enough Hollow Bastion. I am eating, Joey Perez, some pasta. And also a little bit of bread. But nothing really to write home about. I mean, it's like good pasta, I just mean it's not an important part of the show. Jacob, you gotta read the translations of those Famitsu interviews from Nomura for the 20th anniversary. I've read them already. I've read it. In fact, those interviews contain the stuff that was translated like today or yesterday. There's a bunch of interviews immediately after. This is why back in the day when I did news coverage videos, I always waited like a week. There's always going to be more interviews and stuff following up the release of a trailer. There was always going to be more information later on. You always want to wait. But there was one interview that was actually... There was new stuff that came out in an interview. Most of it I don't care about. One thing that was noteworthy was new co-writers coming on to Kingdom Hearts. One of the staffers, I don't think he was the lead writer, but one of the staffers on Heavensward is now a co-writer on Missing Link, which is the mobile phone game, the new mobile phone game. And one of the writers, I don't know which one, I mean, it was said it, but I don't know his name, off of Neo, The World Ends With You. One of those guys is now a co-writer on KH4, along with Tetsuya Nomura and Oka. And if I swing by Twitter, we can look at some specifics, because why not, right? Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we do that? What's stopping us from doing that, right? Nothing's stopping us. We can do whatever we want. That's the beauty part. That's the beauty part. Beep, 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 doo. Where is it? Come on, come on, come on. I'll find you eventually. Eventually, I'll locate and ate you. Where is it? Sorry, folks. I'm looking for a specific translation out of a lot of other stuff that was said. So I'm gonna need a moment to find it. Here we go. Hold on. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's not good. Don't do that. Alrighty. In addition to Oka Masaru, who's helped me with writing scenarios for the Kingdom Hearts series, we are also adding Ishibashi Akiko. Wow, this is how you know. I know how to say Japanese names. To our team, we are currently writing the scenario for the story among us three. What's the reasoning behind that? Asks the interviewer. Well, the main reason is because we were wondering how we can appeal to fans who have never experienced Kingdom Hearts before and who are new to the series. Ishibashi has worked on many titles such as The World Ends With You. She's very good at putting together character logic and behaviors. I always thought she would be a great fit for the Kingdom Hearts series. Now, what does that mean? If anything, right? Because Oka's been a co-writer for some time, but originally it sounded like Oka was the writer, but then later Nomura said, yeah, I've been writing everything. I've been ghostwriting everything. So what does that mean? How self-aware is that bit about character logic and behavior? And how much of the actual responsibility of writing this story is Nomura going to be passing off to somebody else? Who knows? And, heck, you can get the best writer in the world to work on something, but maybe they're having a bad day. Maybe there's, whatever. Point is, that's news. That's news that I didn't get to talk about in that other video. But it's merely an interesting thing that makes me go, It makes me go, Not any. It doesn't mean anything yet. It doesn't mean anything until we read the script, which, frankly, I won't be doing unless somebody else tells me that it's good. Because while I talk at length in that talk that I just did with Night Sky Prince, and I meant it. I meant everything that I said in that. I meant it when I said that KH4 has much more potential to be interesting than some of the more recent entries in the Kingdom Hearts series. Doesn't mean that I'm going to be there day one. Doesn't mean I'm going to be there to run the risk of, I'll go find out if it's better for myself day one. Because I'm just not, I don't feel the need to spend $60 on something that's consistently been mid to disappointing for me over the last couple of years, last decade, other than 0.2. I've come to appreciate 0.2 much more as time has gone on. I have not been playing Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga. Frankly, I haven't been playing even video games that I own very much this last month. I've been busy with other stuff. I'm kind of off video games right now. Taking some time off from video games at present moment in time. Is this the first time they've actually announced co-writers, says Yosh Kapoor? Well, the first time in quite a while. Days had co-writers. The person, I forget the lady's name, but the lady who writes the Kingdom Hearts light novels was a credited co-writer on Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2. Other than that, it's pretty much been stated that it's Oka and Nomura with occasional help and consultation. Like, I remember there was some interview where Nomura said something to the effect of, like, I was having trouble with writing the finale of Kingdom Hearts 3, and I talked with, I think he said Nojima for a while, but I don't recall. But no, this is, I believe this is the first time that there have been credited other writers. Other than I think the mobile phone game has had a mixture of Nomura writing some of it, other people coming in and writing some of it. Dark Road specifically it's been stated he's basically not even involved with Dark Road. I'm sure he's like approving stuff that's coming through the pipeline on Dark Road, but he is, as the, the creative director of the series. But he's not. I don't think he's put pen to paper on anything in Dark Road, from the sound of it. So that's something that he's literally not writing. He did say Nojima Roxas 180? Okay. That's what I thought, but I wasn't 100% sure on that. Joey Perez says, Jacob is checking out KH4, and I love that for him, but don't impulse buy. Follow your heart. I mean, I watched the trailer a couple times, and I talked with some people about it. Y'all gotta understand, I don't have this, again, people seem to sometimes misunderstand stuff about me. I'm not possessed of a deep hatred for the Kingdom Hearts series or whatever, but my affection for it, similarly, is not going to put me in a position where I'm like, yep, they won, I'm just, especially at this point, it's like, yeah, okay, I'll glance in every now and then and see what's going on, but I'm going to have to wait and hear, yeah, that product's particularly good or that product isn't before I'm going to make a call on stuff for the most part. I didn't even look at, I don't remember when I looked at details for the story stuff of Melody of Memory. I'd probably wait. I don't think I even cared when it launched. I think I looked like a week or two later. 1 second. Just need to blow my nose. Revenant Wings, I don't really have thoughts on Nomura bringing Roxas back due to fan demand. I don't think that's... I feel like it's an odd thing. It's an odd thing. I guess I'll say that, because it surprised me that he said in interviews that I really wasn't sure about whether I was going to bring Roxas or Shion back, when he'd bothered to bring back all of the other organization members. I wonder what he means, when he made that decision, because Birth by Sleep ends with the lineup of these are all the people that are going to get saved, right? So does he mean that literally, between, days coming out in, 2008, 2009? Does he mean that literally between days coming out in May of 2009 and Birth by Sleep coming out in January of 2010, does he mean that literally between summer and spring of the next year, or still winter of the next year? Even though I had my whole debate about that in Uncharted 3, I was taking the piss. Does he mean that in that space of time, there was enough fan demand for Roxas and Shion to come back that he changed his mind? I don't know what the heck he means by that. And I'm not going to linger on that. As with regards to the second part of your question, I'll still say also, it does explain a little bit why the explanation for them coming back was so half-baked, but everything in KH3 was half-baked, so their half-baked returns stood out only insofar as they were, particularly bothersome because they felt like they should have been more important, but they didn't feel out of step with the execution of the rest of KH3, if that makes sense. As for how much should authors listen to fan demands, a little bit. I think that there are always different seasons and different circumstances, and art is created by artists, and the ideal artist's mindset. There was a tweet that went around a while ago. The director of Dune said something in an interview, and he was like, I made this movie for one person, me, and that's me. And people were posting that everywhere of a lot of people don't realize, but this is the ideal creator mindset. And I'm inclined to agree with that a lot of the time. Now, does that mean that you shouldn't listen to your audience? I mean, it depends on what you're creating. If you're writing a novel for yourself, it's different than working on, a big franchise or whatever. But it also comes down to how much money you want to make and how many shareholders are looking over your shoulder checking your work or whatever, right? you know, I think artists should try and make good art. I think that it's important to listen to feedback insofar as looking at how you achieved your goals. You know, if you're like, I wanted to achieve this, and a lot of people are coming out saying, you didn't, well, then maybe listen to them. But, you know, there's probably going to be, you know, who knows, right? You really can't worry about it too much. You can't let it get to you. It's because, especially if you're working on something really huge, something incredibly popular, be it something at the scale of a Kingdom Hearts or Final Fantasy, or something at the scale of, I don't know, a Marvel or whatever, right? You're never going to be able to please everybody. So how much should authors listen to fan demands? If you listen to all of them, you would be listening to none of them, because everybody wants different things. So you cannot please everybody without making a very generic milquetoast product that takes no chances and is kind of flatlining throughout its duration. Then you're at least not disappointing anybody, but you're probably not exciting that many people either, unless they are just hardcore fans who want the same thing that they got last time. So it's always a tricky discussion when it comes to giving into pressure from fans. And I don't think that there's ever a catch-all solution. I think that first and foremost, the concern of an artist should be with the art, and then if they're not like a novelist, with the staff, with the people that they're working with. But there's different seasons and different circumstances, so there's really no universal answer to that. But you can never listen to everything. You simply cannot listen to everything. You can't execute everything. So no matter what you pick, if you are picking stuff from fan feedback, you're gonna be disappointing some fans. So it's a loser's game on that front, which is why at the end of the day you have to make the art for the art's sake, because you'll never please everybody. But don't you think that the editing has more to blame than just the writing? Like, it's literally the editor's job to say, whoa, this makes no sense. But I don't think that that's, from the sound of it, Nomura was doing the core writing, and then Oka and a few other people occasionally would be essentially doing the editing. They'd be doing the punch-up. And Nomura's the boss, right? I mean, you get in the same... I read something phenomenal recently. Hold on a second. Read something phenomenal recently. So, some of you may be familiar with it, some of you may not. There was a television show in the 90s called The Young Indiana Jones Chronicles. Really phenomenal TV show. Maybe we'll talk about it later. It's a historical fiction thing about young Indiana Jones, set primarily in the early 1900s. You got stuff where he's like a 10-year-old, circa 1909 to 1911, thereabouts, like 10 to 12-ish. And then you have stuff between him being like 16 and early 20s, from 1916 to 1920 or thereabouts, before the show wrapped up. But where's the full statement? It's not here. Hold on a second. Where'd it go? It was here before. Well, now I gotta find this. Hold on. Hold on a second. That's not the full information. Where'd it go? Here we go. All right. Okay. I had to go to the production page for the episode. So Carrie Fisher, in addition to being an actress, was a fairly accomplished writer before she passed away. She wrote some books, wrote some screenplays, and she wrote an episode of The Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, where Indy met and had a romance with Marta Hari in Paris. Alrighty. So Fisher had an interview where she talked about working on this with George Lucas, who was obviously the executive producer and creative lead. He asked me to do an episode, and it was really, really annoying, but it was very, very funny, screaming at each other, arguing big time about love scenes. We couldn't disagree more in any world about love scenes. I mean, hours of it. Hours of, why wouldn't you say that? I talk like that, he said to me. I don't believe it. If he does talk like that, they let him get away with it because he's Lucas. He won. He let me win in the draft, but then he went off and shot it and changed it. I went crazy. I didn't want the shimmering arm, hair, and the moonlight stuff. You look so lovely. You are the magical rose of my... It's in! So that's an example of a guy, George Lucas, who got to a position where in a lot of his early work, he had people who would challenge him and come to him because he wasn't the strongest writer in the world, and he had certain tastes that maybe are not like, they don't quite, they're a bit corny, they're a bit cheesy, maybe they don't work quite right, and he doesn't know how to manage tone sometimes. But once he got to the point where he's, a multi-millionaire, well, who's gonna say, well, George, no, you can't, no, you can't do that. And I love that story, because that one's great, of someone who did fight him on it, and said, George, they can't talk like this. It sounds ridiculous. And he said, okay, fine. Then he went off and shot it and changed it back to the way that he wanted it anyway. But I love that story. But, you never know, right? Maybe there are people who were doing revisions on KH who were like, hey, whoa, Nomura, this outline... this seems a little bit weird. Or maybe the other people were the ones making those decisions. We have no idea, which is why it's so difficult to go, oh, this is Nomura's fault, this is this person's fault, etc., because it doesn't matter at the end of the day. All that matters is what we got. We're talking about what we got, right? And I'm not going to be out here from the outside going, these people shouldn't be working on it, those people, because I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm going to talk about the product, but I'm not going to throw barbs at individuals when I don't have that kind of information at my disposal. Ninja Bunny says, I think the proper artist mindset is to make your art for someone, not everyone, and not yourself. Now, another approach to it is certainly saying, I'm going to make this for one person. You should definitely zero in on a target audience when you're working on something. But I don't think that there's necessarily a problem with making art just for yourself. Now, is that the approach that you want to take, that I want to take, that somebody else wants to take? Not necessarily, but that's why it's art, not science. There is no locked-in best method approach to anything. Vorv says, Roxas and Shion being brought back only because he wanted to please the fan base also means he probably doesn't have a story he really wants to tell with them. Yeah? Yeah. I mean, honestly, guys, I really like Roxas, Shion, and Axel. Terra and Aqua and Ven aren't my favorites, but I like them well enough. I'd be happy to see them have been used in more interesting ways or done more stuff. But where we are in Kingdom Hearts now, I want all 6 of them gone. I don't want them around anymore. There are simply too many characters. By the way, that was me doing the getting everybody some test footage, like the reference footage for the Yakuza bread eating scene, right? Watch this, okay? You ready? Ready to mimic this in immaculate 3D animation of a guy eating a breadstick in prison? Watch. Good, right? Phenomenal. Get on that right away, 3D animators. So Dark Knight says, I guess this kind of information is usually out of reach. The development team always gets obfuscated through a faceless company. There are exceptions, though, like Kojima. But see, even Kojima, there's a big debate over who's responsible for what with MGS. Tomokazu Fukushima was a credited co-writer on Metal Gear Solids 1, 2, and 3. He was supposed to be attached. He was original trailers show him attached to 4. Then he's gone. He's not around anymore. Nobody knows really who Tomokazu Fukushima is, but he's a credited writer on some of those earlier MGSs. And MGS4 has a substantial drop-off in writing quality compared to the previous 3 Metal Gear Solid games. Does that mean that Kojima was secretly a bad writer the whole time and Tomokazu Fukushima was secretly the genius behind Metal Gear Solid? I don't know. Probably not, because that sounds a little crazy. But at least even in a situation like that where you have a high-profile guy, right? People are so eager to go, ah, yes, the one creative genius who did everything. Partially because it's easier for us to wrap our brains around as outsiders. And also because we like that narrative. We like the narrative of the one dude who's got it all, or lady, who's got it all figured out, and they're the artiste, right? In reality, that's not how most art comes together these days. And even novels have editors. They have people who help out. They have people bounce ideas off of, right? And, like, it may be easier to go, here's the one dude who did all of this amazing stuff, and thank you, and he's the genius behind everything. It's a lot easier for us to process that, and it's a lot easier for companies to market that, to go, here's the guy, Christopher Nolan's directing this movie, right? It's easier to do that kind of stuff from a marketing standpoint, and it's easier for the public to process. But it's kind of faulty. The whole thing is pretty shaky, and we are very hasty as consumers of media to, when somebody makes really good media and then they make something that was shaky or not that good, to go, well, then they probably, I bet somebody else was secretly propping them up the whole time and they were never good, right? Or maybe they just had a bad day. They just had a bad idea and they didn't like that movie. They didn't like that for that movie or that game they were working on so much. It didn't work out so well. Maybe they were going through a bad divorce at the time and they weren't thinking that clearly, right? Maybe they didn't have that, or maybe they just weren't that passionate about what they were doing. It is so easy to go, oh man, Metal Gear Solid 4 wasn't as good as Metal Gear Solid 3. So let's look at the staff listings and see who's different. These people left, they must have secretly been why it was good. You see this attitude all the time. And, you know, I think I'm a little bit guilty of doing it when we've talked about these people worked on earlier Kingdom Hearts games, and then Tetsuya Nomura became the lead writer, and the quality goes kind of like this. Yeah, I've done that a little bit, and that's probably not fair either. I'm looking for measurable, observable metrics, and I'm trying my best to always frame that appropriately to say, hey, it's still not just Tetsuya Nomura. There are other people working on these games. There are ideas coming from other places. And there are a lot of extenuating circumstances behind the development of all of these games. So we shouldn't be like, oh, the people who wrote these earlier games are geniuses, and everybody who works on these newer games are all idiots. Because Nomura worked on all of them. And I guarantee you he contributed great ideas and probably some shaky ideas to all of them. The same way that the writers on the first couple of games where we're like, oh, the writing on those games is pretty good. I guarantee you all of those writers had some really good ideas, and probably also some of the stuff that we don't like from those games. Guess what? They put it in there too, because they wrote it. So it's not, we ought not get too caught up on these types of things. Which is why it's important to, while we can look at things from the perspective of, well, this is what the people who worked on it have said about their process, about this was my idea, this was so-and-so's idea, etc., etc. We ought not paint with broad strokes of this person good, this person bad. I don't think it's, I think, number one, it's not productive to art criticism most of the time, and I definitely think it's not healthy to us and how we consume art, because it's also much easier to become hostile towards artists when you're picking out one guy, right? It's really hard to get truly bitter and angry and spiteful towards the nebulous concept of a bunch of people worked on this product as it is to go, that guy! And that's not a good way to live your life. It's not a good way to live your life. It's not very healthy. Ninja Bunny says Lance Bass left after Kingdom Hearts 1, and after that the series wasn't good, so clearly Lance Bass was holding the whole production together. Exactly. An extreme example, yes, but a clear illustration of my point. Thank you. Yes, context sensitive. It's not a rumor. It was directly stated in an interview that one of the Neo Tweeby writers is working on KH4. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Circo Duck makes a good point in the opposite direction that I actually really like. Stepped out for a bit, but whoa, whoa, whoa. This sounds like Yoshi P, Soken, and Ishikawa recently being hailed as the sole people responsible for 14 being good when there's so many folks working on it. Yeah. And frankly, while I'm very excited for Final Fantasy VI, I guess, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not excited. I don't get excited for upcoming stuff. While I anticipate that Final Fantasy XVI will likely be a high-quality product, I find that the burden of expectation that Creative Business Unit 3 fans are putting on that game to be a little bit intense. Of like, oh man, dude, Yoshi P, best. If there's one game designer out there that I trust right now and one team, it's Yoshi P and Creative Business Unit 3. They're never gonna let us down, man. That game is gonna be the best Final Fantasy ever created for sure. And it's like, you need to dial it back a little bit, because guess what? It's okay for artists to have a bad day. It's okay for artists to do really good on one project, then do another project that's a little bit shaky. And you need to be able to accept that and go, yeah, it was still a good time and I appreciated their effort, even if it wasn't the greatest thing that's ever been delivered to me. And also people are constantly like, I trust Yoshi P. Yoshi P isn't even directing Final Fantasy XVI. He's the producer on it. I'm sure he's a very involved producer, especially now that Endwalker is out of the way. But people really need to cool their jets on the FF16 hero worship of like, it's gonna be the best. It's gonna be the best. Because then we're gonna get this point of like, there's another guy who's directing it. I forget the guy's name, but again, Yoshi P's not directing it. Some other dude is directing it, right? So then what? Final Fantasy 16 comes out and it's not the second coming of Christ? That dude's clearly a bad game director. It's not Yoshi P's fault. That dude sucks. He's an idiot. They never should have let him direct games. He should quit the industry now. You should kill yourself now. Like, I fear that being the attitude on the other side of this, right? So everybody needs to reel it back in and pump the brakes. It's getting unhealthy in the other direction, I think, with the hero worship for Creative Business Unit 3. But yeah, it's the exact same principle applies. The desire, because it's, again, easier for us to wrap our heads around and easier to show affection to individuals, it's very tempting to pin mistakes and miracles on individuals. And that's very rarely the case with productions of these scales. Connor Burris, since you just jumped in, anybody else who's jumped in, I talked at length about the Kingdom Hearts 4 reveal I'm going back for it. I'm just going to go ahead and copy the message that I already put in chat. I talked at length about the Kingdom Hearts 4 reveal with the Night Sky Prince. Did a stream a couple of weeks ago. That stream is now archived and on YouTube. Link in the chat. And also you can find it really easily just because you can, find the Night Sky Prince on YouTube. It's easy enough to find. A lot of people were hating on Tabata. This is Roxas 0880. Yeah. Oh my God. Roxas 180. Yeah. 1080. Whatever. Yes. Roxas 180. A lot of people were like, Tabata's an idiot. Shit all over Nomura's vision. It's like, guys, Nomura wanted to do 3 games. Final Fantasy 15 was massively over budget. They couldn't do 3 games. They needed to ship 1 game that had to be financially successful and restore the series' reputation, okay? They couldn't do what he wanted to do. It was a cool stream, says Water. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Glad you tuned in. Connor Burris says, baller. I'll watch it later. Yeah, we had a pretty good time. Front half is mostly KH4 and Versus 13 talk. Back half, good bit of Final Fantasy VII Remake and a mix of other Square Enix happenings. Yes. I'd rather be loyal to the brand. Loyalty to Disney. Loyalty to the brand. That is a good track from FF10, I agree. Wandering Flame's good. For the most part, I really like the remastered soundtrack for Final Fantasy X. Wandering Flame got nuked into oblivion in the remastered soundtrack. Come on. That was embarrassing. Slipping and sliding out of my spoon, this last bite. It's not staying. Oh well. 1 second. Ooh, I'm out of water, too. I should have gotten more while I was up. All right. All right. I don't always eat pasta with a spoon, Ali W. This particular pasta lent itself to spoon use. Alrighty. I think that's quite enough of that. Let's get into it. Alrighty. Where we last left off, we had finished previous segments. We watched the bit that was a clip from a previous stream where I complained about a bunch of stuff. Then we moved into a discussion of why I think these issues are important, why they damage the storytelling a good bit. One of the last things that we talked about is this section, where we go into some detail about how, despite the fact that we have all this lore, we have all of these rules, we go into all of these details about how everything works. We spent a massive amount of time on exposition. It seems that nothing ever comes of it. We put all this information in front of the audience, which compels the audience to say, where is this going? What does all this information mean? I will now put the pieces together and try to solve the problem. But then the problem will resolve itself simply through the power of screenwriting magic, of Sora believing in himself and shooting a laser, and the problem goes away. So what was the point of establishing the complex problem? You might simply have said, oh no, bad magic is coming in. The darkness is creeping in, and we got to stop it, and Sora shoots a laser and stops it. You can keep your lore simple and make the scenario complex, but you can't have complex lore in a simple scenario unless your scenario is full of wacky, zany stuff. That's not necessary. I can't say you can't, not that you can't. But basically the whole section is about how if you've got all these complicated rules, make a scenario that's complicated enough to be supported by all of them, or make a scenario that leans into all of the stuff you've created to be wacky and zany and surprising. And the problem with Kingdom Hearts 3, Dream Drop Distance, and some of the other recent games in the series is that the scenario is not complicated. The scenario is not zany and wacky. It is very dry. It is very straightforward. There's not a lot of stuff going on. Utilitarian writing, the wackiness that's supposedly, I like how wacky Kingdom Hearts is. I'd like it too if it was wacky, but it isn't. Into all of this. After this, we're moving into a bunch of other stuff that I don't think I'm going to have nearly as much to stop and talk about as I have in previous sections. We're going to see how it goes. I got it at 1.5 times speed, so we can hopefully be done with this in under 6 hours. Let's go. Okay, we're gonna explain all of these weirdo rules to you now, and once the audience understands them, that then means that we can make a scene where the characters understand the rules and the audience understands the rules, so we get to do interesting things with those rules and create scenes that would otherwise be impossible. And within Kingdom Hearts, you have all these rules. You say, uh-oh, the Keyblade War, 7 lights and 13 darknesses, here's all of this stuff, and it's just, they're gonna fight. You could have just said, when the planets align, Kingdom Hearts appears in the sky. Oh, the planets are gonna align in a few weeks here. We're gonna have to build as much strength as we can, and then go to the Keyblade Graveyard and fight Xehanort and his team to stop them from claiming Kingdom Hearts when all the planets align. That's all you need, because the conflict is that simple. It's just the heroes are gonna fight the villains and kill them. If you're gonna make all these rules, then use them. And if you're not gonna use them, then don't make them. If you really like... My piss and vinegar for all this stuff has subsided significantly. And for the record, I said I was gonna talk about this at the beginning and then kind of got sidetracked. When we were doing these rewatches previously, I had not a lot of energy in me for this, but I got a little bit energized as we were going through all of them, and we did them in relatively rapid succession, you might recall. The issue was that the third stream was blocked, and I was very busy at the time, so it took me a while. It took me about a month to get it edited and back up for you guys. Over the course of that time period, we slowed down so much that I lost the momentum on doing all of this, on continuing to push through this video and having the focus and the thought process and the continuity of what we've been talking about in the previous videos. I have gone back and rewatched those videos since, but it's been months and months and months. So I anticipate this may be, compared to the previous rewatches, I think the third one was probably the best one in terms of the stuff that we had to talk about during it. I anticipate that compared to some of the previous rewatches, this one may be a little bit dry. You're probably going to be hearing, there'll probably be a significantly lower percentage of me right now here talking to you guys live as we go through this, but we'll see. We shall see how the cookie crumbles. Maybe I'll get a cookie later. That could be a good dessert. The villains and kill them. If you're gonna make all these rules, then use them. And if you're not gonna use them, then don't make them. If you really like Kingdom Hearts because of how wacky it is, and that's totally fine. I'd love it if it was wackier, because quite frankly, for most of Kingdom Hearts 3, I was just bored out of my gourd. The reason that I have time to notice all the things that don't make sense is because I'm not engaged with anything that is happening. Primarily because nothing ever is happening. Kingdom Hearts 3, when you're not on Disney Worlds, is a never-ending parade of scenes of characters explaining how something happened off-screen, or how something will happen eventually. And this... I really want to go and get all the cutscenes from KH3, that are all the non-Disney World cutscenes, and get a raw percentage readout of how much dialogue in the game is about replicas, or telling Sora that the power of waking is important, or remember, we don't have all of our lights yet. Do they have all of their darknesses yet? Or wasted dialogue about the Princess of Heart plotline that is irrelevant and is only there to be like an external pressure of, hey, if the heroes don't participate, then we'll do this instead. But the heroes are game, so it really doesn't matter. Characters explaining how something happened off-screen, or how something will happen eventually. And this lack of events means that characters really don't have many opportunities to make decisions and take action, which then that loops back around into, because this whole thing has gotten so wildly off track and unwieldy, the characters in the series being really bland and uninteresting at this point, and not really having any individuality, honestly. It's the biggest thing that's weird to me about everybody complaining about Kairi and saying Kairi is useless is that Kairi is interchangeable with every single other character in the series at this point. The good guys who have Keyblades do one... That really is something that sticks out to me a lot, is that people really linger on Kairi because, oh, she's so weak, she's being used, she's getting kicked around and but in terms of her, people only linger on her because the problems there are very surface level, apparent, and obvious, right? Of she doesn't seem combat ready. She keeps getting kidnapped or killed. She never really achieves anything. But really, none of the other characters achieve much either. They just get lip service to the fact that they can swing swords around, or we are laboring with the benefit of having played a previous game and knowing that they can swing a sword around. Really, if you watched Kingdom Hearts 3, right, and it was your only exposure to the character of Ventus, the only time he achieves anything is he gets up and punches through the shield and hits Vanitas' sword, which Vanitas blocks, and then Vanitas leaves. That's the only thing that Ven achieves. Then he gets one shot by Terra. Then he gets tied up in chains by Terra. Then he doesn't do anything, right? What does Axel achieve in Kingdom Hearts 3? He gets bodied by Terra Xehanort. Then he gets bodied by Syax and Xemnas. And then he sits out on the sidelines during the boss fight because he's too wounded, right? The only reason we zero in on Kairi is because we haven't seen her have any of those accomplishments, and people are waiting for that to happen, and the issues are more surface level apparent because she isn't literally physically demonstrating strength at any point in the series. But truthfully, she is written. All of her writing problems apply to every other character in the series except Sora. Most of what's an issue with Kairi, it can be applied to all the other main cast members of Kingdom Hearts 3, which I believe I say here in a second, that all the villains are the same character and all the heroes are the same character. And that's the real problem with Kairi, not that she can't fight. You know?
At this point and not really having any individuality, honestly. It's the biggest thing that's weird to me about everybody complaining about Kairi and saying Kairi is useless is that Kairi is interchangeable with every single other character in the series at this point. The good guys who have Keyblades do one thing, the bad guys do other things, and supporting characters do their things. They all just kind of slot into archetypes. Sora, Riku, Kairi, Axel, Roxas, Xion, Terra, Aqua, and Ven are all the same character. None of them at
The only reason that Sora is at all interchangeable from the other characters is because he is permitted to take actions that move the story forward in Kingdom Hearts 3. And Riku is permitted to take actions like twice in Dream Drop Distance that move the story forward. But there basically is no story, and there are no events, and there is no forward momentum in Dream Drop Distance, so it's not saying much.
Archetypes. Sora, Riku, Kairi, Axel, Roxas, Xion, Terra, Aqua, and Ven are all the same character. None of them at any point in Kingdom Hearts 3 take an action that the other characters wouldn't have taken, with the sole exception being that Aqua is more interested in Ven and Terra than, say, Sora is, right?
We assess and judge characters and come to know them by observing the actions that they take, their readiness and willingness to leap into dangerous situations, their comfort level with different types of scenarios with different types of people, their willingness to be friendly to someone who is not friendly to them, right? The way that we learn about characters and stories is by observing them take actions. And typically, the reason that we have even a large cast in a storyline is so that we can see everybody else not doing something and seeing that one character do something, right? Or seeing how all those characters react differently to the same stimulus. This is how we learn about characters. But that's the problem, is that all the characters and all the main characters in Kingdom Hearts react to all stimuli the same. The only thing that changes is like okay, obviously Ven is different stimuli. So, Aqua will react differently to Ven than, Riku will, right? But in that same vein, you flip, Sora will react to Riku, Aqua won't react to Riku, right? The stimulus is only different insofar as, specific characters may trigger specific responses due to their history, but it's like, if Sora had the same history as Aqua, he would be reacting the same way to all of those things. They don't have different reactions because of personality traits. They have different reactions because of their individual histories. If they all had the exact same history, if they'd all been living and hanging out together since day one of Kingdom Hearts, they would all be reacting to everything identically.
Wouldn't have taken, with the sole exception being that Aqua is more interested in Ven and Terra than, say, Sora is, right? They'll do the same actions, just towards different characters. Like, okay, to go back to Union Cross, because it's kind of an easy punching bag, but it's also, even though it has a lot of problems, there's moments where they lay up a shot and they're ready, and they're ready to swing and knock it out of the park, and they don't even swing. It just flies right over home plate. They don't move. It's like they didn't see the pitch thrown. So
when I recorded that, I started a basketball metaphor, and then I abandoned it immediately and went to a baseball metaphor instead, and I didn't re-record it.
Let's look at Marluxia, right? Because I think actually this is Marluxia and Strelitzia and all that kind of stuff is a really great example of the different functions of scenes, okay? We're going to concern ourselves with pitch thrown. So, let's look at Marluxia, right? Because I think actually this is Marluxia and Strelitzia and all that kind of stuff is a really great example of the different functions of scenes, okay? We're going to concern ourselves briefly with 5 scenes from Union Cross. First, the scene...
Ninja Bunny brings up the scene where they chuck Vanitas through the doors on Monsters, Inc., right? Now, I have a lot of issues with that scene. It was kind of funny the first time I saw it. I don't find it so funny later because I find that after the immediate shock value of I can't believe they're doing this wears off, the editing of the scene, like the pacing of it, the comedic timing of it is awful. Like conceptually it's funny. Conceptually it's so funny that it gets a laugh even though I think it's executed poorly. Upon further examination of it, I really do feel that scene is not executed well. But another problem that stems from that scene, another issue that scene has, is aside from the fact that it's like, it trivializes the villains because Mike and Sully just defeated one of the people who's going to be a final boss. That maybe you consider that an issue, maybe you don't. But one thing that stands out to me about that with the other stuff that we're discussing is that's another reason why people engage with that scene is because we see characters making decisions and doing something. Guess what? Sora, Donald, and Goofy's choice in that scene was to stand still and listen to the villain talk and do nothing, right? And maybe consider attacking him from the front, but it doesn't work. Mike and Sully decide to use their environment to their advantage, get out of his line of sight when they realize that he's not paying attention to them, embarrass him and ambush him and banish him, right? They both actually took actions that the other characters in the scene weren't and came up with a clever solution to the problem that they were currently faced with. What a concept. Another reason that scene stands out and feels so impactful, and a lot of people say it's the best scene in Kingdom Hearts 3. Though that scene is another decent example of and similarly to the Woody thing, where Woody is like, aha, young Xehanort, no one's ever loved you before, right? Is like there's a lot of tonal dissonance with Kingdom Hearts cutscenes. And it's not always a problem because, a story, especially games that are long, can have a lot of different tones going on. But I find it curious that depending on who you're talking to, when you're having discussions about Kingdom Hearts, you'll have people when... How do I put this? I'll pitch something like that thing that I pitched for the Roxas rewrite 30 years ago about maybe Kairi shouldn't forget about Sora. Maybe she should remember Sora, and she's starting to get really depressed as the year has gone on, and she's beginning to question if any of that actually happened. And people will go, whoa, Jacob, that's way too dark for Kingdom Hearts, right? And these same people will be like, oh man, this series is just fun and goofy, and I love when we get scenes like Yeetus Vanitas, or when Sheriff Woody, smack talks young Xehanort, right? Then the same people, you will turn around and be having a discussion about how you'll say the series isn't that you'll say the series isn't that good or it isn't that emotionally rich or whatever, and they'll dive into how deeply it emotionally affects them, and they'll and retweet dramatic comics about how depressed Sora is, that he doesn't know where his friends are. Because how many comics have you guys in the audience personally seen in fan art of Sora being depressed in Quadratum since the KH4 reveal, right? I saw something very melodramatic that was like Strelitzia taking Sora's hand, and he has a thought bubble that's where he's momentarily stunned, and he's like, oh, I missed the warmth, and the implication being human contact, right? That there's finally someone else here, because I've been alone for a year or whatever, right? And it's like a story can have both things. It can be really goofy and it can be really serious. But if someone like me goes, hey, I think that the dramatic moments of this series don't land all that well, and the defense will be, well, that's fine because they're just silly, goofy, giggle anime games anyway, right? But then on the other hand, they'll be like, oh man, I want them to cut all the Disney stuff out so we can go full PG-13, and they'll draw all this depressing stuff. But the second that you suggest that the series lacks that, you go I really wish the series was more dramatic as a point of criticism. The response is, nah, shut up. It's good the way it is. But clearly people want that. They're not, but they don't see that as a point of criticism because they're happy with what they currently have, and it'd be nice if we had that too. It's well, if you want that, maybe we should speak up about hey, it'd be nice if the series handled a few things slightly better. If the tone was, again, not tonal consistency, just tone management. I've talked several times on the show before about how I love the Persona games, and Persona 4 in particular, is a game that will, has very like low points of dealing with characters' emotional problems and depression, and where it gets very emotionally fraught. But then you get enough downtime and transition time for you to then be able to slide into a school festival with a cross-dressing contest, and it doesn't feel tonally dissonant. The problem with Kingdom Hearts is that there's not enough separation or space between its dramatic scenes and its comedic scenes, and its dramatic scenes and comedic scenes are equally poorly executed for the most part. But I don't know. That's a whole other thing.
I think actually this is Marluxia and Strelitzia and all that kind of stuff is a really great example of the different functions of scenes, okay? We're going to concern ourselves briefly with 5 scenes from Union Cross. First, the scene where we are introduced.
Sora can't count joke, Joy Perez. I gotta be real, I don't care for, because like he's never been that stupid. Like, I mean, one of the first jokes in Kingdom Hearts 1 is Phil going, 5 words, 3 words, you guys ain't heroes, right? And like, I mean, Goofy's the one counting off on his fingers, but it doesn't matter forget continuity. I don't like that Sora is that stupid. He was never characterized that way in the early games, and it's not like it was in the earlier games. I just don't like it in Kingdom Hearts 3. I don't find it funny that the joke is he's just an idiot. Now, him not understanding computers is a funny joke, because why would he? But then here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Why do we not make the exact same jokes at Riku and Kairi's expense? It would be so much... the joke would land harder for Riku, who is generally a very cool, put-together dude, who, at this point in the story, commands the respect of most of the other characters. For him to be put in a position where, imagine, Leon says, okay, Riku, just a couple of keystrokes, you can take care of the computer, right? And Riku goes, yeah. Squall, it says that I've reformatted the hard drive. Am I winning? Like, it'd almost be funnier, but the characterization isn't considered enough to get to that point, because it's just, oh, Sora's an idiot, and that's funny, and Riku's cool, and there's no actual consideration to, like, why these things are actually funny, and how these different traits can play off of one another. Riku's cool, Sora's stupid, he's the comic relief, and that's the end of the thought process. It doesn't and you can forget how they're characterized in any of the previous games. Just look at Kingdom Hearts 3 on its own, right? And it's like, to you, it would be so funny to have a scene where Riku made fun of Sora for not understanding something, and then immediately after, he didn't know how to unlock his phone or something, right? And then Sora gets to make fun of him. Even if Riku throws it back and was like, you don't know how to do it either, and he's like, yeah, but I still get to make fun of you for it. Like something. Just... this is an example of all the characters fulfilling the exact same archetypes, which we'll talk about later, is describe the characters without using these words.
To Strelitzia. Technically, we could consider this a montage. Stuff is a really great example of the different functions of scenes, okay? We're going to concern ourselves briefly with 5 scenes from Union Cross. First, the scene where we are introduced to Strelitzia. Technically, we could consider this a montage if we want, or maybe even 2 scenes, but for our current purposes, because the scenes that I want to talk about are doing the same thing, they're one scene. Then we have the scene where...
Sorry, really fast. A little bit of commentary about my comments on seeing Kingdom Hearts fans talking one way or the other. I always regret when I'm watching videos later just saying Kingdom Hearts fans say this or Kingdom Hearts fans do this, because I'm a Kingdom Hearts fan, and there's lots of Kingdom Hearts fans. It's not as big as something like Star Wars, but like when you say Star Wars fans, you're describing millions of people from many different walks of life from all over the world with wildly different opinions about individual films, characters, expanded material, etc., right? So to go... Star Wars fans disparage this individual product is like, I'm talking about the Star Wars fans who disparage that product. I'm not implying all Star Wars fans do or don't do X, Y, or Z. Same with Kingdom Hearts fans. So I don't ever mean, whenever I say Kingdom Hearts fans, I'm not using it as a derogatory term. I'm simply using it to go, I've seen people do this. I don't know their names, and there's enough of them for me to go, this isn't just one person, so I'm going to have to refer to them as a group, and I'm not going to invent a new term for this specific thing that I'm talking about right now. Anyway.
Strelitzia die. Or maybe even 2 scenes, but for our current purposes, because the scenes that I want to talk about are doing the same thing, they're one scene. Then we have the scene where Strelitzia dies. Then we have the scene where Marluxia is introduced, immediately juxtaposed with Strelitzia dying, and he's introduced in a suspicious manner. Then we have the scene where Marluxia approaches Larxene and says, hey, Strelitzia was my sister, what was the last time that you saw her? Then, many months later, but this is the next time that this kind of plotline really comes up in a significant way, we have a scene where Marluxia is having a nap in a field of flowers.
Hold on a second. YouTube subtitles nailed Marluxia.
Larxene and says, hey, Strelitzia was my sister.
They didn't get Strelitzia, which is a real word.
What was the last time that you saw her? Then, many months later, but this is the next time that this kind of plotline really comes up in a significant way. We have a scene.
To be fair, I'm not pronouncing it clearly enough, perhaps.
Where Marluxia is having a nap in a field of flowers, and he has a dream where he's talking to his sister, and he says that he loves her, and she says that I love you, you love me, we're a happy family. Okay, so these scenes each have their own functions, and they're telling the audience certain things. Any scene in anything exists to tell the audience something. The initial scenes introducing Strelitzia exist to make us feel sympathetic towards her. This is accomplished by showing us that she has objectives, she has weaknesses, she has things that she wants to accomplish, and things that are standing in her way. She wants to be friends with player character, she's very shy. Next scene, Strelitzia dies, exists to make us feel very sad because we were just made to feel sympathetic.
I see people throwing out different ways that I could talk. Like Complete Mystery said, you could say KH fanboys. Here's the thing, right? I mean, I could do that, or I could say KH stans or whatever. But again, I'm not being derogatory toward any of these people. I'm just trying to make observations. If I were to say KH stans and then talk and make these types of talks, and then for other people say KH fans, then I am being derogatory, and I'm legitimately not trying to be. I'm just observing. So that's why I specify that, and instead of using another term.
She's very shy. Next scene, Strelitzia dies. Exists to make us feel very sad because we were just made to feel sympathetic towards Strelitzia. Next scene, introducing Marluxia. Created to throw suspicion on Marluxia for the killing of Strelitzia. Scene where Marluxia says, hey, Strelitzia's my sister, I need to find her.
It got Strelitzia that time. Then it got it wrong. Then it said Strelitz.
Created to throw suspicion on Marluxia for the killing of Strelitzia.
There, got it, boom.
Marluxia says, hey, Strelitzia's my sister, I need to find her. Exists to tell us that Marluxia is Strelitzia's brother, and that he, at least to not necessarily to exonerate him, but to make the audience go, well, maybe he didn't kill Strelitzia if he's telling the truth. Then the next scene where he has his dream with Strelitzia is to tell us that he loves Strelitzia. So he's basically completely exonerated for the murder. There's no way. Where he has his dream with Strelitzia is to tell us that he loves Strelitzia.
It says Strolitzia, because
so
she's
he's
strolling.
Completely exonerated for the murder. There's no way he could have done it. I am now going to describe an alternative sequence of events to Union Cross. Then the next scene
she's
where he has his dream with
Strolitzia right there, baby.
So he's basically completely exonerated.
She's out on the town. That's Strolitzia.
I am now going to describe an alternative
getting out of the apartment. Good for her. Good for her.
Why this style of writing?
Damn, these bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them. Canonically bisexual Strelitzia.
Like I said before, is very utilitarian, and why it seems that whoever is responsible for writing these scenes seems to have a very blunt force trauma understanding of the utilities of scenes. And again, to be fair, we're talking about a mobile game here where there's limited expressiveness to the characters. The episodes usually can't be all that long. So am I taking a cheap shot at a crappy mobile phone game? Yes, but these are places where I can find these extreme examples, and the same problems appear in the $60 big budget video games that were Square Enix's biggest release of 2019. Okay, stick with me on this because I'm probably gonna get a little bit lost in the weeds as we go throughout this process.
I like that joke. I was pretty happy with that one.
Usually can't be all that long. So am I taking a cheap shot at a crappy mobile phone game? Yes, but these are places where I can find these extreme examples, and the same problems appear in the $60 big budget video games that were Square Enix's biggest release of 2019. Okay, stick with me on this because I'm
all right. Back to 1.5 times speed.
probably going to get a little bit lost in the weeds as we go throughout this process. Let's start in that scene where Marluxia approaches Larxene, and let's say that that kicked off the beginning of a murder mystery story arc where Marluxia and Larxene are looking into the disappearance.
It's spelling Larxene differently every time, but he just locked in on Marluxia.
And let's say that that kicked off the beginning of a murder mystery story arc where Marluxia and Larxene are looking into the disappearance of Strelitzia, all right? So just from the way that the two characters interact...
It's worth recalling that at the time this video was made, the most recent Union Cross update was this scene of the two of them, of him having the dream of her in the flower bed. That was the most recent update when I made this video. But anyway, continue.
Immediately after he started... and Larxene are looking into the disappearance of Strelitzia, all right? So
This whole bit's a little awkward. I think I've said before that I have a lot of issues with how this video came together. So we may stop a good bit in here as I try to explain my intent a little bit more clearly. I may just in fact, you know what, honestly, I'm just gonna wrong one. That wasn't good. I clicked the wrong thing. I'm going to speed this up slow it down slightly. I'm gonna go to 1/4 speed so we can all follow along a little bit more closely.
probably gonna get a
Just Relax with a $5 donation says, noob, why are you making fun of me? What are you making fun of me for? Thank you very much for the donation.
little bit lost in the weeds as we go throughout this process. Let's start in that scene where Marluxia approaches Larxene, and let's say that kicked off the beginning of a murder mystery story arc where Marluxia and Larxene are looking into the disappearance of Strelitzia, all right? So just from the way that the two characters interact immediately after he starts talking to her, we could learn things about these characters. Larxene could turn to him and say, oh yeah, I remember you, you're her brother. She introduced me to you at that party that one time. Or she could say, oh yeah, she's mentioned you before. Or she could say, huh, I didn't know that Strelitzia had a brother. Now, all three of these things are interesting because they tell us things without a character saying, because all we got in the previous version of the scene was, I'm Strelitzia's brother and I'm looking for her. So unless he's lying, which the game has given us no real reason to think because the only evidence that he actually killed her previously was just the editing, we don't really have much to think other than the little information that's being told to us, right? If Larxene said any of those three lines, we're told a bunch of different things. If she says, I was introduced to you one time at the party, we know that Marluxia and Strelitzia are close enough to go to a party together. If she said, oh yeah, she's mentioned to you before, then, you know, maybe they're not super duper close, or minimum they don't hang out with the same group of friends or whatever. If she says, Strelitzia never mentioned that she had a brother, then that's a whole other plot line. Maybe he's not her brother. Maybe he did kill her, and this is kicking off a whole other thing now.
The main point that I'm making in this entire section is just that the writing style of Kingdom Hearts, and particularly of Union Cross, is so dry that there is nothing to engage with other than the literal events of what is happening. Or, on a more metatextual sense, your long-term theorizing about what's going on, right? But like any long-term theories that fans had about, like, how's Roxas going to come back? How's the final confrontation going to play out? None of these things are being fed, enriched, poked, exacerbated, expanded upon by the content of the game, right? So, for example, where we are right now between Kingdom Hearts 3 and Kingdom Hearts 4, fans have a lot to think about and a lot to theorize about. And I imagine that when we get to Kingdom Hearts 4, there will be much to think about because we'll be in totally new circumstances that we don't fully understand. But then people talk about, how mysterious Kingdom Hearts is. I guarantee you we are going to have what's going on outlined to us in explicit detail within the first, 3 or 4 hours, and there will be no mystery remaining of the scenario of where we are and where Sora is and what's going on. There will still be mystery about who the Master of Masters is, because that's long-term, but there's nothing being done on a minute-to-minute basis to enhance the level of intrigue and to continue to pull us into the narrative. All of the intrigue is generally created in a previous title, and we are expected to let that carry us all the way to the finale of the next title. So my point with this whole segment was more so about how instead of just having these characters show up and state blandly what's happening and describe things that happen off screen, like how eventually there's a whole thing where they go to confront Ven and then he just passes out, apparently, but we don't even get to see that. They just describe it afterwards, right? We could have the characters reveal their personalities via the actions that they take. We can have the characters reveal their histories with other characters by the way that they discuss each other, by the way that they discuss other characters, their attitudes toward one another, the information that we have about each other. And what we learn about the characters can potentially create more intrigue by highlighting negative space, areas where we don't know something about them, highlighting specific things that we might find suspicious about them, and drawing our attention to them, and possibly characters in the setting drawing their attention to those things as well.
Plot line. Maybe he's not her brother. Maybe he did kill her, and this is kicking off a whole other thing now, right? So let's look at that version of the story for just a second here, where now the audience is already suspicious of Marluxia, and now they get this piece of information, and maybe Larxene is a little bit suspicious of him too. But Strelitzia has been missing for a while. This guy's approaching her. Might as well look into it with him.
Complete Mystery says, what do you mean the first 15 minutes of the game? More like 1 month before release date. You're right. Silly me.
For a suspicious of him too. But Strelitzia has been missing for a while. This guy's approaching her. Might as well look into it with him for a while. But she's kind of suspicious of him, right? So the storyline goes on from here, and they say, okay, how are we going to look into this? Well, last time that I saw...
Just relax with another donation, $10. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Seriously, thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying the show as we talk about Kingdom Hearts a lot.
Her was at that location. Also, we can swing by her apartment, right? So then we're going to see these two characters go to these locations. We'll be able to watch how they interact with each other, which will tell us about how much Larxene does or does not trust Marluxia. We can possibly see if Marluxia is being kind of compassionate and nice with Larxene, or if he's being kind of a little bit direct and blunt and impatient or whatever. This will tell us about their personalities. When they're investigating her apartment, do they just kind of give it a once-over and find some really obvious, like a little letter written that says where she was going somewhere, or do they do like, does one of them start doing Sherlock Holmes-style deductive reasoning stuff, right, where they're picking stuff out and solving mysteries? This is going to tell us...
So this is, again, an example of just how, okay, well, if we have this scene, we can have it serve a couple of different purposes, right? A scene where our characters break into another character's apartment to find information about them can be used a whole host of ways. The scene could be primarily about Strelitzia. Maybe the clue that they find is going to be something very obvious that requires no creative thinking. They simply find a letter or they've left a sticky note for their roommate that says, hey, I'm going this place, or whatever, right? We find the clue that we find that moves the plot forward can be something very obvious. But perhaps we use this scene where the characters enter the apartment as an opportunity to learn about Strelitzia. For example, maybe Marluxia's never been there. The brother's never been there. So he's looking around and seeing things that she's kept from her childhood, or noticing new things that she's purchased that he's like, that doesn't, I didn't know that she liked those books. I didn't know that she liked these items, whatever. I can't believe that she's into X, Y, or Z. You can use the setting to tell us something about this character, or we can use this opportunity instead. Maybe Strelitzia's apartment isn't all that interesting, but perhaps while Marluxia and Larxene are searching it, they strike up a conversation about any number of topics that we can use to learn about either of them, about their relationships with one another, about their respective relationships with Strelitzia. They could just be having a casual conversation about, hey, did you see that thing that happened recently in world events that's giving us, the audience, information about just world building and something that's going on? Or you can turn it into an honest-to-God detective scene where one of the main characters does some kind of complex deduction and mystery solving, which shows us how intelligent they are, right? This one simple scene, this hypothetical scene of going somewhere to try and get clues, can be used in a whole litany of ways. You can make the clue acquiring process just a matter of they find one item and they just find it whenever you want the scene to be over, right? Or you can make the process of finding the clue what you're trying to communicate to the audience. Lots of different options.
Okay, whichever character is doing this deductive reasoning is really, really smart. If Larxene finds, if Marluxia is putting this stuff together, we're going to say, ooh, he's really, really smart. Or if we're still suspicious of him, we might be saying, did he plant this stuff? Did he stage this scene? Is he scheming something here? If we see Larxene find a piece of evidence, does she show it to Marluxia?
Yay! Da 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 ba 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 ba. Hey, nailed it! YouTube got it, ladies and gentlemen.
Does she keep it to herself? Maybe she finds something suspicious of him. We might be saying, did he plant this stuff? Did he stage this scene? Is he scheming something here? If we see Larxene find a piece of evidence, does she show it to Marluxia, or does she keep it to herself? Maybe she finds something and she holds it for herself because she's suspicious of him. Just through these handful of scenes, we'll have learned a lot more about these characters, both in terms of their personalities and their skill sets, by the way that we see them investigate things. How intelligent are they? How do they think? How do they interact with each other? All this type of stuff. We'll have learned a lot about these characters,
and this would be very valuable for a character like Elrena, who is only introduced into the story at this scene where Marluxia says, hey, you knew my sister. Can you tell me what's, you got any information? Can we hang out and talk about this for a little while? If this character's only being introduced at this point, then, well, how can we introduce her to the audience? How can we demonstrate her traits? Well, you can have scenes where these sorts of things happen, right? As it stands, Elrena appears in that scene where Marluxia approaches her and doesn't say anything, and she does not, to my recollection, appear again until the finale of Union Cross, but this is perhaps another issue. Also, it feeds into the fact that none of the characters in Union Cross have any traits, have any personality traits whatsoever, but whatever. Other than Strelitzia, and they only gave her traits because they knew they'd have to give her traits to make you feel bad about her when she died.
get to see the different. We'll learn these traits because we see
Elrena
them
is
employing
Larxene,
them as they're
Betodd.
investigating this and interacting with each other, and possibly trying.
That's her human name.
We'll learn these traits because we see them employing them as they're investigating this and interacting with each other, and possibly trying to deceive each other. When Larxene keeps that piece of evidence for herself, and Marluxia asks her, "Did you find anything?" Is she a good liar? Is she not? That's another trait we get to learn about her. If she's a good liar, then we know that's a skill she has that she can use. If she's
When Marluxia, in this hypothetical where she hides a piece of evidence from Marluxia and he goes, "Did you find anything?" Does she go, "Nah, no luck," or does she go, "Nope, didn't find anything. Definitely didn't find it. Nope, too bad, didn't find." We can use this opportunity to learn something else about her. Is this a thing that we have to worry about in the future of, Elrena's a bad liar and now Marluxia's suspicious about her and this creates tension? Or do we learn she's a good liar? Okay, all right, she pulled it off this time. She has the ability to fool other people. All right, we'll keep this in mind. This is something we've learned about her now.
Not, that's another trait we get to learn about her. If she's a good liar, then we know that's a skill she has that she can use. If she's a bad liar, well then, I hope she doesn't have to lie too much. Ooh, actually, hold on. Since we're talking about murder mysteries and all this kind of stuff, this is gonna go back to something I was talking about just a minute ago. There's a character in the film Knives Out named Marta who is physically incapable of lying without.
By the way, Knives Out, awesome movie if you haven't seen it. Fantastic.
Throwing up. Whenever she lies, she has to throw up. She just has to. It's a physical reaction that she always has. And that may seem a little bit over the top and a little bit silly, but the film uses it in a lot of interesting ways. And this is going back to what I was saying earlier about if you're going to have the wacky rules, use them. Have the characters manipulate the rules of their setting and do all kinds of wacky stuff to introduce things. If you're a nerd, don't you want to see all these different exciting things employed in different ways? In Knives Out, the fact that Marta throws up anytime she tells a lie comes up like maybe 5 or 6 times directly throughout the film, and it always comes up in a completely different way. And by the end of it, they have played with that idea to pretty much as far as you can think of them taking it. By the end of the movie, it keeps coming back up, and it's always in different ways, and it's taken to the absolute extreme that idea could be taken. And you really appreciate it because you're like, great, the writer came up with this weirdo idea, and then they actually explored it intelligently and completely. All right.
I don't want to talk about what any of the scenarios in which Marta throwing up when she lies are utilized because you should just watch the movie and find out. But after it's introduced, more or less every time that it comes up after that, it's used in a very different way. It's a lot of fun. That's all I'm going to say. You should watch Knives Out.
Now let's loop back around to option number 1, where Larxene and Marluxia met that one time at a party, and we know for sure that they are actually related to each other, right? So that's no longer. It keeps coming back up, and it's always in different ways, and it's taken to the absolute extreme that idea could be taken. And you really appreciate it because you're like, great, the writer came up with this weirdo idea, and then they actually explored it intelligently and completely. All right, now let's loop back around to option number 1, where Larxene and Marluxia met that one time at a party, and we know for sure that they are actually related to each other, right? So that's no longer, we don't have that mystery. We know that at least Marluxia and Strelitzia were related to each other. However, we don't necessarily know that he didn't kill.
Hold on. So Circo Duck says, or she could, when she's lying about finding something, she could tease, no, not a thing, which kind of, hints towards her personality in the future games. Let's be very clear. In this context, I'm discussing Marluxia and Larxene as if they are new characters, of just within the context of writing how we can establish characters, what we can achieve in very simple ways in short, small scenes that are otherwise moving the plot forward, how we can achieve characterization. Because I'm laboring under the assumption, since Marluxia seems like a perfectly nice person, or Larium seems like a perfectly nice person here in Union Cross times, I'm laboring under the assumption that Elrena is similarly, a perfectly nice person here in Union Cross times. So that means that she basically needs to be completely reestablished. Because any traits that we may have had about Marluxia previously, which were, power hungry, self-centered, willing to use little girls as human shields in fights, and treasonous and driven by his own goals. None of these things apply to him in Union Cross. So he's functionally a new character. So we need to learn new traits about him. But we don't. We don't learn new traits about anybody except Elrena, except for Strelitzia. They only gave her traits because they knew they were going to kill her, and they wanted you to feel bad about it.
We know that at least Marluxia and Strelitzia were related to each other. However, we don't necessarily know that he didn't kill her, because it's not like siblings have never killed each other before on the history of the planet. So they go about investigating somehow. They go back to her apartment. They go back to the last place that she was seen, similarly to that other plot line. But right off the bat, maybe Larxene is going to go, she's going to ask a question like, how much older are you than Strelitzia? I only met you that one time. Or she'll start striking up a conversation about, we never did finish talking about our mutual enjoyment of sadism. Sorry. I don't know what Larxine's interests are other than sadism. So, whatever. We'll learn about their relationship a little bit. And also we can start learning maybe about his relationship with Strelitzia from the way that he talks about her. Maybe they go and investigate, they go talk to another friend of hers, right, that Larxene hasn't talked to in a little while. And that friend says, yeah, I knew that Strelitzia, she was always hanging out on that rooftop all the time, and she told me that there was someone that she was interested in, but that she couldn't really work up the courage to go and talk to. And then we could have a scene where Larxene goes, oh yeah, she mentioned that to me before. Or she says, oh, huh. She never really mentioned that to me before. That's gonna tell us how close she was or wasn't with Strelitzia, if it's established that this was a secret that she was keeping, that she was only telling certain people. It could be something that everybody knows, including Larxene and Larium. It could be something that she just talks about all the time. Or it could be something that she's been keeping close to her chest. Let's say that Strelitzia and Larxene were best friends, and Larxene is the only one that knows about Strelitzia's interest in player character, right? Even then, the way that she tells Marluxia could tell us something about their relationship and about Larxene. She could say, well, she didn't really want me to tell anyone about this, but you're her brother, so there was this person that she wanted to meet. Alternatively, she could go, she mentioned this one time that there was somebody that she wanted to meet with. She told me not to talk to anyone about it, but she'll get over it. Now, let's leave behind the world of the rules.
So, again, the thing is, I've now explained what I mean by all this pretty thoroughly to you guys, and you're basically just watching me make the same point repeatedly. I'm demonstrating the wide variety of ways in which these things could be accomplished in a story. In this one brief imagined investigation of like 3 scenes, all of the different things we could learn about these characters' personalities and relationships. I'm just demonstrating in this basic template of searching a location, interrogating somebody, the ways that we can communicate characterization in addition to moving the plot forward. But I'm basically making the same point repeatedly here, just showing the breadth of examples. So I'm going to speed it up very slightly until we get a little bit ahead of here. Then I think we're going to have some real fun in a minute here.
Of Kingdom Hearts for just a second. I know this isn't the plot, but let's say that we are interviewing a character and they say that, oh yeah, she was keeping this a secret, but I guess if she's missing, then I might as well tell you guys. She was hustling hardcore drugs. She was hustling hardcore drugs to the kids in the orphanage on the other side of town. Whatever. Yeah, this is an extreme example, right?
Like I said, I'm not concerned about the existing canon of who Larxene and Marluxia are, and here again, I'm just using an extreme example to demonstrate. I'm just making up a piece of information for our characters to react to. And I'm making up something very extreme to demonstrate how this could invoke very different reactions from the characters.
How are these two characters going to react to this information, right? Is Larxene stunned by this? There's no way, I never could have imagined this being within Strelitzia's character. Or does she go, no, that kind of checks out. She always seemed like she had a little bit of a criminal element to her. Is Larium devastated by this information? I can't believe my sister would have done such a thing. Or does he say, damn it, I told her to stop running with those gangs. She told me she was going to leave that life behind. She lied to me. Does he get emotional over this? Does he just kind of sigh?
Everybody betray me.
So many things that we could learn about the characters, and then let's say the ghost of Strelitzia or the glitch or whatever shows up, or maybe she's still alive in this version of the story where she's dealing hardcore drugs. I have no idea. How does Marluxia react when he sees her? Does he have a really strong emotional reaction when he hears that there was maybe a sighting of her across town? Does he sprint over to where it was reported that she was?
More accurately, what is his Yeah, he has a strong maybe he doesn't have. If he doesn't have a strong emotional reaction, maybe we can assume, okay, maybe he didn't care about her all that much, right? If he does have a strong emotional reaction, how do we read it? Do we read it as a concerned brother going to find out what it is, or do we read it as a person who thinks that he successfully murdered her is hearing about a sighting of her on the other side of town? And we have to read into the emotions of what he's doing, and we can learn something about him. Maybe we can surmise. That didn't seem like a worried brother reaction, an excited that my sister might be alive reaction. He seemed almost worried, like something had gone wrong. Could he be the murderer after all? Ooh woo. Again, just demonstrating the breadth of potential reactions. Just Relax with another $10 donation. Thank you very much. Said, are you excited for Kingdom Hearts 4? Not particularly. I'm not sure if you're new around here. That has nothing to do with Kingdom Hearts 4. I don't get excited for media in general. I try my absolute best as a personal philosophy, no matter whether or not I think something is going to be good or bad, to maintain my emotional expectations for it at all times, to maintain a sort of neutral equilibrium in terms of my anticipation for products, because basically whenever you consume any piece of media, there's always going to be some amount of disparity between your expectations for that media and the quality of the media, right? So let's say that where we are right now on this scale, we're looking at like a 5 out of 10 in terms of quality for something, right? Now let's say my expectations, I'm really excited for this product. I'm thinking this is going to be like a 10 out of 10 experience. If it's like a 7 out of 10 experience, I might find that to be a little bit disappointing, right? Now, alternatively, let's say that I let myself have no expectations. I'm not excited for it. Maybe I'll check it out if it looks good, but I'm not really letting myself get too emotionally invested in it. And we hit that 7 out of 10, I'm going to enjoy it a lot, probably. Or even, heck, if it's just at a 5 out of 10. You know, if I had no expectations for it, really, I'm not going to be all that disappointed. So just in general, for me, Jacob, my entire philosophy with everything is to avoid getting excited, avoid getting hyped as much as possible, because this leads to, most of the time, improved enjoyment of products. So there's nothing in particular about Kingdom Hearts 4 versus one product or another that makes me less excited about it. That said, I do think the Kingdom Hearts 4 will hopefully be interesting. That's an easy shot for me to call from the outside. And if you want to hear me talk at greater length about Kingdom Hearts 4 in particular, talk about the recent reveal for Kingdom Hearts 4, my expectations for Kingdom Hearts 4, what I think it may wind up looking like, I actually went on the Night Sky Prince's show, another YouTuber who does Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts stuff. I went on his show a couple of weeks ago. We did a live stream where we talked about the Kingdom Hearts 4 reveal and all that stuff that I just said. If you want to hear me talk about it, I talked about it for like an hour and a half. It was a 3-hour long show. The front half of it was pretty much all Kingdom Hearts 4 and Versus 13 discussion. There's some Final Fantasy and other assorted Square Enix stuff after that. If you do want to hear me talk at length about KH4 and my feelings on it and what I think it may look like when it comes out, you can go check out that talk. There should be a link in the chat that you can follow to go have, not like at this exact second, of course, but if you want to open that in a new tab, save it for later maybe, or go look it up another time. Today, we're just talking about this thing that I put together now like almost a year and a half ago. And I've said basically all of my piece on Kingdom Hearts 4 for now in that video. So simply for the sake of time, to make sure that I'm not adding another hour onto this stream, which will surely be going for a while, I'm not going to talk too much about Kingdom Hearts 4 today. But thank you again very much for your donations, and thank you for your question. I hope that I answered sufficiently. But anywho, what was I talking about? I was talking about what was I talking about? Oh no, ooh, hold on. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out what I was talking about. Give me just a second. I'll just back up my tape and I'll find out. Okay, I basically finished my point. I was talking about how having Marluxia react to hearing about a Strelitzia sighting could inform us. It could throw suspicion on him. It could inform us about his relationship with her, etc., etc., etc. I was wooing 8 Shadow 4. That is correct. I did say woo. As opposed to what we actually get in Union Cross, which is the ghost of Strelitzia appears before him, and he says the most boilerplate, one might say, utilitarian line of dialogue possible, which is that you, Strelitzia? And then she disappears and the scene ends. That doesn't tell us anything. It's useless. That's the first thing that you would think to write. It's the most generic possible response, other than, whoa, is that a ghost? But if you know who the ghost is, then you might go, what? Is that person? Right? It tells us nothing. It's not useful. It doesn't do anything to move the story forward or to inform us about the characters or their relationships. So I was using that as an extreme example because Marluxia, being Strelitzia's brother, whom we've never really observed, we don't really have that much, we don't have any characterization for any of these people other than he cares about her. We could have learned something about him by what he said when he saw his sister's ghost, how he reacted, right? Again, in a mobile phone game like this, where the animation style is limited, you can't do a lot with, nuanced facial expressions. So again, like I said up front, maybe it's a little bit unfair to pick on Union Cross so heavily, but the thing is that all of the problems that appear here are still problems in Kingdom Hearts 3. So they're just very easy to identify here. Anyway. Instead of just looking at a ghost and saying, is that you, Strelitzia? We can have like a scene. You have a really strong, and in this version of the story where she's dealing hardcore drugs, I have no idea. How does Marluxia react when he sees her? Seth the Hooded Bandit says, drug hustling. Now how character interactions can make Union Cross narrative actually interesting. It's true. Listen, if If someone in Kingdom Hearts Union Cross was a drug dealer, I think we can all agree that would have enhanced the narrative significantly, because it would have meant that one character had a job and objectives to sell drugs to the kids in the orphanage. Oh, yeah, my bad. I forgot. I turned down computer audio when I was backing up. I didn't turn it up for you guys. I apologize. Fixed now. Promise.
Can't believe my sister would have done such a thing? Or does he say, criminal
Fixed
element
now.
to
Sorry
her?
about that.
Is Laurium devastated by this information? I can't believe my sister would have done such a thing? Or does he say, damn it, I told her to stop running with those gangs. She told me she was gonna leave that life behind. She lied to me. Does he get emotional over this? Does he just kind of sigh? There's so many things that we could learn about the characters. And then let's say the ghost of Strelitzia or the glitch or whatever shows up, or maybe she's still alive in this version of the story where she's dealing hardcore drugs. I have no idea. How does Marluxia react when he sees her? Does he have a really strong emotional reaction when he hears that there was maybe a sighting of her across town? Does he sprint over to where it was reported that she was? Instead of just looking at a ghost and saying, is that you, Strelitzia? We could have like a scene where a character expresses their feelings about something. By observing people taking action and making decisions, we can learn a lot about them. But in Kingdom Hearts, in the actual writing, the only way that we can learn things is characters saying, I'm Strelitzia's brother. I love you, Strelitzia. Oh, Strelitzia, where could you have gone? And it's just very difficult to get engaged in a story where the only things that are happening are
Strelitzia and Austrelitzia. A Kubra appears on her head. G'day, mate. Strelitzia? Austrelitzia.
It's just very difficult to get engaged in a story where the only things that are happening are either what is literally happening on screen at this exact second that you are watching it, or a mystery that is off on a scale of 1 to 10 of mysteriousness. It's at 50 because it hasn't been written yet, because it's just the Master of Masters is a guy. I don't know who he is, I don't know what he is, I don't know what he wants, I don't know where he is, I don't know why he is, I don't know anything about him, just except that there is a guy who is named the Master of Masters, and he wants something, and he has a black box, and maybe eventually the script will deign to tell me what it is that he wants. Okay, I can't allow myself to get off onto that right now. That's for another day. I was just going to talk about the
Master of Masters. I actually talked about a little bit on the talk with Night Sky Prince, or basically the thing is that, like, I talked about on that stream. So I guess, hey, listen, I'm doubling up on that stuff that I said I wasn't going to talk about, but I'll go ahead and talk about it a little bit here. I find the concerns that people have about, oh no, am I going to have to play the mobile phone game to understand Kingdom Hearts 4? I find these concerns to actually be misplaced. You guys might expect me to be at the top of the list of people complaining about this, but honestly not, because we have learned virtually nothing about any of the characters in Union Cross. Tell me one trait about the foretellers other than Gula is very suspicious of other people and maybe not that bright, right? Like, I mean, none of them are that bright, but that's not, I don't think that's an intended character trait. It's like, we don't really know anything about these guys. So while them showing up is maybe like a clap moment for people who have played the mobile phone game, when they emerge from those portals at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3, really, the player who knows nothing of Union Cross has just as much information about them as someone who's watched back cover. And in much the same way, I've watched all these Union Cross cutscenes, and all I know about the Master of Masters is that he's playful, he's mysterious, he claims that he wants to fight the darkness and fight for the side of the light, and he doesn't care about collateral damage and who gets hurt. That's all I know about the guy, right? So going into Kingdom Hearts 4, like, you're gonna get playful and mysterious, you know, within one sentence of Ray Chase's performance, of his excellent performance as the Master of Masters, and him being in a hood. You're gonna get playful and mysterious right away. And for all we know, the on the side of light is a lie. You know, he could literally be lying about that. And also, again, I said this when I was on Night Sky Prince too, this is a whole other issue, but if we take playful out of the equation, I just described Xehanort, mysterious, wants to help the light from being suppressed by the darkness, doesn't care about collateral damage. We kind of just did this, but that's perhaps a whole other issue. But the point being, I find the attachment that people have to these characters to be I find these, I was getting rid of spam, for people watching on the archive wondering why the heck I stopped, because I got rid of it. I find people who are like, yeah, I really like these characters, I'm really deeply affected by whoever ever, I really love Ephemer or whatever. It's like, we don't know anything about these characters. You know? We don't know any of these people. We don't know what's going on. So number one, the attachment to them I find to be a little bit odd, but also the complaint of, I don't know what are they thinking introducing all these characters in a mobile phone game? I mean, it isn't necessarily a positive that none of the characters in the mobile phone game are well drawn or well represented, but it does mean that when Strelitzia shows up at Sora's front door in KH4 and says, "Howdy, you and I are both dead in this place," it's like, guess what? If that had been a completely new character whose role in the story was to show up and say to Sora, "Hello, this is where you are. I know because I'm also here for the same reason, because I also died and was sent here." If that had been a totally new character, it would be functionally the same as Strelitzia showing up and being a new character to a large percentage of the audience. Sure, if you've played the mobile phone game, her knocking on the door and coming in turns into a clap moment in the trailer, but even though she is, I think, the most thoroughly drawn character in the entire cast of Union Cross, or at least has the most traits of anyone in Union Cross, and is the most immediately likable character in the cast of Kingdom Hearts, in the cast of Kingdom Hearts Union Cross specifically. This cast, not in all of Kingdom Hearts. Even though I think that about her, she's still essentially emerging from a void of nothing into something. So pre-existing familiarity with her or not, I don't think will impact the way that she plays into Kingdom Hearts 4 very much. Anywho, continuing.
And he wants something, and he has a black box, and maybe eventually the script will deign to tell me what it is that he wants. Okay, I can't allow myself to get off onto that right now. That's for another day. I was just going to talk about my hypothetical scenario on the murder mysteries and then move on. In fact, at present moment in time, I've actually recorded the section that comes after this. But in the process of editing this video, I had to go back and rewatch this scene of Marluxia and Strelitzia in the flower field because I needed to go get the footage to put in this video. And I'd forgotten about this scene, and you know what? We're gonna use this scene as a hypothetical too. Here's what happens in this scene, okay? Marluxia says, "I'm really, really, really good at fighting. I fight monsters so easy that my 9 to 5 is over at 11 o'clock." And Strelitzia,
"Taking down those monsters is too easy," says the text box. And this isn't even like because the ultimate point of the scene is to show that these two care about each other. That's like, in terms of the show don't tell, him saying taking down monsters is too easy, I don't even necessarily mind that being a tell don't show, because ultimately the point of this scene is to demonstrate that Marluxia loves his little sister Strelitzia, right? And an argument can be made that maybe that's shown in that they are both in this scene and having a conversation where they seem to care about each other. But surely there are other more active ways to demonstrate how the characters feel about one another. And perhaps we could demonstrate that one of them is really good at fighting monsters and the other one is really good at magic in an active scene where we also demonstrate how much they care about one another. What a concept.
really, really. We're gonna use this scene as a hypothetical too. Here's what happens in this scene, okay? Marluxia says, "I'm really, really, really good at fighting. I fight monsters so easy that my 9 to 5 is over at 11 o'clock. And Strelitzia says, "Oh my god, you're that good at fighting, I'll never be able to catch up to you." And Lariam says, "Nonsense, your magic is better than mine is." And she says, "We should work together." And he says, "No, I want you to stay on your own and keep stronger, and when you're stronger than me, then we'll work together again." He's trying to encourage her or whatever, right? Okay, and like in 5 seconds, I was thinking of a really exciting scene. Imagine, if you will, a movie, cold open, all right? A team of teenagers with attitude is fighting a monster, and there's this girl who's a little bit timid and a little bit freaked out. Her name is Strelitzia, all right? She's trying her best, swinging her sword around, fighting monsters, but she's really not doing so well, and other teammates shout to her, "Strelitzia, keep up the pace. Strelitzia, watch out. That thing almost blinds." They jump in and save her from an attack. You gotta keep your head up, Strelitzia. You gotta pay attention. That thing almost blindsided you. And we see she's trying to working really hard, but she's a little bit frazzled. And they're fighting these monsters, and a really big one shows up. They're like, "Oh my god, what are we gonna do about this?" But then suddenly, rose petals fly through the air. Tuxedo Mask throws his rose through it, slices the beast in half. A man with pink hair and a sick outfit jumps out and cuts the monster in half. And a bunch of other cool people jump out with him who are all part of his little group. Or maybe he's just by himself, I don't know. And he looks over at our group and he says, "Hey team, whatever. Sorry, we've been following this guy for a minute and he broke away from us coming after you. Must have figured you were easier prey. Ha 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 ha. You guys keep up the good work. We gotta go." And then he jumps away and runs off to go and fight bigger and badder monsters. And then someone in the group kind of whispers to some. They're all watching him in awe. And two characters who are a little distance away from Strelitzia talking to each other. And one of them says, "Can you believe that we got saddled with his sister?" But when they think that Strelitzia can't hear him, but we cut to a little shot and she's like, "No, oh no." And then we see some scenes where she's doing some other stuff. She's in her apartment, doing, I don't know where. We cut to a scene where she's somewhere else, and she's training now. She's practicing with magic. And no. Initially, she's swinging her sword. She's doing, like, katas with her sword, right? She's getting really sweaty, and it's not going well. She's checking some kind of book and trying to do moves, and she can't keep up with it. And she gets really, really frustrated. And she shoots a giant-ass fireball into the air that just explodes, right? It's huge. And then at this moment, we hear a voice from behind, and it's Marluxia. And he says, hey.
And actually, I realized somebody came along and made this scene for me, by the way. I'm gonna mute it just so we don't get this stream banned too on accident. So here's a scene. Our character here, Powder, she has some abandonment issues with her big sister who disappeared a number of years ago. She's not very resentful of her sister who disappeared. And she is determined to overcome this feeling of abandonment. And in this moment, she's come to a place where they used to hang out together. All right? And her sister, Vi, was very good with this punching bag machine up here. Back in the day, Powder was much younger. She was like barely 10, 11 years old. She was not very physically capable. She's more physically capable now, but Powder here, our blue-haired character, has always been better suited to gadgetry. She builds little bombs. She's a very good shot. She's very good with guns now, right? But in this moment, we see this scene where we see how much pent-up resentment she has toward her sister Violet. And it comes out in a very interesting way that demonstrates a lot. And it's effectively the scene that I just described. Just way better than what I described. Again, I'm going to keep it muted just in case. Powder here's a little unstable at this point in the storyline. So we're seeing mixtures of flashbacks to her youth here. All right, so here we go. She's using this punching bag thingamajiggy, right? And we can see, especially love this bit here. There's lots of shots mixed in here like this. If we slow this son of a gun down, you'll see here that we can see the ghost of her sister coming in here, right? This is young Violet back here. In her mind's eye, we understand she's competing against her sister simultaneously, right? Her high score is racking up. Her score is going up. Her score is going up. Score continues to go up. She's really very, very upset. She's not having a good time out here today, ladies and gentlemen. Also a good shot here. We have these cuts back and forth between the two of them landing the final punch of their regiment. There we go. Nice. But she looks over at the scoreboard. Second place. She still can't beat how good her sister was 5 years ago. Yikes. She's older now than Violet was then. I'm pretty sure, if I recall the continuity correctly. 5 or 6 years have passed. And she still has not caught up with Violet. Then, in a moment of frustration, number one, just a really, really good scene, and I hope the stream doesn't get banned for that now. I hope we don't get blocked like we got blocked last time for looking at General Grievous owning Jedi. Anywho, point being, a lot was accomplished there with no dialogue in terms of telling us about the characters. And it even is a moment to reinforce that Powder has a very different skill set from her sister, right? So imagine, if you will, a scene after Strelitzia gets embarrassed, both by being the weakest link on her team, and then Marluxia, her older brother, showing up and being this well-known badass who defeats a much bigger and stronger monster with relative ease that the group was very much struggling against. Then shortly thereafter, we cut to Strelitzia elsewhere, and she's got a scroll or a book that has like illustrations of katas in it or whatever, right? That she's trying to practice, but or maybe she even has one, like she has some kind of training dummy that she's supposed to. It's like a training dummy, but it's also a bop it, and she has to hit points on it with her keyblade to complete this regimen, and she's not doing it fast enough. And despite being a very timid person, she just like, she doesn't even need to do it in anger the same way that Powder does in that scene, because she's a very different. Yeah, Shaggy got me blocked last time around. Little Prince Kane, that's correct. Shaggy got us blocked last time. But you don't even necessarily, you know, because this is a very different character from Powder. You know, Strelitzia is a very shy, inward, reserved character, right? So how can we perhaps communicate? How can we do a similar scene but take on a different angle? Well, then here you go, right? She, instead of big Azula fireball blowing up the training dummy, she just in a moment of frustration, when the machine's going like try again or whatever, she just goes, duh, just throws her arms down in exasperation, right? And accidentally flares out a bunch of fire behind her. Goes, oh shit! She wouldn't say shit because it's Kingdom Hearts. And this causes her to will even help us move the scene along. This causes her to spin, looking what she's done, and she sees this is literally Marluxia, who was coming into the room, jumps back to avoid getting hit. And he's like, oh man, you did that on accident? Your magic's really strong. He's being encouraging because he saw her being frustrated now, and he's taking this as a moment to be a loving, caring brother and being encouraging instead. All kinds of different stuff we could do, man. Anywho.
You know, you waste, I don't know, he says something like that. You gotta watch where you fire those things. You're gonna kill somebody on accident. And then she goes, whoa, we should see earlier in this scene, Marluxia, when he's fighting the big guy.
Yeah, also, yeah, when we see him fighting the big monster earlier, I amend onto the scene. He should shoot a fireball similarly at the monster that he's fighting, but it should not be as impressive as even what Strelitzia is able to cast accidentally.
And then she goes, whoa, we should see
to establish to the audience what impressive magic looks like. This is what normal magic looks like. This is what impressive magic looks like.
In this scene, Marluxia, when he's fighting the big guy, he shoots a fire.
She'd say Thal's balls, says Circo Duck. That's correct. She'd say Thal's balls. 7 hells.
Fireball. It's not nearly as big as Strelitzia's. That's important. Strelitzia shoots this massive fireball in frustration that she can't get her sword katas right. She turns around and goes, oh my god, have you been spying on me this whole time? And he goes, no, I only showed up a few minutes ago. You're showing a little bit of improvement with your form. It's very nice. And she goes, yeah, whatever. I can't, my body doesn't move the way that I want it to. And he goes, why are they always putting you on, I don't know, in this clip, they say something about Vanguard and Rearguard. He says some kind of technical mumbo jumbo about like, maybe this isn't even a universe where they use Keyblades. He's like, you know, why aren't you using this? Why don't they just let you use a staff or whatever? And she's like, because the team needs a person with a sword. The team needs a person doing insert jargon role that I'm doing. And he just kind of goes, He doesn't have to say, you're too much of a pushover, Strelitzia. Strelitzia, you should show them what you're really capable of. We can just kind of
I mean, you can do that. You can have a character go, come on, Strelitzia, you should tell them that this is your skill set and they should be appreciative of it. You need to get out there and tell them what you need to tell them what for. You could have that be the character. Marluxia says, I'm always telling you need to stand up to those guys, Strelitzia. Come on. And then she still goes, I just don't know. I don't like confrontation. Or you can have Marluxia know, you can show instead to the audience not only that she doesn't stand up to these people and that Marluxia thinks that she ought to, but also that he knows she won't by simply having her go, I don't know, the team needs a person doing this job, and he just goes, yeah. And and that can be it too. And that communicates something different about both characters and their relationship and their background. So many options for writing other than characters standing in a field and saying, I'm good at swords. You are good at magic. I don't know. I don't feel like I am very strong. Can I hang out with you more? No, you should do stuff on your own and get stronger on your own. Okay, I love you. I love you. You see what I mean about the writing in these games? And I'm going to say, honestly, even in my mind's eye, I'm picturing with the standard animation set of Union Cross, you could have like a little training dummy. And Strelitzia does one of those animations where, like, she jumps up in the air and swings the Keyblade a lot and shoots lasers. It's one of, like, the standard attack animations in Union Cross. Do that, but then, like, when she lands, she doesn't land on her feet. She, like, falls on her butt or whatever, right? And you have her, like, do a couple of the existing Union Cross moves, but either, like, if you don't feel like animating new ones of, like, the existing Union Cross moves getting messed up, they just have her consistently fail to dismount. She always lands on her ass, right? That's easy enough to, that's easy enough to animate. And then, she just does, and then a little fire shoots out, and Marluxia walks in and goes, and jumps back, because you can animate that stuff in Union Cross fairly easily. What is Marluxia's hand going into? His arm... I think the shirt has pockets, but his hands are currently visible. One hand visible here, the other hand visible here. Or is he going into something previously in the scene? He does put a hand... He does give his sister a little head pat here.
My body doesn't move the way that I want it to. And he goes, why are they always putting you on, I don't know, in this clip, they say something about vanguard and rear guard. He says some kind of technical mumbo jumbo about like,
I think he's just putting his hand on his hip. I don't think he's going into his pockets.
This isn't even a universe where they use keyblades. He's like, why aren't you using this, why don't they just let you use a staff or whatever? And she's like, because the team needs a person with a sword. The team needs a person doing insert jargon role that I'm doing. And he just kind of goes, He doesn't have to say, you're too much of a pushover, Strelitzia. Strelitzia, you should show them what you're really capable of. We can just kind of infer it, because in the scenes, that's the scene that needs to be in between the fight and her training, there's a little team meeting where some characters say something derogatory about Strelitzia's performance, and she doesn't really stand up for herself. And then in this scene, she's I don't know, I'm inventing this in the 5 minutes since I watched this clip, and I know this is a crappy moment.
Hey, you wanna see something dramatic? I'll show you that I can become strong enough to protect you. A few scenes later, okay? Similar incident plays out. Strelitzia's group comes across Marluxia's group. However, Marluxia's group is for once actually struggling, and he winds up getting knocked down and heavily wounded. Strelitzia rushes over to get between him and the monster, emboldened by her desire to protect someone that she loves, right? Out of her normal shyness. She gets in the way, and this is a moment where we as the audience and the other characters around are like, oh my god, is she gonna do it? Is this about to be her big heroic moment? Is she about to finally unleash her real power, right? And then she gets her ass kicked. She gets beaten up, and other people have to save her and Marluxia, right? And then this deepens her depression of, I can't, there was a moment where he couldn't take care of himself, where he was outmatched, and I needed to protect him, and I couldn't. I need to become stronger. And that would be very dramatic and put even more onus on. Then we as the audience have this expectation of, I bet there's going to be a moment later on in this storyline where Marluxia can't beat something and Strelitzia is going to pull it off, and that's the satisfying arc, perhaps. I mean, there's lots of different things you can do, but that's just something that jumps into my mind about, like, how do we have a character? How do we establish a motivation for? So the character says, I want to become strong enough to protect Marluxia. That's a motivation that she is stating in this scene, right? And I'm like, how can we communicate that is the character's motivation? Number one, without them saying it, and number two, in a way that makes the audience invested in it. Because, like, her just saying it does not make me go, yeah, I'm so stoked to see Strelitzia get stronger, dude, right? Like, but if we saw her in a position where we saw an innate bravery that is inside of her come out, be drawn out by a crisis, but then she gets bodied and embarrassed, and there's this and now we are worried about, is she going to use this as resolve to become stronger and improve herself, or is this going to cause her to spiral, right? And that was a central conflict in the story. Like, that could be really interesting, and I would be so on board with, oh my god, I really hope in the ending she beats up a big monster on her own, or she saves Marluxia, or she even just works alongside him. Oh, that'll be so cool when that happens, dude. Now she says, I want to become strong enough to protect you, Oni-san. And I go, okay, sure, let's continue with the scene. She's dead. It doesn't matter.
What you're really capable of. We can just kind of infer it, because in the scenes, that's the scene that needs to be in between the fight and her training. There's a little team meeting where some characters say something derogatory about Strelitzia's performance, and she doesn't really stand up for herself. And then in this scene, she's I don't know.
You don't even necessarily need that. You can cut straight from the fight to the training, and if you can infer, you can place the seeds of their, we already showed that they're being derogatory towards her during our initial designed fight scene, and we can have Marluxia's reaction to Strelitzia's comment on, I don't really want to talk to them about it, or her maybe saying something like, I mean, I've brought it up once, but they responded this, who knows, right? Or we put a little scene in the middle if we want to make the dialogue with her and Marluxia in the next scene even more succinct. Maybe we put a little scene with a team meeting that establishes that, but probably we would use that to accomplish a couple of other things. This is, as I'm about to say, when I recorded this, I was literally making it up on the fly. Like, I literally watched this scene to get footage for it and immediately started recording this dialogue. And very similarly, I'm making stuff up right now with you guys.
Characters say something derogatory about Strelitzia's performance, and she doesn't really stand up for herself. And then in this scene, she's I don't know, I'm inventing this in the 5 minutes since I watched this clip.
2 more donations. Wow, thank you very much. Legend of Groose with the $10 donation. Hey, Jacob, you're super cool. I think you're super cool, dude. Thank you very much. And just relax with another $10 donation. How do you feel about Sora in Smash? Will you consider / do a viewer Smash arena? I'm not sure what that second part means. I think Sora being in Smash is pretty cool. I think he's got a pretty neat moveset. I think his inclusion was pretty cool. I tweeted about it a lot at the time. Not that I'm going to ask you to go back to dig through all my tweets to find it, but no, I thought it was a very cool inclusion. I wish that there was the music. Honestly, the only thing about his inclusion that was slightly disappointing to me was that I felt the music selection was very limited. I kind of wish there'd been a wider variety of music included with it. Oh, but viewer Smash Arena, you mean like do like an online tournament? Like with like an open lobby that you guys could join or something? Number one, probably not, because I'm not good enough at Smash. Number two, literally cannot for 2 reasons. Number one, I don't have my copy of Smash Ultimate is currently in another state with my younger brother at college. And number two, because I don't have Nintendo Switch Online. I don't pay the fee because I wouldn't. The only game that I would play online on Nintendo Switch is Mario Kart 8, which I own and can play without paying a fee on the Wii U. So I've never played Smash Ultimate online. Played Smash 4 online. Never played Smash Ultimate online. Thank you for your question, though. And again, thank you for the donation, both of you.
In between the fight and her training, there's a little team meeting where some characters say something derogatory about Strelitzia's performance, and she doesn't really stand up for herself. And then in this scene, she's I don't know, I'm inventing this in the 5 minutes since I watched this clip, and I know this is a crappy mobile phone game with this little sprite artwork that apparently only has 2 animators working on it, according to that report from a few months ago. So I can't be too mean to it, but oh my god, guys!
It was a conflicting thing out of interviews that were just released about whether or not there are only 2 animators working on Dark Road or only 2 writers working on Dark Road. I did see one interview where they were like, there's 2 female writers or animators, unclear, because I saw 2 different translations working on Dark Road. And I like to think that that's because they announced a while ago there were only 2 animators, and everybody went, there's only 2 people working on this game? And then they were like, oh, we got to spin this. But they're women. Oh, yeah, girl power. No, they got 2 women locked in that room making the game by themselves. Get them some help. But they're not making any money off of this crap anymore, so of course they're not paying many employees to work on it. Gonna get an ad in a second here.
And I know this is a crappy mobile phone game with this little sprite artwork that apparently only has 2 animators working on it, according to that report from a few months ago. So I can't be too mean to it, but oh my god, guys! This is not interesting storytelling. If you...
An advertisement for fashion eyewear. Yeah, cool. Boss eyewear, like Boss Baby. The best Netflix animated show. The only one that they're renewing.
So I can't be too mean to it, but oh my god, guys! This is not interesting storytelling. If you like Kingdom Hearts, I like Kingdom Hearts, wouldn't you like more stuff to be happening than less? Wouldn't you like to know even more about these characters and see their interesting and unique character traits come out to play in interactions where we see them use their skills to overcome problems, or we see them come up against problems that they have weaknesses that mean they're predisposed to not doing well in these situations, but they have to struggle really hard and
I'm gonna slow it down just slightly. I think I'm back at 1.5. Yeah, I'm gonna take it to 125 speed just to make it a little bit easier to follow along with for you guys at home.
And see their interesting and unique character traits come out to play in interactions where we see them use their skills to overcome problems, or we see them come up against problems that they have weaknesses that mean they're predisposed to not doing well in these situations, but they have to struggle really hard and work through their weaknesses to get through this thing. That's another thing, like, oftentimes when people talk about narratives, and I'm in danger of this too, because I often talk about character arcs, you don't necessarily have to have characters who have a fault that they need to overcome. You can have a character who's more or less the same at the beginning and end of the movie, or storyline or whatever, but, you know, give them some interesting weaknesses. They don't even necessarily have to overcome those weaknesses. They can if you want. You can have a storyline where a character isn't good at talking to girls, and they have to get a date to prom. Or you can have a storyline where a character broke their leg a few years ago, and when they ran, you know what, we're gonna do Persona 5. The character broke his leg, he ran cross country, he used to be a really good runner, ran track.
Dorok Zero asks Jacob why they stopped making money off of Union Cross, because there's no more microtransactions in the game. The online functionality is all shut down, dude. Right now, the game is just if you boot Union Cross, it's basically just a cutscene viewer and Dark Road. And Dark Road, I don't think has any microtransactions.
You know what, we're gonna
The game's basically done. Like I'm sure that the profits on it went and cratered a while ago, which is why it's not being supported anymore. It's why it's wrapped up, and it's why there's only 2 people working on it.
Character good at talking to girls, and they have to get a date to prom. Or you can have a storyline where a character broke their leg a few years ago, and when they ran, you know what, we're gonna do freaking Persona 5. The character broke his leg. He ran cross country. He used to be a really good runner, ran track. Now he doesn't really run so much anymore because he broke his leg a couple years ago. And at the end of the storyline, oh boy, he's got to run somewhere really fast. He's got to get over his fear of getting hurt, and he's got to get out there and he's got to run. But they don't have to, you know, even get over it necessarily. If you just if you give a character a weakness and then put them in a situation where that, like, you know, it would be really good if they were.
I'm trying to think about, like, and there's not an example coming to me. But you guys have got to know these types of things, right? Like, okay, let's say the character has like a phobia of something, right? And at the ending of the story, they have to do something that directly involves that phobia, right? And like, then the character goes, you know, like they have to, you know, I don't know, they're scared of snakes and they have to go through a snake terrarium, or, you know what? Like, or I'm trying to think of an example. Like, there's something on the tip of my tongue of like. But it doesn't matter. Somebody's like terrified of something and they have to deal with it directly, right? And then at the end of the story, another character goes, so, are you over your phobia of whatever? And like, you know, maybe the answer is, yeah, I'm not scared anymore. But then maybe it's like, oh, hell no, I'm more terrified than ever. That was awful, right? Like, they don't even need to overcome their fear, but it can make the flavor of whatever is going on in the finale a lot more interesting. It can add tension where there might not otherwise be tension. It can make the character richer. It can make the character more interesting.
Give a character a weakness and then put them in a situation.
Dorok Zero, the profit crashed because it was a bad mobile game that nobody was playing. It's pretty straightforward.
Where
it was a mobile game. People, any of those things have a limited lifespan. I mean, sometimes the money goes up, but most of the time the player base is like this, and the player base drops off as people. Here's the thing: you got your rate of new players coming in and old players leaving. The rate of new players arriving has to exceed the rate of players leaving in order for the game to continue to make a good quantity of money. But nobody new was coming into Union Cross because the average kid who's like, I'm going to play a Disney game on my phone, doesn't care about Kingdom Hearts, and there's better games on their phone because they could be playing Fortnite, dude. And so Kingdom Hearts fans, the ones who care, got in up front. They started playing it, and people like me who didn't care never logged on. And as the game continued, the people who got in at the beginning, who were like, yeah, Kingdom Hearts mobile phone game, procedurally were like, I think I'm done. I don't think I'm interested anymore. The grind is too much. And how many more new people are coming in? How many more new fans was Union Cross generating month by month? I can't imagine that many. So eventually it reaches a point where it's not making cash anymore, and it doesn't make sense to continue to spend money to have staff creating new content and maintaining servers to keep the thing up. It's that simple.
Get over his fear of getting hurt, and he's got to get out there and he's got to run. But they don't have to, you know, even get over it necessarily. If you just if you give a character a weakness and then put them in a situation where that, like, you know, it would be really good if they were good at this thing. It would be good if this person was good at fighting right now. If this person was really, really good at fighting, if this person was John Wick, they could get out of this action situation. But they have polio, so they can't fight real good, so they got to figure out how to talk their way out of the situation. Giving characters weaknesses means they have to, and then putting them in a situation where the thing that they aren't good at would be the most straightforward solution to the problem, means they have to use one of their other skills to get out of the situation in a creative way. Hell, even freaking Master Chief, the only thing he's
8 out of 4 Sora in Fortnite. I hate to break it to you, no Square Enix anything in Fortnite. I mean, I don't know, maybe Kingdom Hearts, but no other Square Enix in Fortnite, because putting Cloud into Fortnite would inherently devalue Final Fantasy First Soldier. Square's got its own battle royale where you can go get in and you can unlock the skins of your favorite characters. Why would they put those skins into another video game? Because that would give people less reason to come play their game.
Good at is fighting would be the most straightforward solution to the problem, means they have to use one of their other skills to get out of the situation in a creative way. Hell, even freaking Master Chief, the only thing he's good at is fighting, But there are scenes where he has to try and figure out what's going on. In Halo 2, when Gravemind starts talking to him, in Halo 3, he almost blows the Arbiter's head off, and then he has to get used to the idea of working with this guy. He's afraid of losing Cortana, which leads him to potentially make some questionable decisions in Halo 3. As I understand it, that's actually what Halo 5 winds up playing with. It's all about him making questionable decisions because of Cortana, but I wouldn't know. I haven't followed the series in many years. But at least, you know, that's not a lot. It's Halo. It's nothing, but it's something. It's something more than these characters have. And if I'm saying that Halo 2 and 3 have more going on with their characters than the latest entry in a 10-game-long RPG series that someone somewhere has miscalculated significantly. None
I
of
really
these
do
characters have
mean
weaknesses.
that. I really do mean that bit. There's a lot of bits in this that there's a lot of bits in this video, like I said, that I'm a little shaky on, or that I didn't like that much when I made it. I really am like, if I'm talking there's richer characterization for Master Chief in the early Halo games than there is for the main characters of Kingdom Hearts 3. Something has gone wrong. Something has gone very wrong.
But I wouldn't know. I haven't followed the series in many years. But at least, you know, that's not a lot. It's Halo. It's nothing, but it's something. It's something more than these characters have. And if I'm saying that Halo 2 and 3 have more going on with their characters than the latest entry in a 10-game-long RPG series that someone somewhere has miscalculated significantly. None of these characters have weaknesses. None of these characters have flaws that come up in any meaningful way. Or heck, you know, even it doesn't have to be like character flaws, character weaknesses, like negative. It can be fears. Just even afraid of things. None of these characters even have fears, except Aqua in the one scene where she has to die, so suddenly she's afraid of monsters.
We'll get back to that shortly.
Just being afraid of things. Have something that they're kind of afraid of and uncomfortable with, that they have to, oh no, the story conspires to put them in a position where they have to deal with it. Have scenes that establish and elaborate upon their discomforts before finally putting them in a position where they have to confront their fears head on. Think about this, right? Let's imagine a story where Sora is like, we don't even have to imagine it. Sora is really, really afraid of losing his friends. His friends are very important to him, right? And he would probably blame himself a lot if he let friends die on his watch and didn't take care of them, right? So let's build a story, says an author, where early on we introduce that Sora is really worried about losing his friends, and we build these themes up along the way where he's worried about Kairi or other characters, or Riku even, or I don't know, Donald and Goofy, whatever, who cares? He's upset about characters, he's worried that people are gonna get hurt in this big final clash or whatever, and it builds and builds and builds and builds and builds, and everybody's saying it's gonna be fine, until we get to the moment where, oh my god, every single character just got killed right in front of Sora. Sora's worst fears have come true, and he falls down and starts crying. And how is Sora gonna overcome this now? Because we've gotten to this point. There's nothing in Kingdom Hearts 3 to set you up to get to that place, to get you to that scene, and then after the scene where Sora freaks out and cries, there's no follow-through either, because Sora's solution to this horrible thing happening is to be unaffected by it, both emotionally and literally. It didn't matter, I'm gonna rewrite history. Like you shouldn't that have happened, like, to another character or in another context? Or like, what was the point of that? The scene of Sora being upset existed exclusively for itself. It had no impact on anything after that one scene, and there was nothing leading into that one scene. This is where the real problem comes from.
Because once he dies, once he's in the final world, he's like, oh, okay, well, I'll figure something out and I'll save all of my friends. The scene has no impact because there's no build to it and there's no fallout from it other than a handful of literal events that occur. You know, you don't need to, like, traumatize. You don't need Sora to suddenly, like, freeze up and have PTSD for the rest of the game because of it or whatever. But, like, considering the scale of what happened, of killing all of Sora's friends right in front of him, and the relative lack of impact that has on the proceedings of the rest of the game and on Sora as a character, it makes you say to yourself, perhaps we ought not have done that. Perhaps that didn't, perhaps that scene didn't, like, need to be there. Maybe it didn't fulfill whatever purpose it was supposed to serve. Maybe that should have been experienced by someone else who could have reacted to it in a different way.
On anything after that one scene, and there was nothing leading into that one scene. This is where the real problem comes from. It feels like there was no second draft. All of the scenes exist exclusively for the content that they themselves contain, and there is no connective tissue between anything else. They are self-contained, they deliver the information that they exist to deliver, and then that scene stops mattering. It doesn't set up the next scene. It just tells you information, either about the character's emotional state, like exactly within that moment, within that one scene, the way that they want you to feel at that particular slot of time, or like pure exposition information that has been withheld from you up until this point, because we can't put it all in one cutscene, so we gotta space it out over a lot of cutscenes. But I've already talked about exposition at this point. I don't
Because the rest of the entire video before today was basically about exposition.
need to get off on that again. We're talking about characters and about how scenes do things exclusively for the sake of themselves and that don't expand outward. And to talk about how scenes do things just for themselves and also about character fears, let's loop back around to that scene where Aqua freezes up when the big tornado shows up, and also a little bit that part where Kairi freezes up when Terra Xehanort is about to take a swing at her. That part in particular I'm including because I've seen a take going around on Kingdom Hearts sites and Twitter and Tumblr and whatever, where people basically talking about like how, you know, oh, people, you know, mocked Kairi and Aqua for being weak in these scenes or whatever, but they were actually responding to trauma because of, you know, we see in Remind all of the Aqua things coming out of the tornado, and in the Melody of Memory trailer, Kairi, you know, we see Lab Coat Xehanort reaching out for her, similar to when Terra's
Melody of Memory, dude.
Xehanort is looming over her or whatever. So it's like, okay, first of all, before I even get to the part that I actually want to talk about, you cannot write a story where a character has a PTSD free.
To be very clear, I don't even think that's what's happening with Kairi here. I don't think the writers were trying to set up some kind of trauma for Kairi. I'm saying that if fans want to justify Kairi's behavior in this scene, saying, oh, it was set up for her trauma and Melody of Memory or whatever, isn't really the best hill to die on. But we'll get back to what's actually going on in these scenes in just a moment.
I actually want to talk about. You cannot write a story where a character has a PTSD freeze-up moment in response to trauma that will not be introduced until the sequel, and you definitely can't do it in a series with 10 games concerning a character who has been established since the first one. But let's talk about that scene with Aqua and the big tornado. I don't think that anyone who played Kingdom Hearts 3 misunderstood what was happening in that scene where Aqua froze up.
I mean, unless, like, they literally didn't play 0.2, you know? Like, I mean, if they're just a new player who has no idea what the context of Aqua is. I mean, when Joey and I and Joshua laughed at this scene, I don't think any of us thought that Aqua just suddenly decided, I don't feel like fighting. I think we all understood that she was shook, right? Like, we all got that. That doesn't make the scene good.
Kingdom Hearts 3 misunderstood what was happening in that scene where Aqua froze up. Everybody got it. Everybody understood, oh, she's freaked out because there's a ton of Heartless and she was in the realm of darkness or whatever. Like people understood it. It wasn't that people didn't get the scene. It was that the scene was bad, but we'll get to that later. It's that the scene is, there's no surrounding context. The problem is the presentation of the scene. If you're gonna include this moment of Aqua being traumatized, it can't just be, it has to be part of a story. But this little moment where Aqua has her PTSD freeze up does not exist to be part of a character or to be part of a story. You know, we could talk about how, I know you guys know that I could do this. You guys could come up with good ways, you know, I'm sure in your own imagination too, of how we could have set up Aqua having some kind of trauma and how we could have paid it off as the story went on. I could talk to you guys for an hour about how we could write a really interesting version of Aqua. I could do...
And of course I don't in this because that's not the point. But perhaps we will talk for just a moment. There are so many ways you could do it that make Aqua look less pathetic, even without setup, right? Like, imagine the scene this way, okay? They all... First of all, number one, the pacing of the scene is what really kills it, because, like, the Heartless show up, like, I don't even know, a solid, like, minute and a half before she decides to be traumatized, right? Just like the quantity of Heartless doubled, and she went from, oh, I'm gonna kill them all, to, oh no, I can't do it. Which, you know, hey listen, in real life, panic attacks, PTSD, they can flare up in nonsensical moments and take you by surprise and not make any sense. That's fine. In real life. Stories aren't real life. Unless you're doing a story about a character suffering from PTSD, and one of the points you want to make is the randomness and uncontrollableness of the flare-ups. You can't just have a character randomly decide to look at one thing and go, like, if you have them look at one thing and go, I'm fine, and then look at it again and go, and nothing has changed significantly, then the audience is going to go, well, that was odd, unless that's the whole point of the scene is, boy, having these problems really sucks because they completely mess with your life and you can't really do much about it, and it's very unpredictable and difficult to control. It's not what the scene is trying to do. But here's a suggestion, right? Here's a suggestion. How about instead of Aqua going, no, it can't be, because again, it's all blunt force trauma utilitarian. No, it can't be. And her grip on the Keyblade just goes slack, right? Okay, how about this? Sora and Riku are talking to each other. All right, you ready, man? Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, Aqua, you ready? Cut over to Aqua. She's not saying anything. Aqua, yo, you still with us? What? No, yeah, I'm fine. And then Riku, we see a shot of Riku's eyes, and his eyes kind of go down. Then a close-up on her gripping the hilt of her Keyblade, and her hands trembling. Right? Even that just feels so much classier and speedier than what we actually got. And even if, like, instead of her just, like, getting hit, what if instead she, like, Aqua, we gotta do something, move! And she holds up her Keyblade and then gets taken out, right? Like, who cares? Or you know, you can have her completely freeze up and blank out, but then maybe have her do that once before. Maybe have her do that when Vanitas showed up. I don't know. That could be troubling to her a little bit. There's all kinds of options. I am not going to spend, as I didn't in this video, I'm not going to spend an hour talking about hypotheticals of how Aqua's character could have been written, because that's not the point of this section of the video. Do something, you know, somewhat similar to what I did for Union Cross a minute ago. But I don't need to, because what's important is why she had PTSD, was because the writers wanted to make a scene where every character died and they didn't want to have to animate a fight. The writers did not want to write a storyline about, I guess I can't claim to know what the writers wanted or didn't want to do. This is key.
This is another thing. I don't know if we've talked about it.
This is key, and this feeds into the same conversation. This is very similar to the conversation we had earlier about it's not useful often to pin mistakes and miracles on individuals. This is very much an extension of that conversation that we often lose in criticism of media. I guess I can't claim to know what the writers wanted or didn't want to do. This is another thing. I don't know if we've talked about it in this video. People get really hard on creators of things sometimes, because it's like no art comes out exactly the way that an artist imagines it, you know? Like, people look at a piece of art and say, oh, that person is so stupid. Why did they make those decisions? And it's like, you know, maybe they had to finish it because otherwise they were going to get fired. You know, sometimes these things just happen. So I can't claim to know what the writers wanted to do or what they didn't want to do. All I can say is what they did do. They did not attempt to write a... And I shouldn't have even said they did not attempt, because hell, maybe they did, and this is their best effort. I should have just said what was achieved. Wanted to do or what they didn't want to do. All I can say is what they did do. They did not attempt to write a story about Aqua suffering from trauma. They attempted and succeeded at writing a scene where every character died with as little animation work as possible. I do feel fairly confident that in that particular instance, that is deliberately what they were attempting, but... Scene where every character died with as little animation work as possible. It's certainly possible that at some point in the process they wanted to write a beefier story about Aqua dealing with trauma and they just didn't get around to it, and that one bit is all that they managed to squeeze into the script. So we can't make that judgment call about what they did or didn't want to do at some point during the production. And it's important to make those distinctions. Scene where every character died with as little animation work as possible. The scene where Terra Xehanort knocks people over and then the big tornado shows up and kills everybody does not happen because the writers wanted to write a scene where Aqua and Ven confront Terra for the first time in a while, or where Sora is really worried and sad and terrified over losing his friends, or Aqua has a PTSD flashback, or Kairi is traumatized because of repressed melody of memories, hypothetically. It happened, in all likelihood, because Tetsuya Nomura and some other people from the team went to go see Avengers Infinity War in 2018, and they came out of the theater saying, wow, that was really cool, let's put a scene in our game where all of our main characters die too. Because we already know that Nomura is a Marvel fan, and we know that in 2012, he went and saw Les Mis, and that inspired him so much that he wanted to make Versus 13 into a musical. It would track, in my mind, if the ending had already been, Kairi dies, Sora says, I'm gonna abuse the power of waking to save her. Mickey says, that won't work, you'll kill yourself. And Sora just says, I don't care, I'm gonna do it anyway. And then they came in and said, okay, but now I wanna do an extra scene where everybody dies, but we can't put it at the end because we want the focus to be on the Sora and Kairi thing, so we'll just put it a few hours earlier and have them die to something totally unrelated, and Sora can save them with the power of waking, that's fine. And we don't want to animate a cool, complicated fight scene where everybody fights against Terra Xehanort, or a scene where the tornado shoots out to all of its tendrils, and people duck and dodge out of the way and shoot magic and slowly get picked off, because that'd be a lot of work, and we've come up with this idea with less than a year of the game's development left, and we already blew all of our money recreating Let It Go, so let's just have all the characters stand around, and Terra can one-shot a couple of them to thin out the numbers, and then when we decide that it's time for him to leave the scene, Donald can just fire a nuke at him, and remove him from the scene, and then the tornado can show up, and we'll have Aqua be like, oh no, I'm traumatized, and then she'll fall over and die, and then the scene will be over, and we can animate it in like a weekend. It is not that— We obviously talked during the previous stream at great length about the Terra Xehanort fight scene. We literally looked at the General Grievous scene from animated Clone Wars for quite some time, which is what got the stream blocked, along with showing some Monty Oum stuff. So we're not going to go over all that again, but basically the exact same principles we discussed with that scene with Terra Xehanort can be applied to the tornado scene. And the intent is all we just talked about. The tornado can show up, and the World of Light scene really is a great example, because functionally it's the exact same thing. We want an overwhelming elemental force to, like a storm, to kill all of our main characters. And it's like, well, you can make that scene deeply exciting and make you, every time we cut to a new character, you're cheering. Do it, come on, you can beat them. And they got. You've seen, I mean, obviously the pop-offs for the people who go to the Nintendo store in New York to watch these things are always way too high. But like, watching them all start screaming and chanting, Kirby, 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 as he's being chased and he's the last one, and then blips out of existence. Phenomenal. The World of Light opening cutscene is so good, and I can envision in my mind the exact same scene of our main characters running back into the canyon, right, and jumping and ducking and sliding behind rocks, and Heartless chasing them and fighting a few, but then getting got. And like, it could have been like, think about if they'd handed that scene to Visual Works, like the same guys who do like the Dissidia opening cutscenes, right? And we made it into this badass fight scene where the Xehanorts maybe were participating. Yeah, forget the freaking tornado of Heartless. It needs to be a big fight scene against the Xehanorts or whatever, right? Or at least they're participating. It could have been so cool, but we don't have time, because we decided in mid-2018, when the game is going to ship in 2019, because here's the thing, games have to be like, you have to have a game in a state where it's like beginning to end playable, like around a year before launch, 6 months minimum, because you have to do a lot of work in late production to polish the game and get everything functioning properly. So cutscenes I would imagine would have had to be finalized by like June or July of 2018 at the latest. So if I'm right, and this is inspired by Infinity War, that came out in like, what, March of that year? I'd said it a minute ago. It's like, it would have had to be implemented very fast. Anywho. And people duck and dodge out of the way and shoot magic and slowly get picked off, because that'd be a lot of work, and we've come up with this idea with less than a year of the game's development left, and we already blew all of our money recreating Let It Go, so let's just have all the characters stand around, and Terra can one-shot a couple of them to thin out the numbers, and then when we decide that it's time for him to leave the scene, Donald can just fire a nuke at him and remove him from the scene, and then the tornado can show up, and we'll have Aqua be like, oh no, I'm traumatized, and then she'll fall over real fast. Hold on. Jack Dount said it could have had, so that had have only had Kyrie die, then Sora goes back to save her, but that causes everyone else to die, so he goes back again, and he and Xehanort die, so the story can conclude. So like my day one pitch, I mean, I literally pitched this in the end credits of Kingdom Hearts 3 when we're playing it, was like, what if you had all of our heroes fight their way through the bad guys, right? We fight all the 13 Xehanorts except the final Xehanort, and the whole posse is rolling up on Old Man Xehanort, and he's like, oh, I'm not, wait, hold on a second, hold on, and then he snaps his fingers, and the tornado shows up, and everybody fights valiantly, and everyone gets picked off except for Sora, Donald, and Goofy, who then they have to solo Xehanort in Scala ad Kylum, which they get to. You could even make them getting to Scala ad Kylum, not just they shoot a laser beam and he's a portal, we can trap him. You could make that part of the Union Cross help out sequence, because Ephemer founds Cabletown or whatever, or Scala ad Kylum. Have the combo into that, right? And then after he beats Xehanort, he has to go and save everybody. But like I said, I suspect it was a matter of the fact that the ending of the game was probably already mostly made. And I'm willing to bet that originally there was going to be a brief gameplay sequence with the stars after you beat Xehanort, or possibly that was created later, but I'm willing to bet that there was supposed to be something like that later on, or it was supposed to appear in a different context earlier on. But the point is, I think that a lot of the ending was already made, and so this was simply them going in and making a little bit of new stuff without scrapping any work that I'd already really done, right? Probably not that much happened here in base form of Kingdom Hearts 3 before they came up with this new idea. But I'm supposing and guessing a lot. It's possible this what we are viewing here is the unadulterated vision, unaffected by Infinity War. It just seems like a very easy guess to me. I did write a slightly different take on this a while ago. A few weeks after Kingdom Hearts 3, I did like a hypothetical story reorganization on KH3. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure I linked to this. I think I may have even pulled up the PDF in a previous stream where we were talking about this stuff, but hold on. Yeah, hold on a second. The easiest thing will be to send people to the Patreon page. It's not locked. You don't have to be a supporter. You can just see it. Hold on a second. It's just there. It's not locked away. You can all access it. Okay, hold on. Come now. It shouldn't be that difficult. Here we go. I'm going to post in the chat a link to a page on Patreon, which then itself links directly to a PDF of a rewrite. Kind of, again, it was something that I wrote like maybe 4 weeks after Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, or rather after I finished playing it. It might not even have been that fast, because I feel like we wrapped up playing it right at the end of March. Now, I think I wrote this like a week or two after I finished playing the game. So a lot of the stuff that's in here, I don't feel as strongly about as I did when I originally put this together. And indeed, this thing here on Patreon was me reposting it somewhere where it was more convenient to find, but also in October with quite some space from when I originally wrote it. Writing up a bunch of notes on like, that part didn't work so well. This part, that part didn't really achieve what I wanted it to, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, no, if I had a kind of an idea about an alternate, I mean, it was alternate a lot. It was alternate the whole thing, really. The idea was I was trying to do the game without making that many new assets, without having to do a lot of like raw programming reworking. It's not going to load, is it? Oh, well, doesn't matter. Oh, no, there it goes. It was like the same worlds, similar pacing. I think I scrolled through here on a previous stream, but anyway, it was kind of like taking the whole thing and going, okay, one of my main objectives was, okay, let's change this in such a way that hopefully you wouldn't have to change a single word of a hypothetical Kingdom Hearts 4. Like, it's still very close to the spirit of and events of what went down in Kingdom Hearts 3, just with like some more character stuff thrown in and a little bit more like, and the ending being reorganized a bit to just, I think, be slightly more exciting. But you guys can look at this on your own time, not now. Anywho, back in. Let me look at chat real quick before I hit play again. Ooh, this looks like this was a few minutes ago, but Seth the Hooded Bandit. Excited to listen to the rest of this soon. Have a good night, everybody. Have a good night. You're seeing this now when you're rewatching it later, but thanks for coming out. Do you think the Union Cross username stuff threw a wrench in there? No, I think that probably, like I said, I think it's easy to assume that either happened later or that was what happened the first time. Like, the tornado shows up and they're like, oh no, what do we do? Like, you just fight demon time. Like, as you recall, after they respawn, after they get killed by the tornado, right? They come back, Terranort shows up, he gets spooked off by Lingering Will, right? Then you just fight the Demon Tide boss, and after that, the big tornado forms. And it's like, oh no, that's too much for us to fight, and then you do the Union Cross thing. It's easy to assume that was the original sequence of events. Then they just said, hey, what if instead we had it kill everybody so we could do that sequence earlier? But who knows? I don't want to assume, like I said, what the thought process was behind the scenes. I'm talking about what we got, and I'm theorizing a little bit about maybe why we got it and possibly what it could have been once upon a time. But nobody should take any of this as like, well, obviously this was created at the last minute. It feels that way, and I feel fairly confident in saying that, but I don't know that, so don't treat that as fact. And if I sound like I'm treating it as fact, I'm not.
And die, and then the scene will be over, and we can animate it in like a weekend.
Yes, anybody who goes and reads that rewrite that I did a while ago, it's not great. It's like I said, it was literally like, it was mostly stuff that I threw together during downtime on a set when I was still at school. Because that was my last year. That was my last semester of college. It was thrown together very quickly, and like I did one pass of revisions after I finished it on a set that ran until, I don't know, midnight or 2 o'clock in the morning. I went home and stayed up until 5 and finished it and put art in, and it hasn't been touched since then. And then I made some minor notes of like, this could have been different in that Patreon post, and it hasn't been touched since then. So it's not great, but maybe some of you guys will find it interesting.
And then she'll fall over and die, and then the scene will be over, and we can animate it in like a weekend. It is not that people didn't understand that Aqua was traumatized, like people trying to like defend that scene or Aqua's character or whatever, as if she's a real person whose honor needs to be defended. It was not that people looked at that scene and didn't understand what was happening. She was confident, then she looked at the Heartless, then she said a line like, no, it can't be, or something, and then she froze up, and then she got hit. Everyone understood that she was traumatized by what was happening. It was that the execution of the scene...
Okay, just for the sake of everybody's clarity here, let's all listen to this bit without reading, and then I'll back up and we'll read it. The reason... I tried not to resort to using text too much in this video, but frankly, this section where we're talking about Aqua... was this section called, what did I call it? Yeah, the subsection, the real reason Aqua froze, or why every scene sucks, or why every scene is bad. What do I call it? Why every character / scene is bad. I'm using this as a composite for all of the issues. This was literally the last section that I recorded. I recorded it even after, like, the mellowed out wrap-up ending, and I hurt my voice really bad because I'd been recording a lot of this that week anyway. I hurt my voice pretty bad when I was recording this section, like to the extent that I basically told my family, like, hey, I'm going to talk as little as possible for the next couple of days. I think you'll hear one of these deliveries. You can hear me do it. Like the last thing that I recorded for this, where when I recorded it, I was like, I'm definitely done now because that didn't feel right. What just happened in my throat. But I had some other stuff that I wanted to add on to this segment, but I was like, I can't record anymore, and the video needs to be done. So I wrote some text. So let's all listen to this next part with our ears, and then we will back up and read the accompanying text, because they're kind of two separate thoughts. Ignore the words. We'll come back to them in a moment. Everybody just listen with your ears. Close your eyes.
That Aqua was traumatized, like people trying to like defend that scene or Aqua's character or whatever, as if she's a real person whose honor needs to be defended. It was not that people looked at that scene and didn't understand what was happening. She was confident, then she looked at the Heartless, then she said a line like, no, it can't be, or something, and then she froze up, and then she got hit. Everyone understood that she was traumatized by what was happening. It was that the execution of the scene was so bad, and that this aspect of her character was so completely unelaborated upon that everybody could see through the transparent nature of this moment and understand that the writers did not care about Aqua as a character, did not care about her trauma, did not care about anything that was happening anywhere else in the script other than this line that they were writing at this exact moment where they wanted a scene where all of the characters died, and the easiest way to do that was to have the characters not fight back. This is what I'm talking about.
So let's back up and have a read of this real quick, because honestly, I like this bit. This stuff that I've written here is some of the stuff I like the most from this video. The fact that they included this scene in Remind, where we see all the evil Aquas, and Sora's like, oh, this is the pain that Aqua felt. The fact that they included this scene in Remind to explain how Aqua felt really indicates a lack of self-awareness. It wasn't that Aqua's trauma wasn't explained. It was that her trauma was exploited instead of explored. As I said, it was used to accomplish a specific goal of, we need Aqua to die in this scene, so she should freeze up so they don't have to fight, right? And instead of, oh, we're going to write a character with this trauma and take it seriously, and this is a part of the character we're going to explore that's going to make the character richer. It was exploited instead of explored. That's the problem. Well, one of many problems, but then also, I think LAW just said, honestly, the evil Aquas seem worse than the original, in my opinion. This scene is insane because what? She's traumatized by the week she spent as anti-Aqua? That thing that we solved by punching her really hard? Not the Heartless she fought for a decade? Honestly, this explanation muddles the scene more than it clarifies anything. Because again, Aqua didn't turn into anti-Aqua because of her deep despair in the realm of darkness. She turned into anti-Aqua because she got shot with magic goo that made her evil. Plus, the fact that this is really where things get, like, it's wild. This shows that they don't care about this aspect of the character. This, to me, proved that there was not an aspect, or not, again, maybe I shouldn't say proved. It certainly strengthens my suspicion that they never had any real dedicated interest in writing a story about how Aqua's super, like, traumatized by this. I'm sure that somewhere in the back of his mind, Nomura, who really wanted to write a fragmentary passage, was like, I want to write a story with real human psychology, as he once said in an interview for Versus 13, and I want to write about Aqua being depressed and in this awful situation, right? Maybe he wanted to do that. That's not what was achieved. And you know that the only reason it was included here was either as a combo, maybe lip service to that idea somewhere, and the fact that we need her to die without fighting because we don't want to animate anything. And the way that you know that is because the fact that the Limit Cut episode then says, yo, Aqua got over it, just indicates they have no interest in exploring this aspect of her character. It was just a gimmick for this one scene. If when she went into the realm of dark, because when she goes in the realm of darkness, right, in Limit Cut, because in Limit Cut, there's a scene where she and she and Ven and Terra all pony up and put on their armor to go into the realm of darkness, which further blows up the whole being trapped in the realm of darkness being a problem. Because all they do is touch their keyblades together and it opens a portal. Don't cross the streams. But in that scene, Riku's like, are you sure you're ready to go to the realm of darkness, Aqua? And she's like, yes, I'll be fine. Besides, I have my friends with me this time. It's like, I would even be fine with her being like, yeah, I'll be fine because my friends are with me. If she was like, no, I gotta tell you, Riku, the thought of going back there freaks me the hell out. But I'm a Keyblade Master. I have a responsibility to this realm, and I need to I need to push past this. And it's been a while anyway. I think that with Terra and Ven there to help me, at least if I freeze up, they'll be able to help me. But I think I need to go back in there and make sure that I've got this part of me sorted out. Even if they did that and she still went into the realm of darkness, right? But they didn't, because the objective of the scene is, okay, we're in this scene, we need to communicate that Riku has done some training with Terra, and that the Wayfinder trio go into the realm of darkness. That's what needs to be achieved in the scene. So here's what happens in the scene. Ah, Riku, says Terra. Why am I even? Because there's some of you guys may not have even seen this crap, so let's just watch it. And this is, again, I think I was literally about to say the words utilitarian writing in Controverse. You can't touch tips without a woman in between because that's gay. Listen, man, it's not gay if it's in the realm of darkness. If it's in the data world, it's not gay. Anywho, here we go, baby. So watch this scene, as I just said a second ago, with the knowledge of, okay, I'm the screenwriter, and I now need a scene where we establish Riku's done some training with Terra, and the Wayfinder trio are going into the realm of darkness to look for Sora. That's what we need to accomplish in this scene, right? And observe how what we get is what could be charitably described as a highly utilitarian first draft. So this is, after you beat Remind, this is the first scene of the limit. So for anybody who doesn't know the stupid structure of the Remind DLC, when you buy the Remind DLC, there's one section called Remind, the Remind like episode or whatever, right? And Remind is going back through the finale of the game again, trying to save Kairi, right? And it ends with a big boss fight against Xehanort with Sora and Kairi together. And then the final cutscenes of the game play again, and except you can see Sora and Kairi's ghosts hanging out during the FMV, and then the credits roll, and it's done. After that, you unlock a limit cut, which is just the data fight. It's just the fights against the data organization. But there's a framing device of it of 1 year has passed and no progress has been made on hunting for Sora. The Radiant Garden crew has digitized Sora inside of a computer, and maybe if he fights the organization members, we'll get some information, and nothing comes of it. It's just a framing device for us to do data organization fights. But the first scene when you boot Limit Cut, the first thing you see after you beat the Remind scenario, is this scene. So again, like I said, Riku's been training with Terra, Wayfinder Trio goes into the Realm of Darkness. Observe what I mean by utilitarian first draft. And I've got it sped up a bit for our sakes, for our sanity. Oh my god.
Well,
I've sped this up 1.5 times, and that still felt slow and awkward, didn't it? Establishing shot on Riku. Establishing shot on Terra. Establishing shot on Terra. Establishing shot on both of them again.
Well,
establishing back on Terra. Now he's talking. Literally, now Terra's dialogue starts playing, and then we do the reverse shot on Terra. You know what I mean? Go straight from this and have Terra's dialogue start.
Well, look at you.
Now cut to Terra. Oh no, what am I talking about? They don't have a line for him there. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Anyway, watch what I'm talking about. With the writing, with regards to the writing. If we stop and complain about the editing and cinematography as well, we're going to be here all night. So let's just move on.
Well, look at you.
Thanks. I finally fulfilled my promise to you.
You did. Now there's nothing left for me to teach you. You're a true Keyblade master. Not to mention a great leader to those around you. You've even found the strength to save your friends.
It's not enough.
Go away, Mr. Beast.
The very fact that you were able to make your way here proves just how strong you are. That is why I called for you.
Well, that's the reason?
You expected more?
Yes.
Hey, you two. What's so funny?
It's a secret.
Aw, come on, tell me.
Are you sure about this?
Yes, but don't worry. I'm not alone this time.
Yeah.
I guess I should note, another clearly an objective of that scene is to establish that Riku and Terra, I forgot to say this up front, another clear objective is, we need to establish that Riku and Terra have a relationship and a rapport now. So that's another aspect of utilitarian first draft. I forgot they don't even say they're going to the Realm of Darkness. Riku only reveals this in a later scene. Riku only reveals this in the next scene. And then, 1 year later... This is unedited. This is how the game presents itself. They've literally kicked Merlin out of his house. He's not here anymore.
But if we...
I only wanted to talk about that one scene, but hell, we'll watch the rest of this. Maybe something will happen. Perhaps something will happen, right?
But if we still remember him, then he must still be with us.
Yes, that would stand to reason.
Does this mean that they think that Kingdom Hearts works on Type 0 rules, where if someone dies, you can't remember them anymore? That's interesting.
But we've been searching everywhere for Sora, and we haven't found a single clue. If he's really out there, don't you think we would have found...
Hold on. I'm going to put it at normal speed so we can all appreciate just how dedicated David Gallagher is to this role.
Then he must...
But we've been searching everywhere for Sora, and we haven't found a single clue. If he's really out there, don't you think we would have found something by now?
Okay, sorry. Back to 1.5 times speed.
Sid's been looking into the data for a year now. Aren't the people at the castle doing the same thing? No one's found anything yet?
Well, it's outside their field of expertise.
come on, Sid. Can you throw us a bone here, please?
Be quiet! I'm trying. I'm this close to something, I know it!
Sid, you are a million times worse than a broken record.
By the way, how are the others?
Well, Mickey, Donald, and Goofy are searching for clues in every past world that Sora's been to. Terra, Ven, and...
Which is a completely unimportant plot point because, as of Melody of Memory, that mission was pointless. Well, all their missions are pointless because the Fairy Godmother is going to show up and explain... The Fairy Godmother is going to show up and solve everybody's problems for them, but that's irrelevant. But yeah, everybody is looking for love in all the wrong places.
Aqua went to the Realm of Darkness, and the Twilight Town gang...
That's where it's established they went to the Realm of Darkness. I distinctly remember because when Joey and I played this,
...world that Sora's been to. Terra, Ven, and Aqua went to...
I paused here and both of us flipped out about, but we just reestablished 2 hours ago how deep her trauma is over being in the Realm of Darkness. What are you doing? Anyway.
The Realm of Darkness, and the Twilight Town gang are studying Roxas and Shion's memories.
And what about Kairi?
How would they not know about... They literally live in the same town. She's like 2 blocks away. She's in a coma. God. Anyway, Kairi's sitting on the porcelain throne. She's checked out. Oh, we're gonna get an ad.
She believes her heart might hold a clue about Sora. For a year, she's been sound asleep while they search her heart.
So there's been no progress.
What in the... Huh? What in the world is this?
It is pretty funny that Kairi, they fridged Kairi again, but she chose to do it this time. That means she has agency. What a game, dude! What a game!
Kairi. She believes her heart might hold a clue about Sora. For a year, she's been sound asleep while they search her heart.
So there's been no progress.
What in the... Huh? What in the world is this?
What is it?
This computer, the one in Twilight Town, and the one in the castle are all connected to the same network. They sent me all of their data, and I merged it with the stuff I already had, and look...
Well, wait a second. He just said, aren't the folks up at the castle doing this as well? And apparently everybody's been doing this for a year. Do these dudes just never talk to the folks in the... Do they just never talk to Ienzo and crew? They're just doing their own thing independently? They're not allowed to cross over?
And the one in the castle are all connected to the same network. They sent me all of their data, and I merged it with the stuff I already had, and looky here.
Oh, Sora.
Sora's inside the computer?
No, that's just the data I constructed based on Sora and his fighting abilities.
So you gave us a heart attack for nothing?
No, that group Sora was fighting, battalion something? Well, I recreated their data too.
Oh, Sid. If only I could care. If only I could give as little of a shit about this series as you. He cares about Sora. He doesn't, but he's like, hey, they're the bad guys, whatever, and we gotta kill him. Sure, great. Point me toward Xehanort. I'll kill him dead with my spear. I'll put out my final. I'll take one final. I'll pull out that one smoke. I'm trying to quit smoking. I'll pull out that one smoke I've been saving for a special occasion. I light it up. I'll take a drag. I put it out in his eye.
Sora was fighting, battalion something? Well, I recreated their data too.
The real Organization 13. Maybe their data will lead us to where Sora is.
Well, it crossed my mind, but I must be better at this than I thought, because their data, it's so powerful I can't access any of it.
Can you use Sora's data to gain access?
Oh, good idea. Worth a shot.
Yeah, let's try.
Yes, let's continue the movie. That really reminded me of the bit in... Dude, hold on. Hold on a second. Oh boy, I think I have this video saved on my hard drive. I don't even need, because these get taken down periodically. I probably could have just gone with this without ads, but whatever. Raid Shadow Legends.
Sir, please just back up a little bit.
Should we try it?
Yes, we should.
Yes, let's continue the movie.
I hate that that was camera.
Yes, let's continue the movie.
Worth a shot.
Yeah, let's try.
Yes, let's continue the video game. Anyway, so then after you beat, you then fight all 13 data organization members, and this cutscene plays. Sora data is not updated, and the computer crashes.
No sign of the boy.
What a bummer.
And then the fairy godmother solves everybody's problems. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
Fairy godmother.
Oh, I hope I didn't startle you.
Not at all. What brings you here?
Well, dear, I was asked to come by Merlin and Master Yen Sid. Now, where is... Oh, Riku. Yes, Riku is his name.
Here, I'm Riku.
Why, it's nice to meet you.
No, Allie W, we can't stop watching now. We keep doing this until everybody's taken at least 9,999 psych damage.
Now, I'd like you to tell me about the dreams that you've been having, dear.
Huh? My dreams? There's one. It was dark, and I was surrounded by tall buildings. I was looking around for Sora when I felt someone watching me from way up high. And that's all I remember.
Ugh.
But what happens next?
Oh, I know.
Huh?
Why Riku?
Yes, as Yash Kapoor just observed, I love how this is 1.5 times speed and it's still slow. Let's watch that again at normal speed, shall we? Yeah, because I'm in control. I can do whatever I want to you guys.
Dreams? There's one. It was dark, and I was surrounded by tall buildings. I was looking around for Sora when I felt someone watching me from way up high.
And?
What's going on with the music? It's like this guy's recording is messed up. The music sounds all warbly and odd. Whatever.
Way up high. And that's all I remember.
Ugh.
But what happens next?
Oh, I know.
Huh?
Why Riku's dream?
Oh, because Master Yen Sid was worried. You weren't having any luck finding Sora. And because Riku had been in Sora's dreams before, he thought perhaps Riku just may be the key. That's why he and Merlin asked me to come here and look into his dreams, since, of course, dreams are my specialty.
And it took them a year to come up with this idea. They sent Sora, Donald, and Goofy to go wander around Disney Worlds because maybe there will be a clue somewhere before Yen Sid and Merlin, and they thought of maybe we should use magic!
So, Riku's dreams might hold the key?
Yes, dear. I'm sure there's something there that leads to Sora.
In my dreams?
And the other two.
Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, okay? Get ready, and listen, the DLC is about to get really good, right? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? That's it, that's how it ends. That's how it ends. Until you go to the Yozora episode, but of course it's a completely separate thing. So that's literally all you get, is like, oh, maybe your dreams are something, and then there's a shot of Kairi sitting on the toilet, and then a shot of the landscape, and that's it. And that's your reward for beating all those fights. And then you get to go do the Yozora fight, and there's actually some stuff of substance here. Well, substance is a strong word for it, but there's material of intrigue here, and actually decent voice performances, believe it or not. But we're not gonna watch that stuff. We're not gonna watch that material. Anywho. So anyway, that's so like, if you're gonna be like, yo, Aqua has trauma, and then you're gonna make the next time that comes up is like, yeah, over it, right? That just tells me that you only did it because you needed her to die instantaneously. I know we got way off topic there, but that scene with Terra and then them going into the realm of darkness is a really good example of what I'm talking about. Of like, oh well, we need a scene where we see Terra and Riku bro out, and then they go into the realm of darkness. It's like, okay, great. Here's my idea. I'll just write a rough draft of it so we can get on to the next scene. And then it never got revised, right? It feels that way. The fact that they felt the need to give the audience more exposition in Remind by showing by showing all of this, by showing an army of tall women, of like, okay, well, we'll clarify what was going on in this scene, right? The fact they feel the need to give the audience more exposition on something that, number one, the audience already understood, and number two, didn't matter, really is the perfect encapsulation of everything that is wrong with the writing of these games. Number one, audience already understood. Number two, didn't matter. Really is a perfect encapsulation of everything that is wrong with the writing of these games. Because it's constant with that, right? Of like, we already know this, and it doesn't matter, but we're spending all this time on it anyway. Anywho. We spent a lot of time on frickin' what all the other characters are doing trying to find Sora in the last year, and then Fairy Godmother shows up with the answer. Technically, she hasn't revealed the answer yet, but the story scenes of Melody of Memory take place like literally 5 minutes later, and she just solves the problem and opens a portal to Verum Rex and goes, okay, Riku, boom, portal, that's where Sora is, go get your boyfriend. So like... Okay, sure.
And that this aspect of her character was so completely unelaborated upon that everybody could see through the transparent nature of this moment and understand that the writers did not care about Aqua as a character, did not care about her trauma, did not care about anything that was happening anywhere else in the script other than this line that they were writing at this exact moment where they wanted a scene where all of the characters died, and the easiest way to do that was to have the characters not fight back. This is what I'm talking about when I say that these scripts are extremely utilitarian, when I'm talking about a limited understanding of what scenes can be, and about how, like, despite the zany, wacky rules, everything is...
Ninja Money says, how come when Aqua became evil, she got frosted tips? That's a reference to how the true evil of everything, like, Sephiroth is the most evil, and how he was previously voiced by a Backstreet Boy.
Really, really straightforward, because the writers figure out where they want to get to with this particular scene, and then they take the path of least possible resistance and intrigue to get there. We know that we want to have a boss fight between Aqua and Vanitas. Do we need to figure out a way
I'm going to slow it down, actually, here. We're going to pay attention. So this is why I say why this section is called The Real Reason Aqua Froze, or why every character / scene is bad. Because now that we've explored thoroughly what's going on with the Aqua scene, which is... all characterization and intent is thrown out the window. She's not traumatized in any scenes before this. She's not traumatized in any scenes after this. We merely need her to be traumatized right here because it'll make this scene slightly easier. Every scene is only concerned with its own business and has no connective tissue with other scenes. We explore Aqua's scene in depth here so that I can then expand this out and demonstrate how every scene and every character functions the same way.
That was to have the characters not fight back.
Back it up a little bit here.
Character... whatever, as
just for our continuity.
Traumatized weekend. It is not that people didn't understand that Aqua was traumatized, like people trying to like defend that scene or Aqua's character or whatever, as if she's a real person whose honor needs to be defended. It was not that people looked at that scene and didn't understand what was happening. She was confident, then she looked at the Heartless, then she said a line like, no, it can't be, or something, and then she froze up, and then she got hit. Everyone understood that she was traumatized by what was happening. It was that the execution of the scene was so bad, and that this aspect of her character was so completely unelaborated upon that everybody could see through the transparent nature of this moment and understand that the writers did not care about Aqua as a character, did not care about her trauma, did not care about anything that was happening anywhere else in the script other than this line that they were writing at this exact moment where they wanted a scene where all of the characters died, and the easiest way to do that was to have the characters not fight back. This is what I'm talking about when I say that these scripts are extremely utilitarian, when I'm talking about a limited understanding of what scenes can be, and about how, like, despite the zany, wacky rules, everything is really, really straightforward because the writers figure out where they want to get to with this particular scene, and then they take the path of least possible resistance and intrigue to get there. We know that we want to have a boss fight between Aqua and Vanitas. Do we need to figure out a way to separate her from Sora and Riku, from Sora, Donald, and Goofy, or maybe have Vanitas attack them in a cool action scene and beat them up a little bit, and then Aqua snaps her fingers and she makes a cage match. That's easy enough. We need to have a scene where the characters all die so they can go to hell, and we can have this gameplay scene. The big tornado that we've already made because of the Union Cross tie-in thing, it could just show up and kill them all, and then they could come back to life, and then we could do the Union Cross bit where they kill it with surfing on the keyblades and whatnot. Yeah, that's fine, whatever. We need to kill Kairi for the finale. Should we like have a bit where she like sacrifices herself to save Sora, or maybe there's like she's part of a big boss fight that you're in, and then all of a sudden the boss fight gets interrupted midway through for a cinematic sequence where she gets to just have one of the villains knock her out and then stab her in front of Sora. That's fine. We got all these characters that we need to bring back to life, but we've put all these extremely elaborate roadblocks in the way, like Xion, nobody even remembers that she exists anymore, plus in order to exist, she needs Sora's memories of Kairi. Roxas and Naminé were always in this weirdo nebulous zone where we didn't understand how they could have bodies at the same time as Sora did. What are we gonna do to make all these things? I guess just give them robot bodies. Yeah, just give them robot bodies. And Xion, wait, the game ships in a week? Crap. She comes back. We'll figure it out later in the DLC. Okay, so in the DLC, they found, Vexen had sticky notes on his desk about, Xion. So they found them, and they used the notes to make her again. So she's back now. And then, friendship heals her. Yeah, that's fine. The lack of internal consistency or lore consistency or like things not making sense or whatever is peanuts compared to just everything happening being so uninteresting and all of the characters having nothing to do. And that's the biggest loss of all of this, man, is just the story is uninteresting and the characters are uninteresting because they don't get to do anything, because every scene either exists for this exact exposition we need to deliver, and that scene is pretty straightforward. The characters just talk to each other. Xemnas has got to tell Sora about how the Nobodies had hearts all along. They'll just stand on a bridge and talk about it for a while. We have a scene where this particular action beat needs to happen. The bad guys will teleport in.
So like here, what I'm getting at is like when I'm in this bit, like, so I think my points, especially when we talked about leading into it, is pretty self-explanatory. Of like, okay, we need Xion to come back. The bad guys rebuild her and she gets healed and she's back, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
The bits that I clips here that I use here are kind of for jokes, because you may recall in the playthrough, I talked for a while about how the layout of Land of Departure was changed from Birth by Sleep to KH3.
Lack of internal consistency or lore consistency.
The Palpu sharing 1 as opposed to 2, which we talked about at length in one of these previous ones, so we're not going to go into it again.
Or like things not making sense, or
because this is just a scene from Remind that doesn't make any. It's just like, oh, there's a bunch of keyholes in the sky that do the blah 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 magic, friendship, keyholes, right? Who cares? All right, sorry. More bots had to be taken care of. This scene is from Remind, and it's just like bunch of random crazy stuff out in the sky, right? That doesn't mean anything. And I'm saying, like, this type of stuff that we linger on, and that a lot of this video previously had been talking about, or at least been using as reference points. Like, all of this stuff is so unimportant compared to compared to the fact that none of the characters have anything going on and none of the scenes are connected to one another, and there's no real narrative anything to engage with, right? So she's back now, and then I saw your embarrassing supernatural references, Ninja Bunny. The spam bot did not hide it sufficiently. Friendship heals her. Yeah, that's fine. The lack of internal consistency or lore consistency. Honestly, I think if you get to keep your iPhone when you die, that's a pretty clear indication that you did not go to heaven, that you went somewhere else, that you still like have a thing in your pocket that makes you feel bad, and you have a Twitter feed coming at you and Instagram. If you go to heaven and there's still a thing in your pocket that dings with Instagram notifications, you didn't go to heaven. You went to the other place. Or like things not making sense or whatever is peanuts compared to just everything happening being so uninteresting and all of the characters having nothing to do. 8 Shadow 4, what set pieces? This set piece where everybody gets killed, and then the immediately following set piece with the Union Cross surfing. That's, again, I would be fine with the wacky lore if they did interesting stuff, but nothing happens in Kingdom Hearts 3. And again, like that doesn't apply too much to this discussion, because we can still have the interesting set pieces, just like have the set pieces impact the scenes before and after, have the scenes before the set pieces lead into them to enhance their effect, and have the scenes after the set pieces reflect them. But no. And that's the biggest loss of all of this, man, is just the story is uninteresting and the characters are uninteresting because they don't get to do anything, because every scene either exists for this exact exposition we need to deliver, and that scene is pretty straightforward. The characters just talk to each other. Xemnas has got to tell Sora about how the Nobodies had hearts all along. And it's like, okay, so we need to get this exposition across, right? That's what I'm getting at here is, okay, we need to tell the characters and the audience that Nobodies had the ability to grow hearts all along. How do we communicate this information? Do we come up with a dynamic, interesting solution for a scene where we can have Sora discover this information, where we can have this information come up as part of another conversation, where we can get multiple things done in the same scene? For right now, for my first draft, I'll just have, just for my own sake, I'll put that on the page. I'll have Xemnas explain everything. I'll have Xemnas teleport in, and he just explains to Sora how Nobodies work. And I'll come back and fix this later. And then nobody came back and fixed it later. Or rather, I don't think that they ever thought of that as a first draft. I think that's just the creative process. Talk to each other. Xemnas has got to tell Sora about how the Nobodies had hearts all along. They'll just stand on a bridge and talk about it for a while. We have a scene where this particular action beat needs to happen. The bad guys will teleport in, and they'll kidnap the character they need to kidnap, or punch the character that they need to punch, or whatever needs to happen, and then they'll leave. This one, I didn't watch Game of Thrones, but people talked a lot about with Game of Thrones, like how so much of Game of Thrones and the books for Song of Ice and Fire are about how, like, there's significant chunks of those stories that are like, yeah, and it took us a couple of months to walk to the next place we needed to be for the story to happen. But then in the final season of the TV show, where it's being written by hack frauds and they have no books to steal from, characters just teleport all over Westeros in trips that have been distances that have been established previously, of like, this would be a season-long journey to get there. But they just warp wherever they need to be for the story, right? This is less specifically about that, but more like, okay, all right, we need a scene where one of the characters gets injured. We need to see when one of the characters gets injured or one of the characters gets kidnapped. Ought we compose a scenario where the heroes are doing some kind of activity and they're drawn into a trap laid by the villains, and one of the characters is split off from the rest of the group and lured away into an isolated trap where a cage comes down and they're whisked away to be rescued, right? Well, why would we put the effort in to compose a larger sequence of events to get this character kidnapped and maybe accomplish some other things along the way, when we could simply have a character teleport in, grab them, and teleport away? This is why the teleportation in Kingdom Hearts is like actively detrimental to the storytelling. The characters can just appear, do action, and leave, and that can be a scene. And then as I joke in the subtitles here that I added in, because I show footage from Remind here. It needs to happen. The bad guys will teleport in, and they'll kidnap the character they need to kidnap, or punch the character that they need to punch, or oh no, the protagonists are doing it too. The infection is spreading. Wear your mask.
Whatever.
Because in Remind, a scene will be happening, and Sora will teleport into it to punch one guy or to get one bit of exposition, and then instead of figuring out a way for that scene to end, whatever needs to happen, and then in this bit, Xehanort and time-traveling Sora are talking, and it's like, how do we end the scene? How should this scene conclude? Well, not even conclude. We have a scene where we want Sora to talk to Xehanort, right? Okay, with Sora's standing there, and then Xehanort appears next to him and says some stuff, and then when that scene is over, Sora teleports away. There's no need to construct scenarios or have scenes connect to one another. Well, at some point here, we need to have Sora and Xehanort talk to each other. Okay, so Xehanort teleports in, he says the exposition and taunts Sora, then Sora teleports out. Scene, done, back to, it's not good. It'd be okay if they did it once or twice, but it's every scene. This exact exposition we need to deliver, and that scene is pretty straightforward. The characters just talk to each other. Xemnas has got to tell Sora about how the Nobodies had hearts all along. They'll just stand on a bridge and talk about it for a while. We have a scene where this particular action beat needs to happen. The bad guys will teleport in, and they'll kidnap the character they need to kidnap, or punch the character that they need to punch, or whatever needs to happen, and then they'll leave. So, like, there's nothing. So all these characters, who I really liked a couple of games ago, like, they're not even people anymore. They're all just props at the whims of whatever needs to happen in this particular scene. And, you know, maybe I'd be more okay with that if any of the scenes... And here I'm demonstrating that to just kind of key you into what my thought process is with all these shots. Probably you guys can surmise it, but like, okay, how are these characters being used as props as opposed to characters? Well, let's have a look. Aqua dies because we need a scene where all the characters die and she doesn't do anything. Sora also just is a big old coward and doesn't fight back and oh no, all my friends are dead. How will I ever go on? This is a character who when he was 14 is abandoned by Sora believes that everyone that he's ever known, his entire world, his parents, all of his friends are dead, and he's temporarily depressed about this, but still moving around through a strange new town and fighting monsters. Eventually confronted by Donald and Goofy, has a moment of hesitation before he goes, yeah, sure, I'll go with you guys. Then later on in the game, he's found out that only two people that he ever knew before are still possibly alive. Riku's still around and Kairi's still around, but she has issues of some kind. He gets to Hollow Bastion, and Riku has already been on the borderline of betraying him for some time, but now full-on betrays him, steals the Keyblade, go play with this wooden sword, and Sora's only allies in this cold bitch of an earth, Donald and Goofy, abandon him to go with Riku. Sora has lost everything. And what does he do? He gets up to make sure that Beast is okay. Someone that he does not know. A complete stranger. Wow, all my friends are dead. What am I even fighting for? Anyway. So that's where I'm saying he's a prop. He and Aqua are both serving the same purpose in this scene. We just need everybody to die, so it doesn't matter the context. These two are serving as props, because neither of them are doing... Both of them, I think we've discussed at great length, Xehanort especially, are acting against character in that final scene. But the final scene is Xehanort and Ericus reconcile, and it's a happy ending, and everybody leaves feeling we've accomplished something, and feeling uplifted. Because that's how a Disney story ends. So they go to heaven together. Yay. Naminé. Love Naminé. What a great character. What does she get to do in Kingdom Hearts 3? Well, in Remind, she gets to show up and say, hey, Sora, Terra, I will go tell Terra to attack Xehanort. I will now explain. Literally, when you talk to her star in Kingdom Hearts 3, she has like a bit of like emotional like stuff going on, because the scene where Sora talks to all the stars is the best part of Kingdom Hearts 3, at least of like the core story stuff. When he's talking to all the stars, other than like some of the Disney stuff is pretty good, obviously. But when he's talking to all the stars, that scene's actually pretty solid. And there's a little bit of pathos with Naminé in there, where she's like, it's Roxas and folks like him, those are the people that everybody wants back. Nobody really misses or cares about me. And that's like, oh no, my I love you. And, you know, I feel a little something at that. That's one of the only moments in the finale of Kingdom Hearts 3 that actually gets me a little bit. But when she shows up in Remind, she shows up and says, Sora, what are you doing going to some weird? And he goes, I'm here to save Kairi. And she goes, oh, okay. I will go and contact Lingering Will to make him fight Terranort. And that's all she gets to do, which she already explained she was going to do in base game as a star. So they just threw her in there to parade Naminé's corpse around and go, hey, look, she did something. And then similarly, Axel's here to get his ass kicked, and I don't know, I guess be comic relief, who knows. Ven's here to die. Kairi's here to oh no, I'm a girl, I can't help anybody or help myself. They can't fight, they can't do anything. Anyway, and then at the whims of whatever needs to happen in this particular scene. And you know, maybe I'd be more okay with that if any of the scenes in question were A, interesting, or because that scene is flat and empty and interesting. Maybe I'd like that scene if everybody died, if they tried to fight back and something was accomplished, but the scene's not interesting because there's nothing going on other than the surface level of they get attacked by a bunch of Heartless and die. There's nothing else happening, so the scene's not interesting. Maybe I'd be more okay with that if any of the scenes in question were A, interesting, or B, had anything to do with any of the other scenes. Interesting, or B. Oh wow, Kairi's fighting. Kairi can fight. Kairi knows how to fight. Oh wow, what a cool scene where she's fighting that has nothing to do with any other Kairi scene in the rest of the game. Again, probably these things are obvious to you guys, but as long as we're here rewatching the video, I may as well explain what my thought process is behind some of what I'm doing here with the editing. Whatever needs to happen, and then they'll leave. So like, there's nothing. So all these characters who I really liked a couple of games ago, like, they're not even people anymore. They're all just props at the whims of whatever. This, by the way, this bit here, I'm fairly certain is the last thing that I recorded and where I hurt my voice. Needs to happen in this particular scene. And this little stretch here. You know, maybe I'd be more okay with that if any of the scenes in question were A, interesting, or B, had anything to do with any of the other scenes. I mean, I think obviously I hurt my voice over time by talking a lot, but that was when I was like, okay, I gotta stop. Or B, had anything to do with any of the other scenes. When I think hopefully I've demonstrated by now that I used to, you know, be a really big fan of most of these characters. I know I obviously didn't have as much of an opportunity to talk about the cast of Days, but I like Roxas, Axel, and Shion pretty well. I meant cosmic, like within the entire history of the channel, because we only watched the movie. We didn't, you know, play the game. Oh, Captain Flintlock, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate your appreciation. Opportunity to talk about the cast of Days, but I like Roxas, Axel, and Shion pretty well. I know that I've obviously demonstrated I have my problems with Birth by Sleep and the way that the relationship between those three lead characters is written, but I think that Aqua, Terra, and Ven are all, like, you know, they're fine on their own. They're not my favorites ever, but I don't hate them. They're totally fine, and I'm totally open to seeing more done with them and having their characters explored more. But I'm now going to present a challenge. I'm not trying to present this as if it's like an impossible thing to do. Hey, by the way, chat, I want you guys to, since we're here, we're live, and I got your attention, I want everyone now to participate in this challenge. Once the challenge has been outlined, we're very close to the end of this anyway. I know that this timeline says there's quite a bit of time left, but the ending of this video we don't even need to really watch and talk about. Maybe we'll put it on 2x speed and see if I have anything to say about it, but I seriously doubt it. I'm gonna lay down this challenge, and then I have to run to the restroom really quick anyway, and you all have to participate in the challenge, and we'll see how you fare when I get back. A challenge. I'm not trying to present this as if it's like an impossible thing to do. I just want to demonstrate that this is a lot. No, Video City 1, the ATST assumption is not blown out of proportion. That is a damn ATST foot. I'm not trying to present this as if it's like an impossible thing to do. I just want to demonstrate that this is a lot more difficult than it should be. Using exclusively their portrayals in Dream Drop Distance, Kingdom Hearts 3, and the Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind DLC. I want you to try and describe some traits of all of the main cast members of Kingdom Hearts without using any of the following descriptors. Boy, girl, serious, goofy, smart, dumb, pure, edgy / previously at some point corrupted by darkness. And you can't use any thesaurus related phrases to those either. Hard mode, give me one trait for every character. Sora, Riku, Kairi, Axel Rock. I kept saying thesaurus. I could not, for the life of me, remember the word synonym when I was recording this. Anyway, I'm going to repeat the rules real quick for you guys. An impossible thing to do. I just want to demonstrate that this Dream Drop Distance Kingdom Hearts should be. Using exclusively their portrayals in Dream Drop Distance, Kingdom Hearts 3, and the Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind DLC. I want you to try and describe some traits of all of the main cast members of Kingdom Hearts without using any of the following descriptors. Boy, girl, serious, goofy, smart, dumb, pure, edgy / previously at some point corrupted by darkness. And you can't use any thesaurus, related phrases to those either. Hard mode, give me one trait for every character. Sora, Riku, Kairi, Axel, Roxas, Xion, Terra, Aqua, Ven. Give me one trait for all of them. And none of the traits could be applied to any of the other characters. And you're not allowed to use any thesaurus words for any of the things that I just previously said, using their portrayal in these games, in these more recent games. And you know what? If you want to try and apply this to the Union Cross cast as well, you go right ahead. This is kind of hard to do even when you include some of the older games, because a lot of these characters are pretty simple and carbon copies of each other. A lot of people have really gotten into these characters over time, but it's in a lot of cases because of... Anyway. That's the challenge. Those are the rules. I lay the gauntlet at your feet. I need to run to the restroom real quick. I'm going to put on some music. I'll be back. Alrighty. Let's have a look what you guys have got. I've already skimmed them, and I can tell they're mostly jokes, but hey, you know what? Sometimes in this world, we need a few laughs. You need a few laughs sometimes. Let's have a look at what we got. What'd you guys churn out? Joy Perez said Terra is hot. You know what? I'm gonna say Riku's sexiness has been so nerfed in KH3 that I'd almost allow that as a unique character trait in terms of maleness. I don't know. I don't know. Some people think Aqua's attractive. She doesn't really do it for me. I don't know. I mean, she's fine. She's good looking, I guess. You know, I don't know, isn't it? But I'm thinking about David Gallagher going, Riku is a sexy guy. He's just a sexy guy. I don't think David Gallagher sitting in the booth for KH3 ever thought to himself, yeah, this character, he's still sexy. Sora selfless, Riku conflicted, Kairi wasted. Here's the thing. I don't think selfless is a unique character trait for any of them, and Riku's not conflicted anymore. I guess he was conflicted. No, you know what? I said DDD onward. He was conflicted in DDD. You know what? You got me there. You got me there. Wasted's definitely not a unique character trait, though all these characters are wasted. Axel being a psychopath and calm doesn't count. DDD onward. Demon King, Brain, skeptical. You know what? You know what? Brain is like the only character in Union Cross, other than a couple of the foretellers, who like stops and goes, what, now hold on there. Now hold on there, sir. So, you know, I'm not gonna lock that in as like unique character trait, but that is something that makes him slightly different from the other characters around him, the other new Union leaders. Kairi Damsel's pretty good. Because honestly, I mean, Shion's never even really a damsel. I guess, no, Aqua's a damsel. Aqua's absolutely a damsel in distress, because we have to go save her. So no, that's not unique to Kairi. Strelitzia dead. No, Yush. Sora's also dead. Aqua traumatized? Yeah, you know what? There's nobody else here is traumatized. Even though she was only traumatized for one scene, it was a unique character. But then Sora was traumatized in that same scene. They were both traumatized in one scene. It was the only time they were traumatized, but it was the same scene. It's shocking how untraumatized everybody is by Sora's death in those scenes we watched from Limit Cut. Nobody seems to care, except Kairi, who was so depressed that she went to sleep for a year. I mean, same. Donald, duck. Axel, nerfed. Zeta, flare. Like that one. Shion Hu, also pretty good. Xehanort, old? Well, Iarchus is also old, but he's not as old. Maybe I'll allow that. No, because in this game it's confirmed that Lushu / Braig, who's been there the whole time, was much older. Not unique to Xehanort. Nominate isn't, says H Shadow 4, perhaps referring to selflessness, because there was a bit of debate about whether the other characters were selfless. I would say that Nominate, you're right, isn't selfless in the games where she has stuff to do. She's depicted as selfless in this. We're only talking about these games. Let's see. Van Puppy. Axel memorized. Kairi useless. Jared Trank says, Aqua is a mom and a bit of a teacher's pet, but honestly, I could be projecting my own headcanon / fanfic ideas onto her. We discussed that establishing scene for the three of them in Birth by Sleep at length. I think group mom, is definitely a canon character trait. Teacher's pet is something that it feels like she should be, but isn't really depicted beyond just that she does what Ericus asks her to do, but I mean, that, you know, makes sense. She doesn't really mom anybody. I guess, I don't know. She moms Ven when she's like, good morning, Ven. I guess, I don't know, that's kind of feels momish a little bit. Tell you what. I'm thinking of another mom moment from Square. I'm thinking about Hope's mom saying moms are tough. That mom, she sure wasn't tough. Hope's mom would have freaking picked up an RPG and shot the tornado. Ven, Roxas, Ven. That's a good one. I like that. Lee, passionate. You know what? He's one of the only characters in the entirety of Kingdom Hearts 3 who has any life and energy in him, except for Sora. Sora's passionate. I'm gonna say no. Naminé is shy. Yes, in the earlier games, not in these games. It's hard. I mean, I don't want to be anything about. I don't really want to, because like I can't say Naminé didn't have character traits in this game because she doesn't show up. She's not in them. I guess I don't know. You know what? In this game, I think Shion's the only character who's insecure. No, sorry, not Shion. Naminé. I think in Kingdom Hearts 3, no, I said Dream Drop Distance. I said Dream Drop Distance Onward, and Riku's insecure in Dream Drop Distance. So nope, they double up. In Kingdom Hearts 3, she's the only character who expresses outward. No, that's not true. What am I talking about? Sora expresses insecurity several times when people are making fun of him. One of the first things that happens in this game is them saying, Sora, you failed, you stupid son of a bitch. And he kind of looks down and is like, mwah. So nope, I was wrong. Nope, Another character's insecure too, but that's okay. We're talking, the hard mode was naming unique character trait that can't be named for anybody else. A character trait that isn't smart, dumb, edgy is insecure. So you know what? Yeah, that's a character trait that applies to 2 characters in this game, though one of them is only in one scene, and the other one, his insecurities only appear a couple of times, and once again, only appear at select moments and have no impact on the rest of the narrative. They don't play into... It feels like they should be feeding into the ending of why it's sad that he dies, because he has stuff that's unresolved, but whatever. Yeah, Naminé reserved / shy. It still kind of comes through in this. I would even say that Riku has a few moments of shy awkwardness in Dream Drop Distance. That's one of the advantages of doing these playthroughs, is like that moment where Riku's talking with Shiki and he goes, I'm bad at this. When he's like being completely sandbagging conversation with her. Or not, he's not sandbagging, he's just bombing the conversation. Like, that moment had long since, like, stopped even processing in my brain, because Dream Drop Distance was this other thing in my head. So having Joey, like, on board to laugh at that, like, when it happened during the playthrough, really helped me to, like see that again. So, yeah, listen, yeah, I'm not right. I gotta, sometimes I need to reassess things. Terra, his big titties are altering the unversed with his presence. Hold on a second. I gotta find something. I think I have it on this computer. Maybe I don't. Darn. I guess I don't have it on here. Weird. Just a thing about how I have an image somewhere saved of like Sayax and Xemnas's pecs are more pronounced than some of the female characters' breasts in this game. Sora confused? Axel's also confused in this game. Roxas angry. It is true that very few of these characters get angry, but Roxas doesn't get angry in this game. Sora gets angry for like one moment when Xehanort kills Kairi, and then he goes into rage. He has rage mode now, dude. Roxas can wield 2 Keyblades all the time. That's a unique character trait. Hell yeah. Maleficent, mildly attractive? Sure. Hey, listen, this series, I think this has got a lot of like hot older dudes. This series is frighteningly short on MILFs. So basically it's Maleficent and Ursula, and that's about all you get. And Ursula's are, I think, probably gone forever now. God, I hope so. It'd be crazy if she was revived again. Ephemer's the only person allowed to be productive. Is this a joke about how we've learned that Ephemer did, in fact, reproduce at some point? People were acting as if that was confirmed in those interviews, but it was basically already stated that Ericus was a direct descendant of Ephemer. Sora flanderized, Kairi excluded, Riku self-reflecting. No, I mean, the other ones are jokes, obviously. Goofy, immortal, Donald angry. Yeah, Donald's angry. That's another, but he barely ever comes out because the characters are so new. I still think it's wild that Donald Duck has never had one of his signature, like, freak out, his whole skin turns red, he jumps and he's like hovering in the air, shaking his arms around. Like, it's never happened. It's wild. Mickey neglectful, Yensid irresponsible, Aqua self-absorbed / self-centered, Terra naive, Naminé lonely. Mickey mascot. Pete is the main character. Riku stale. That's definitely not a unique character trait. But yeah, we're talking about just traits in general. Some, yeah, I was going to go like, yeah, we're doing both because we're grading these both as just like things that aren't boy, girl, smart, dumb, edgy, cute. And we're also assessing whether or not they're unique, right? Because a lot of the, even the ones we're getting, a lot of them are shared. Riku rude, as they're presented in KH3 only, yeah. If we were expanding to all games, we could call Terra misogynist, because his only character trait is when he says, "Oi, you are such a girl" in BBS. But that never comes up in this game. He doesn't do anything misogynist. He's told, the freaking woke liberals are taking everything from us, dude. They're ruining Kingdom Hearts. Diz racist? Yeah. Diz is a racist. That counts. But he's not racist in this game. He's not a racist anymore. In fact, in Dream Drop Distance, he's only seen actively demonstrates him saying, "Yeah, I was wrong about being racist." Captain Flintlock said, "Also great music. Just wanted to say that. Thanks, dude. I try my best to give you guys good music when I'm playing stuff during the shows." MOM is technically a MILF, says Shadow. Yeah, I guess, that's true. Oh, yeah, he's a MILF. Xehanort is the only bald one, isn't he? There's no other members of the organization who are bald, are they? That's a unique character trait. That's definitely a character trait. Talking about how Naminé isn't in the game, said Shadow. Okay, got it. Sora is gay. Marluxia pink. Jared Trank says Aqua's the only adult woman other than Larxene. That's why people think she's hot. There is that. Larxene is the only female that's not nice. It's true. Then again, there's not a lot of females in the first place. Oh, Maleficent and Ursula, they're not nice, but I don't think we're counting them. Nominee's character was preserved in 3 because she was barely in it, says Jared Trank. Precisely. She's still a little shy and insecure. Sokka was saying, yeah. Survives a little bit in her 2 scenes. Well, in her Remind scene, not really, but in her star scene, yeah, sure. All right, that definitely, I was about to conclude it anyway because I was caught up with chat, but just as I caught up, Connor Barres said, Hotel Trivago. That's how we conclude. And that's how we conclude, ladies and gentlemen. We now return to our regularly scheduled whatever it was that we were doing. People have really gotten into these characters over time, but it's in a lot of cases because of fan back up a
applied
touch.
to any of the other characters. And you're not allowed to use any thesaurus words for any of the things that I just previously said, using their portrayal in these games, in these more recent games. And you know what? If you want to try and apply this to the Union Cross cast as well, you know, you go right ahead. This is kind of hard to do even when you include some of the older games, because a lot of these characters are pretty simple and carbon copies of each other. A lot of people have really gotten into these characters over time, but it's in a lot of cases because of fan fiction and fan comics and fan art and interpretations of these characters. Obviously, I'm a little bit guilty of this. I've read into some of these characters.
I'm gonna speed this. Like I said, the last, like, what, 25 minutes of this we're not gonna have much to say, so I'm gonna put this at 1.75 times speed. We're just gonna I may even stop it midway, because I'm not gonna have much to say during these final sequences. I'll put it at 1/2 so that people can, like, actually understand what the hell I was saying, and I'll put subtitles back on. But I don't think I'm gonna have much commentary to provide on this section.
But usually I do it when there's at least, like, something there. I'm doing it for characters who have had...
In fact, while I'm letting this go, I'm going to get a little bit more water, because the chances of me needing to come over and pause it to say something are kind of low. If I do, I'll run back over and I'll say it, but I'll just let this go. I'm going to let this go for 1 second while I get some more beverage. I'll be right back.
A lot of cases because of fan fiction and fan comics and fan art and interpretations of these characters. Obviously, I'm a little bit guilty of this. I've read into some of these characters, but usually I do it when there's at least, like, something there. I'm doing it for characters who have had ample screen time. When I see people leaving comments, like, tons of, because I remember there are people leaving comments on our playthrough saying, like, tons of people wanted to see Marluxia and Larxene redeemed, and it's like, it's because those people are thinking of the version of Marluxia that was in a fan fiction that they read in 2010. Marluxia hasn't done anything except use a 14-year-old girl as a human shield, and when he was presented with the opportunity to live a normal life and leave all of this behind, he instead volunteered to join Xehanort's genocide goon squad. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I can't let myself get any more distracted.
And until a week before Kingdom Hearts 3 launched, we all thought that he'd killed Strelitzia.
Volunteered to join Xehanort's genocide goon squad. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I can't let myself get any more distracted. I gotta wrap this stupid thing up now. It's just the characters, man. That's at the heart of everything, honestly. I mean, if there was something else for me to get sucked in by, then maybe. If it was just so wacky and out there and the sci-fi and fantasy concepts were so weird, then maybe. But as it stands, I got into this series because I really liked the core characters, and now I can't really say that I particularly care for any of these people as they're being depicted now. 0.2 shocked a little bit of life into Aqua. I was actually a little bit into that game. I kind of enjoyed 0.2, and it gave me hope for this one, but it's not like a one-off thing at this point. Dream Drop Distance and this and Union Cross. I mean, look, like I said in that stream clip that kicked off this whole damn thing, people have said, oh, if there's a Kyrie game, he'll be back in. Oh, Jacob acts like he's upset and he hates this, but he'll be back for the next one. No, I won't. Not until someone tells me that this trend has been definitively crushed, because, I mean, we've been sliding towards this in terms of the writing style ever since, really.
That doesn't mean that I expect the later games to all be bad. It doesn't mean that I hate the series, and it doesn't mean that I'm unwilling to come back. It just means that I'm not going to get excited until I hear otherwise, that a lot of these issues that I have are resolved, and I notice trends shifting, because this is now an observable trend. And to not think, well, a lot of these issues that I have are probably going to continue to happen, would be a failure of pattern recognition. I do think that some of these issues will be mitigated in Kingdom Hearts 4, just by its premise, but I could, number one, the ones that I'm like, I think, yeah, it's pretty likely these aren't going to be issues anymore because of the new setup. Number one, those issues being eliminated still aren't enough for me to be like, yeah, series is good, like, is back to where I'm like, yes, I'm super into it again. And also, just because I think those things might happen doesn't mean that they will. So I'm not going to be in line day one. Doesn't mean that I hate the series. Doesn't mean that I hate Kingdom Hearts 3. Doesn't mean I automatically hate Kingdom Hearts 4. Just means I'm not going to be in line on day one. And if I hear from people that I trust, who feel similarly about the games, that it's pretty good, then I'll think about getting it. If I hear a lot of the same problems, I'm not going to spend $60 to go through the same rigmarole of going, I wish this was a bit better. I wish this wasn't quite this way, because I'm not having a good time. And I mean, I did have a good time with pretty big chunks of Kingdom Hearts 3. And I'm sure I would have a good time with pretty big chunks of Kingdom Hearts 4, regardless of its state, because these are, generally speaking, fun video games with fun moments in them. Just not enough for the headaches that I wind up getting because of the other issues that I have.
Kingdom Hearts 2, but especially since Days in BBS, it just got really, really bad in Dream Drop, briefly got better in 0.2, and it hasn't really recovered ever since Dream Drop. Maybe it'll get there someday. I'm not going to spend $60 on every single game that comes out to find out. You guys let me know, I guess, but it's like until these characters are doing things for me to be engaged with, I'm out. That's it. It's not that I like hate the series now or whatever, or that I won't give it a shot if I hear that things are getting better, but it's like the reason is because people were asking us to do a playthrough of Remind, and I really didn't want to. And the reason that Joey and I wound up filming anything was because at the time I was editing Kingdom Hearts 3, and I was going through some of the fun Disney worlds, and some of the stuff in the game that was a little bit more enjoyable, and I wasn't looking at the ending of the game. And I was like, why not? We could shoot it. Let's just go ahead and shoot it. And then it turned out that it was just a concentrated dose of all of the stuff that we already didn't like about the game. It's like, I have no people, like, why are you playing this if you don't like it, Jacob, is another comment that we got during the Kingdom Hearts 3 playthrough. And it's like, I can't know if I like or dislike something until I experience it, and that was a blind playthrough. The only playthrough of a Kingdom Hearts game that we produced before Kingdom Hearts 3 that was of a game that I would say I dislike more than I like was of Dream Drop Distance. And I was like, I was prepping to get there, and I knew what I was getting into, and that was it. I felt that going into Remind, I was afraid that it would be a little bit disingenuous to produce a playthrough of it. Like, I don't want to just subject myself to things that I know I'll dislike for the sake of producing angry videos and angry gamer reactions on YouTube. That's not what I'm about. I'd much rather talk about things that I like in general, even if it is sometimes easier to talk about things that you dislike, and maybe that attracts more attention. Because, the fact of the matter was, before, Kingdom Hearts 3 might have been good, It was really only the one game that I had really, really serious...
People in chat talking about Kryptonix's Kingdom Hearts rewrite. Part 4 of it just came out. I was promoting it on Twitter a few days ago when it came out. I'm posting the link in chat so people can go watch it because it's good. I'm posting the link to part 1. But you can go and, there's 4 parts of it now. He's all the way up to Dream Drop Distance now. You should go... Oh, crap. Hold on. No. Delete that. How the heck did I screw this up? Thank you. Weird. Okay. Okay. That should do it. There we go. No. What the hell? What the hell is this? Okay, something weird's going on. It's trying to send a private link. Like, it's trying to send an internal link. I must fix this. Hold on.
Kingdom Hearts is famous.
Stop. What in the hell's going on there? Okay, whatever. Never mind. Frickin' just there. Look it up. The link's not working for some reason. Worth doing. Watch those videos. They're pretty good. If you're not completely exhausted by the time we finish this, watching part 1 might be a fun cool down for you. But yeah, since I saw some people mentioning that.
Because, the fact of the matter was, before, Kingdom Hearts 3 might have been good, It was really only the one game that I had really, really serious problems with. Other games had issues that I felt snowballed towards Dream Drop Distance, but 0.2 wasn't that bad, and it's like, hey, this is Kingdom Hearts 3. This is the PS4 game. Instead of being a game where Sora and Riku are running around in some alternate dimension, dealing with time travel that was produced on the 3DS that doesn't matter, maybe they'll try this time. And they tried,
That's perhaps a little bit unfair, but it has more to do with the context of DDD's development than it does to do with, me suggesting people working on it were lazy. With the fact that it was conceived first and foremost as Tetsuya Nomura, late 2000s, I just want to make a video game because Crystal Tools is still a mess and Versus 13 is going nowhere. I just want to be working on something that I can actually develop, and the 3DS looks neat. I'd like to make a game on the 3DS. I don't know what it's going to be. And then, oops, when development actually started, Crystal Tools started working, and he was working on Versus 13 most of the times. I don't think he was even that involved with directing DDD for pretty big chunks of it, would be my guess. But just like that, in general, it wasn't a high priority, deeply creative, involved project, is what I mean by that. Not some people may take it doesn't matter as like I'm saying that it doesn't matter to the canon, or it wasn't a real game, or they didn't try or something. That's not what I mean.
dealing with time travel that was produced on the 3DS that doesn't matter, you know, maybe they'll try this time. And they tried in like a handful of scenes early on, and some of the Disney stuff was okay.
Captain Flintlock, no, we are never getting that Type 0 sequel. That's never happening.
It's, you know, I didn't know, but now it's a trend. Now it's a trend, and until I hear the trend is broken, I'm not gonna hang around to beat myself up more by consuming something that makes me upset. And similarly, I'm not going to waste people's time on the internet making videos complaining about how bad a Melody of Memories is or isn't. That's not what I want my MO to be. And that's another reason why I didn't really want to shoot Remind. It's like, even if I was really, really into the more recent Kingdom Hearts products, it's like, I have to do something else with the YouTube stuff anyway, because it's like, what, I shoot Remind, and at that point, Melody of Memory wasn't even announced. So it's like, what, do I wait 2 years, 3 years for the next Kingdom Hearts thing? I gotta do something. Look at all these other Kingdom Hearts YouTubers that are scrambling for anything to be the content on their channels recently. I'm not gonna waste my time with that, especially when it's something where it's like, why am I putting this negativity out there intentionally? So I wanna go back, and I've talked about this, I wanna make reviews for all of the games that we have, especially now that, you know, through Kingdom Hearts 3 we have something resembling a complete body of work, the Darkseeker saga, right? I would love to make reviews of all of these games, especially of the earlier ones that I think are really good. And I've been working on that for a long time. I've got notes compiled on the games, I've got sections of reviews written up, I just kinda don't have the connective tissue to link a bunch of these different ideas together, so who knows when those things will actually get done.
The productions that I envision in my mind for the Kingdom Hearts reviews are just like, they'd be such big undertakings, and I'm such a perfectionist that the amount of work that I envision doing on them and still probably being dissatisfied with them, like not hitting my own targets, is really puts me off of them. What I may start doing, I want to start like trying to really put my, you know, really, you know, put my foot down, you know, pedal to the metal as they speak. I want to try and say, okay, forget writing down stuff occasionally here and there. I want to try sometime this year to really start hammering out the entire Kingdom Hearts 1 review and maybe get started working on it. But it's a low personal life priority thing because it'd be so much work, and I just have other things to do. So what I may do is that I may wind up taking a bunch of like sections of my notes and putting them on Patreon, whether they eventually turn into real reviews or not. Like just taking excerpts of my notes every now and then just so you guys can read them if you want to. Maybe like put them, you know, timed behind a $1 paywall, and then, you know, maybe after a few months they're just available to everybody. But I'm getting the tiers. I had priced tiers on Patreon because 2 or 3 years ago when I made it, I had a very different vision of what that was going to look like, and YouTube was going to go differently, and I was going to have a very different life. And I need to completely revise the entire Patreon page and get rid of tiers, and everything on there is just going to, I mean, currently everything on there is available for $1, but I need to get rid of the things that says there will be things available under different price tags. Everything's just going to be $1, and some of the things I once envisioned for Patreon are just not going to happen. But I want to be able to at least be putting stuff on there occasionally. And one thing I may do to supplement that, to give you guys something, would be to throw up sections of the just bits of my notes, sections that I've written that, you know, may one day make it into the reviews, may get scrapped, who knows. But, you know, something to be able to put out there, since you guys want to hear me talk about Kingdom Hearts, and I really don't want to make that many videos on Kingdom Hearts that aren't the reviews, and I kind of don't want to make the reviews because they're very intimidating to me, and I'm afraid that I wouldn't be satisfied with them. But you guys want to hear me talk about Kingdom Hearts, so whatever. I can fleece you guys for $1 a month to read stuff that I write about it occasionally. Plus other bonus content. I have a whole list of like things I need to put together for Patreon that just doesn't get done because core content for the main channel isn't getting done. Frankly, guys, part of the reason we're here streaming this today, and part of the reason we're going to be back streaming next week, probably. There's going to be a stream next week. I don't know if it's going to be by myself. I don't know if it's going to be Joey back over and we're doing more Breath of the Wild. But part of the reason that it's going to happen is because I literally don't even have the next episode of Uncharted 3 cut right now. I don't have the next Rigel Black discussion cut right now. And I don't have time. And I'm trying to do at least one thing a week here on research runs. So if I don't have new content, that means I gotta sit down and stream. And ironically, the 5 hours that we've been here for is about the time it would probably take me to sit down and do the complete process of editing an episode of Uncharted, even like an hour-long one, just because I get so involved with it. And then I have to also export it, upload it, make titles, make thumbnails, make descriptions, etc., etc. It might even take longer by the time that I'm done with it. And, you know, this is like I sit down and I do this and I maintain a certain energy and we go for the, 4 hours that we've been here. Whereas sitting down to edit something, I can't necessarily maintain that same focus and energy for that length of time, Point being, we'll probably have a stream next week because I do not envision myself getting the next episode of Uncharted 3 done in time to air next week. But anywho, just me talking about the reviews here made me think about that, which then made me think about the outlook of YouTube in general. I'll say this, I don't care, because to take this with a grain of salt, there's a very, very real possibility this does not happen. In my mind's eye, I would like to be able to make a review of Kingdom Hearts 1 before the end of the year, if only because, hey, 20th anniversary, right? And then who knows how long it would take me to do the other ones. But I don't have a lot of confidence that I'm going to hit that objective. So do not. I'm not even working on it, man. I have not sat down and said I'm working on a script. Boom, boom, boom. Videos happening, right? This is a hypothetical thing that I'd like to be able to do. These reviews may never get done, but I've placed somewhat of a goal of maybe I can get the first one done by the end of the year. But even if that happens, I'm not going to start working on it for a while because I can't right now. Anywho, moving on.
It's written up. I just kind of don't have the connective tissue to link a bunch of these different ideas together, so who knows when those things will actually get done. I have a handful of other ideas for videos about Kingdom Hearts and style of storytelling and other things, but I can't make stuff like that all the time because without the appropriate amount of time to prep and plan and write, it becomes a rambling disaster like this, and regardless, I have other things that I want to talk about. I love Kingdom Hearts, hopefully that's clear at this point. I'm not going to stop talking about it anytime soon. Even Dream Drop Distance and Kingdom Hearts 3, I may say in the heat of a moment in an LP, ugh, I hate this game or whatever. I don't have the capacity within me to feel that strongly towards a piece of media that isn't Nazi propaganda or something. I'm not gonna hate a goofy video game about anime characters. It's not really how that works. Again,
I really don't hate these games. I really don't hate this or Dream Drop Distance. I say a second forward, the only one of these games that I think is really bad is probably Union Cross, and that has less to do with that's just because of the game, the genre. That's because it's a gacha mobile phone game, and they're all bad. It has nothing to do with Kingdom Hearts' specific decision-making, right? It's because it's the genre and format that it exists in I find to be inherently bad. But hell, I've played Dream Drop Distance 5 times, so I must enjoy it a little bit, right?
And I enjoyed most of Kingdom Hearts 3. It wasn't stellar. It wasn't up to where I felt the series could have been or whatever, but I was enjoying myself for a lot of it. It was kind of middle of the road, but it was fine. I enjoyed it. These games aren't it's not like playing Dream Drop.
Complete Mystery says stream KH1 vanilla. When and if I get hot and heavy into okay, I'm working on Kingdom Hearts 1 review, I'm really writing stuff, I will stream Kingdom Hearts 1 vanilla. I'll probably stream Kingdom Hearts 1 vanilla and stream Kingdom Hearts 1 HD again. I'll probably do 2 playthroughs of it in the process of working on the review. That will basically be the announcement that I'm working on the review is I'll start streaming Kingdom Hearts 1. I would probably do that for all of the games in the process of writing reviews. I would play them again and stream them.
For a lot of it, it was kind of middle of the road, but it was fine. I enjoyed it. These games aren't it's not like playing Dream Drop Distance is pulling teeth. All of these games are enjoyable. There is not a single game in the entire Kingdom Hearts series, save perhaps the mobile phone
And then up there at the top, I say, and really the mobile phone game is just a slave to its inherently bad genre.
Garbage that I would say is a bad video game. People worked hard on these. They're enjoyable. There's a lot of craftsmanship and talent on display. It's fine to enjoy these games. There's many enjoyable aspects, even to the ones that I don't like. I still draw enjoyment from them. And I'm happy for everybody who did enjoy Kingdom Hearts 3 and everybody who is enjoying Union Cross and Dark Road and who will get into Melody of Memory and everything else. I'm happy for the people who are still out there producing fan art and comics that are infinitely more...
Melody of Memory looked like a lot of fun. It actually looked like a fun video game to play. I didn't play it myself, and I have no intention to, because I think it's still a $30 or $40 game, and it's not worth that to me. But it looked like it was a lot of fun. People had a lot of fun with it.
To Melody of Memory and everything else. I'm happy for the people who are still out there producing fan art and comics that are infinitely more interesting and emotionally expressive than the actual source material, if only because it's providing me with some amount of catharsis after all of this stuff.
There was no pick. I had an itch. There was no pick.
But, you know, I don't want to just spin my wheels on this all the time. I have other things that I want to explore. I didn't actually get into it when I was talking about characters, but because I was thinking about it, but since there's no script for this video, again, an example of why I can't just make videos about Kingdom Hearts off the cuff, because it turns into this 2-hour disaster. You know, direct comparison, so you know that it's not just that I don't like anime video games or JRPGs or things that are wild and have wacky rules or whatever. I loved the Final Fantasy VII Remake, and part of the reason why I love that game and why I love FF7 is because the characters are so clearly defined and have so much interesting stuff going on. Cloud, Barret, Aerith, and Tifa are all completely different from one another. Cloud wants to be cool, but doesn't really know how to hack it, but he is super duper strong. Barret is very, very self-assured to the point that he can never really see other people's perspectives because he's so caught up in his own stuff. There's a wonderful scene in FF7 Remake where something really bad happens, and it makes Barret angry. It makes him angry enough to make him punch a wall a bunch. Tifa, meanwhile,
it's like $20 nowadays, says Corey Gryffindor. Okay. That's still, I'm not gonna play it. I was really happy with this joke where something really bad happens, and then the text up in the corner when Syax shows up says pictured something
never
really bad
see
happening.
other people's perspectives.
Listen, in this, you know what we said earlier about artists should make art for themselves. I don't always love stuff that I make for YouTube, but occasionally I go back and watch my old stuff and I laugh, and you know what? It's really, at the end of the day, it only needs to make me laugh.
He's so caught up in his own stuff. There's a wonderful scene in FF7 Remake where something really bad happens, and it makes Barret angry. It makes him angry enough to make him punch a wall a bunch. Tifa, meanwhile, is just really, really sad over this. She's just racked with emotion. She looks like she's on the verge of tears over what has happened. And Barret turns to her and he takes her hand and he says, "Hold on to this anger, okay?" And it's like, Barret, look in her eyes. She doesn't feel angry. Tifa feels guilty and sad in this scene, and Barret feels angry and outward, and he wants to go and kill. She's going inward because of this pain, and he's going outward. Those are two different characters who have different dynamics, and Barrett's inability to see that makes that character interesting. Tifa feels very, very deeply about things. She's a little bit insular. She's very strong, but she doesn't really like getting into conflict and fighting people. Aerith is the definition of kawaii in the streets, but senpai in the sheets. These characters are all really interesting. They're painted with
Somebody disputed that claim. Somebody in the comment section of this original video was like, I would say that Jessie is more kawaii in the streets, senpai in the sheets, but I think you've misunderstood. I think that person misunderstood what that expression means. The point that I was making is that when you first meet Aerith, or if you saw Aerith on the street or you knew her casually, you'd be like, ah, what a nice, sweet lady, right? But the longer that you know her and get to know her better, eventually you go, oh, she's not, that she's had sex. She gives off the initial impression of an innocent, untouched person, but you get to know her a little bit better, and you're like, she's sneaking out of the house to go hang out with boys in the red light district. She's she's had sex. Whereas I'm very confident that Tifa has not.
Some broad strokes in the way that they interact, but there's also a lot of...
Or Cloud, for that matter, to be very clear. Senpai. But I don't know when Cloud would have, because he's been in a tube for the last 4 years.
In the sheets. These characters are all really interesting. They're painted with some broad strokes in the way that they interact, but there's also a lot of nuance to them, especially if you're familiar with the original source material. You know some of their backstories going into it, so you can read into a lot of the little subtle decisions that are made in FF7 Remake. I know that Square is capable of producing really good stuff, which leads me to assume that either A, Disney is completely shackling them, but I don't know why they would shackle them just on writing a compelling script. So then that leads me to either the core staff working on Kingdom Hearts, specifically the narrative, just don't have their hearts in it anymore, or they don't know how to write. I don't know. I know that they can do it. I know the company can do it.
That's what I'm talking about here, right? It's like, I fully believe that these guys run into a lot of issues going back and forth with the Walt Disney Company. Speaking of, speaking of sex. Oh, boy. I summoned it. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I fully believe that these guys have hit a lot of pushback because it's like an outside company dealing with these really valuable franchises, and they're usually going across a language barrier, time zone barrier, corporate culture barrier, dealing with people who don't understand video games at all, much less this video game that a lot of people who understand video games don't understand. I fully believe they get a lot of pushback from Disney, but like it wouldn't be very vague spoilers, Demon King. Don't worry about it. Very vague spoilers. It doesn't matter. I was like, what I said was how do I even explain this without spoiling anything? Don't worry about what I said. If you haven't played 7 or 7 Remake, don't worry about it. What I said is not really a spoiler. It was a joke that people who have played the game will get. But don't worry about it too much. But no, it's like I don't know why Disney pushback would stop them from doing interesting stuff when they're just standing around in the Keyblade graveyard, right? Like it's that doesn't account for it. That doesn't account for it. Everything before Keyblade Graveyard where there's issues, it's hard to say whether or not it is Disney or internal creative decisions at Square or a mixture of both that cause these weird issues, right? But once you're on the Keyblade Graveyard, you have to imagine, unless Tetsuya Nomura is or anybody else is going and pitching really extreme stuff that they're getting pushback on, of like, well, no, you can't have the characters, get gut stabbed and their guts spill out like Akira. You can't do that. Unless they're going and pitching stuff like that, I don't know why Disney would care about their depiction of how Aqua responds to PTSD, right? Or the characters having traits. So that tells me that that's internal. Be it a lack of passion or a lack of skill, I don't know.
But I don't know why they would shackle them just on writing a compelling script. So then that leads me to either the core staff working on Kingdom Hearts, specifically the narrative, just don't have their hearts in it anymore, or they don't know how to write. I don't know. I know that they can do it.
Ninja Money says, if FF7 Remake is so good, then where's FF8 Remake? They skipped it. They're doing FF9 Remake, didn't you know?
I know the company can do it.
I guess I shouldn't say that unqualified, because some of you may not have no idea what I'm talking about. There was a major leak a few months back of like a bunch of upcoming games, just like it was a general listing of upcoming products. I think it was a GeForce leak. I don't recall for sure, but there was a bunch of stuff on it that seemed like a long shot, but like half of the wild, crazy things that people thought, that's what a weird thing to include. Half of the things on the list that were not previously announced have since been confirmed. So it's locked in a real list. And one of the things listed is FF9 Remake. What does that mean? What scale of remake is it going to be? The NVIDIA leak. Thank you, Bobcat. We don't know for sure. And in fact, this is another thing that I talked about with the Night Sky Prince. So you should go and watch that discussion after this or tomorrow or whenever. We don't need to talk about it more right now. But he and I talked about the hypotheticals of the FF9 remake during that talk.
Fantasy VII Remake is probably going to be my favorite game of the year.
It was my favorite game of 2020, by the way. When I get around to making my top 10 list, which won't be a top 10 list, it will be my top for 2020.
I don't know. I know that they can do it. I know the company can do it. Final Fantasy VII Remake is probably going to be my favorite game of the year, and it came out only 1 year after Kingdom Hearts 3. It feels like it came out 15 years after Kingdom Hearts 3 for all the progress that's seen between the two games.
Whatever you say.
And it came out only 1 year after Kingdom Hearts 3. It feels like
the contrast of Kingdom Hearts 3 feeling like a half-baked PS2 game that just miraculously doesn't have that many loading screens, and Final Fantasy VII Remake at times feeling like a game from the future, and they were only released a year apart from one another, is like... That is a very clear indicator of drop speculation, drop everything else, of like the skill level behind Osaka and the team that they recruited of just people who probably generally had experience with major big console games for 7 Remake. 4 will probably be a lot better than 3 because now they've made a console game. But like this is where this is the problem, right? With how people respond to the fan base responds to criticism. You say Kingdom Hearts 3 has problems and it's fair to call these things out. And then people go, shut up! They tried their best. It was good enough, right? And the next one will probably be better. Well, it won't be better if everybody says that was perfect, you know? I'm not trying to be hurtful towards anybody who worked on Kingdom Hearts 3 because I still think this game is fun and they did a pretty good job. But like, there's a lot of stuff in this that feels like barely an evolution over like BBS or DDD. There's also a lot of just really bad features in this that are back in Kingdom Hearts 3. Can I say, I'm going to say this right now, the whatever the hell it's called, the point warp, it's not called flow motion, where you do the little shot lock and you hit the button and Sora like jumps over to them. What the hell is that called? Air step. I think air step is the worst gameplay feature to ever be implemented in a Kingdom Hearts game because it, number one, deletes level design, completely deletes level design, but it also makes designing bosses insane because in any other game, if a boss teleported away from me to the other side of the arena, I would go, oh, okay, he's about to do something, I'll stay here and react to it. But in this game, you are trained at every moment to go, oh, there's an enemy, and go hit them. So, like, in that game, you'd think a character breaking off of an attack and teleporting away from you, oh, that's a window of opportunity. But it's not. The air step thing, like, speedrunners learned how to use it. They found, like, specific moments in fights that are safe to use it, but only after trial and error. In an initial playthrough against bosses, air step is more likely to make you eat shit than to actually be a useful distance closing tool. And more importantly, it's the fact that it, like I said, it deletes level design. It's like how do I put this, right? Like, okay, so in Kingdom Hearts 2, you're in a room, and the next area that you go to is, like, up a tower, right? And so you walk forward to, like, a stairwell, but the loading screen is at the stairwell. You hit the stairwell, and then it does the Mickey Mouse zoom in, and then it does the Mickey Mouse zoom back out, and you're at the top of that building, right? Now compare this to Olympus in KH3. You're in the realm of the gods, and you have to get up to the top where you fight the Titans, right? Okay, you look up, and you aim, and you hit a thing, and you warp up there. And it's like, you just did this, you just did the same thing. That was functionally, I walked up to a loading screen and got teleported. You have deleted level. You have deleted what could have been an interesting platforming sequence. You have deleted what could have been, you know, a dramatic, like, climb up a stairwell where the characters are saying, they're probably up here, we got to get ready for this encounter, and we get to build tension and mood a little bit, maybe. Like, you cease interacting with the level the second that any enemy and certain hard points can be leapt to instantaneously. It deletes level design, and it makes boss design so confusing. I hate air step. I think it is. There are, like, features, you know, like, oh, so, like, the command deck and Birth by Sleep had problems, right? You know, attacks take too long to come out, and you can get staggered out of stuff very easily, and enemies don't stagger. But, like, the concepts behind things like the command deck and flow motion are not bad concepts at all. The command deck, I think, is a really cool concept. Flow motion, I think, is a really cool concept. The problem with flow motion was that the level designers it seems like they didn't know that flow motion existed, and so flow motion deletes the level design. In much the same way, air step deletes not only air step and the ability to run straight up walls deletes the level design of Kingdom Hearts 3. Actually, hold on. I wrote something down. This will be get ready to. You don't even have to pay $1 on Patreon to read these hot Kingdom Hearts 3 review notes. Hold on. Let me find this bit. I wrote it recently, so it'll probably be near the bottom of this document, or it'll be at least dated late. Hold on. Let's see what we got here. Hold on. All right. Yeah, I wrote this, like, last week. Since this game has gotten rid of all platforming, this is a note in the KH3 review. This isn't really well crafted. This was just something I wrote down at, like, midnight that wouldn't get out of my head. I wrote down on April the 18th. I wrote down a lot of stuff at midnight for Kingdom Hearts 3 review. So I think I was watching somebody else's review of Kingdom Hearts 3 and it triggered a lot of stuff for me. Since this game has gotten rid of all platforming and all combat has been... Since this game has gotten rid of all platforming and all combat has been turned into an even more extreme mash X to win with occasional triangle affair, you'll notice how levels really struggle to find anything to do. Without level geometry informing their vibe, without reaction commands to help enemies feel distinct or create unique contextual gameplay scenarios, and without mini-games to break up the flow, worlds wind up really reaching to find an identity, and not successfully. 2 of them are very long hallways, in this case Tangled and Monsters Incorporated. 2 of them are built around a central gameplay gimmick, Toy Story with its mechs and Pirates with its ship combat. And 3 of them are about running up walls. No, seriously, key into this. Did you notice how 2 of these worlds are about climbing a mountain, Olympus and Frozen, and then one of them is about climbing skyscrapers? Because that one ability kind of tanks the level design. Like, it tanks our ability to design interesting levels if you can just run up every wall, because that functionally deletes the walls. So there, you might as well, if that tanks our ability to design interesting levels, we might as well use it to make the levels super vertical. They're about going up. Wow, did you know that you can run up walls in this game? And then the last bit I wrote, did you know you can run up walls in this game? That's sure to impress child gamers out there. Cut to building in Fortnite. Because that's the other thing, is like, it's supposed to be a game that anybody can play. Kingdom Hearts is a game, the combat in the game is designed for anybody to be able to play it. And it's like, the shooting in the mech sections is so limp and unresponsive. And I'm like, these kids, it's a game for everybody. 8-year-olds are playing Fortnite on their phone. Not an excuse. Jacob, you need to get it backlogged. The amount you write about games that don't get put online, lol. Backlogged? What is backlogged? I've never heard of this. Is this another social media service I don't know about? Backlogged, a video game collection tracker. Keep a virtual backlog of your video game collection, then rate and review the ones you've played and shared with your friends. Well, to be fair, that's part of why the research log exists. I haven't really done it yet, but I intend to occasionally make, because I haven't played a lot of games lately, I intend to make standalone episodes where it's just me talking about, hey, so here's what I've been playing recently. And it may even be like midway through a game and I haven't finished it yet. Here's some thoughts. Yeah. So that's... I think that was primarily about the wall running stuff, but the wall running and the air step combine to delete level design in Kingdom Hearts 3 as far as I'm concerned. Just letterbox OXD or however you say. Yeah, letterbox D for games. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh man, dude, you can run up the skyscrapers. I'm just thinking about like how proud they must have been about Joey Perez. I haven't filmed any of these. I said eventually that's part of why the research log exists, is to be able to do that. No such episodes as I just described have been recorded. Currently, the most recent episode that's out is the most recent general purpose episode. There have been several more Rigel Black episodes recorded. In fact, Aiden and I literally recorded our discussion of the middle of book 3 on like Monday, but you guys won't see that for like 5 months. But no, I think Airstep's terrible. I think it's awful. I think the immediate satisfaction of, ooh, enemy ran away from me, I don't think so. In like standard encounters is fun. But I think that what you lose by giving the player that much mobility and power, there is an entire world. There is an entire world in this game that is a big city, right? And street level, it's flat and uninteresting and there's nothing to do. So, hey, I guess I'll run up these skyscrapers, which I've been doing all game. I've been doing since the first level, so it's really not all that exciting. Oh, what's that? I don't even have to run up the skyscraper because I can just aim up and warp to the top of half the buildings, and then I can just jump to whatever ones I can't warp to. It's not good. It's bad. The level design of Kingdom Hearts 3, I temporarily thought it is, I guess, I don't know, it's better than 2, maybe. But the other consequence of this, I'm talking about, it's like without mini games to break up the pace and without reaction commands to make combat encounters memorable and change things up. Because like every combat encounter in KH3 feels exactly the same. Reaction commands, even if it was just mashing triangle, at least gave fights different textures. With that there, it's much harder to make the experience seem dynamic and interesting and to give worlds a sense of identity. And this really becomes a problem with the fact that in Kingdom Hearts 2, most worlds are like barely an hour and a half long, if an hour long, and you do a revisit later with a new context, some new enemies, and maybe a couple of new areas, which also is just like an hour. But all the worlds in Kingdom Hearts 3 are like 2 to 3 hours. They all overstay their welcome. Birth by Sleep, they're all like 30 minutes to an hour. It was fantastic. Kingdom Hearts 3, some of them go on for like 2 hours, but generally speaking, that's because you're solving puzzles and still discovering new rooms that you have to navigate. Remember when Aladdin had a town that had all these intricate nooks and crannies that you had to navigate through and platforming and little puzzles that you could solve, and then it had an honest-to-God dungeon that had the vibe of a dungeon and completely changed its layout, and it had puzzles and connecting rooms and secret doors that would get you to chests. Remember that? Remember when it was like a video game that you played that like kept your mind engaged because you were always doing different stuff? And now, oh man, you can walk along this big open room, and then you can run up a wall. Isn't that great, kids? Isn't that great, kids? The kid over here playing Fortnite gets tagged by a shot from behind, and they quickly spaz build a tower up to the top of the map's hitbox. What was that? Oh, you can run up the wall? Yeah, cool. Hold on, I'm gonna use the patch cycle exclusive full-on Spider-Man swinging to get around this level now. Cool. Kingdom Hearts 3 is not impressive. Anyway, sorry. That was a long tangent.
When he can do it, Final Fantasy VII Remake is probably going to be my favorite game of the year, and it came out only 1 year after Kingdom Hearts 3. It feels like it came out 15 years after Kingdom Hearts 3 for all the progress that's seen between the two games.
Okay. We probably don't even need to listen to this last bit. What speed are we on? I'm going to put this at 1.75. If I don't have anything to say of significance within like 5 minutes, we're just going to quit. Because this last bit is just me going, I apologize if I ever come across as like too assertive or too high energy. When I get in front of a mic, I can get very excited. And I'm not here to crap on anyone else's opinion or tell them that they're wrong for liking anything. That's not how opinions work. You can like something and I can dislike something. If one of the things I say in here is like, and I've said, we talk about this on streams all the time, right? If 99% of the people in the world like something, and like a movie, and 1% of people dislike that movie, it doesn't make the 1% wrong. They just have a different opinion. That's how art works. And I reiterate that sort of stuff. Because after a 3-hour-long video where you're talking about issues that you have with art, maybe it's pointless by then, but I felt the need to go, hey, listen, I like Kingdom Hearts. I got a lot of respect for Tetsuya Nomura and the people who work on these games. So don't take this as just me doing this taking a big long dump on these games. I'm just talking about issues that I have with them because I care about the series and because I care about and because I like discussing writing. I find it interesting. That's basically all this last bit is. It just takes me 16 minutes to say it. So we may not even listen to this whole thing. We'll let it go for a minute though.
Wrap this up now. I have a tendency whenever especially when I'm talking to Mike, when I'm in a room by myself, I tend to just kind of get louder and louder. I don't really mean to. I'm afraid that I come across as a little bit too aggressive, more so than I do in just casual conversation.
This is not responding to this. Captain Flintlock, hot take. I thought the Pirates world was fun to play. Pirates wasn't that bad. The problem was that the narrative context, like the framing of it was terrible. They shouldn't have even done the story of At World's End. It should have been a story about the open world. Because the open world, most people didn't even engage with it. Because by the time that they collected 300 crabs, you're already 20 hours into the game, and you're like, I just want to go get Aqua and Ven, and I just want to move on. And so you do just enough, like what Joey and I did, you do just enough grinding to go beat that segment, and then you move on, and you probably don't even go back and play it again afterwards. I mean, plenty of people did. But like also, the fact that like how do I put this? Imagine a world in which we cut Big Hero 6 and, I don't know, Arendelle, right? We cut two worlds entirely, right? And all of those development resources go into Pirates World and making the ship combat that much more fleshed out, adding that many more islands that have interesting stuff on them, building out a story where you team up with Will and Elizabeth and Jack Sparrow and you go on a treasure hunt throughout the Caribbean. That's actually like, it's a part of the story, right? Imagine if that had happened. But like, we have to do everything. We have to do everything. We have to do the Big Hero 6 world because we have to show we can make a big realistic looking city map. Nobody cares. Everybody's been God, Grand Theft Auto 4 came out in 2008. No one cares. It's too late. You know, so but it would have been, imagine if they put all those resources into polishing the stuff that they have. There's a bit in the Donkey review where he's like, he lists off all the different types of mechanics that are in the game, right? And he's like, there's the game has a lot of stuff to do. It doesn't do any of them he says it doesn't do any of these things particularly well, but it does a lot of things. Cut half the features. Cut half of them from Kingdom Hearts 3. Make the other half good. Anyway, I think Kingdom Hearts games should have like 4 worlds. Hot take. Give me your hub world, your Traverse Town or Radiant Garden or whatever. Give me your final boss world that's just like a linear gauntlet, and give me 4 Disney worlds. Maybe one of them's even kind of small because you make Radiant Garden beefy, right? 4 worlds. Give me 4 worlds in a Kingdom Hearts game. Don't give me 8. Give me 4. People are like, oh man, the total quantity of worlds in Kingdom Hearts 3 is lower than KH2 or whatever, right? I don't care. I want higher quality. Give me 4 worlds. I don't care. Give me 3 that are really good. Who cares? Give me better content. Don't give me more of it. Give me better. Don't do everything. Don't do a lot of things. I can go play ship combat game. I can go play mech piloting game. We spent half of Toy Story World talking about Titanfall 2. Anyway. And sometimes I even when I try to make a conscious effort to not, sometimes my voice tends to flare back up. So now I'm going to make a very, very conscious decision to be calm and collected and relaxed and chilled out as we wrap up this video, okay? Hopefully, I've stated this previously throughout the many Kingdom Hearts LPs and streams and everything else. And if I haven't, then I apologize. I should have addressed this. But my feeling really is that with this series, there was we actually found out recently even more about the initial development of Kingdom Hearts 1, but I'm going to stop myself before I get off on a whole other tangent. Early on in the series, there was a lot of pressure. There was a lot of, will this work? Will it not work? There were a lot of people who were very excited about what they were doing because it's pretty weird at the time, right? Weird ideas, pushing to a different genre and technology than Square Enix had previously messed with. There's a lot of ambition, a lot of energy behind it. As it's gone on, we don't need to stop and talk about this for too long. I discussed on the stream that I did with the Night Sky Prince, there were some interviews a year or so ago. Some former Disney Japan guy basically explained, we wanted to make a video game with Square Enix. The whole elevator story is kind of like fanon folklore. There was a point where this guy got in an elevator with Shinji Hashimoto, but it wasn't like, the conversation was, hey, you're from Square, right? We're from Disney. We'd really like to work. We've been talking about you guys a lot lately. We'd like to work on a game with you. And among other things, one of the things that happened was the conversations between Disney Japan offices and Disney Square Enix offices were ongoing. And they were progressing, and then Square turned around and said, we have a staff and we have a build. Here's the build we're working on. And the Disney Japan guys started to panic a little bit because they were still just having a conversation. They hadn't gotten approval from American side that they were actually going to be able to go through with this. So they were a little bit worried that this was going to, we've had this, they're spending money and this whole thing might get canned. So they came up with a clever solution, which was that who was the CEO at the time? Who was the president? Eisner. Eisner was still in charge at the time. Eisner was in Japan anyway, because he's coming around the Japanese offices. I think at the time they were building the second Tokyo Disneyland park. It's called like Disney Sea, I think. They were building the second park at the time. Eisner's crew's in the office. Eisner's crew's in Japan with his entourage. He's in the office, and they're doing the general meeting of here's all the projects we're working on here in Japan, right? And their clever solution was to go, Eisner will just assume he hasn't heard about it or that he forgot about it. And they presented it as if it had already been approved. At the end of the presentation, after everything else, they said, oh, and by the way, that video game we're working on with Square Enix, it's proceeding, it's coming along fairly nicely. Here's some footage of the build that they're working on right now, and here's what the pitch is, right? And they showed it, and Eisner went, that looks good. Keep up the good work. And that was implicit approval from the top level of the company. So it was implicitly greenlit, even though it had never been approved before that. But that makes me think that, especially early days on the development of that game, the only people who were paying any attention were the people working in Disney Japan offices who were talking to them not just because they were in the same office, but probably because they understood how big of a deal, because they were living in Japan in the 90s. They understood how big of a deal Final Fantasy was. They probably played some of the games. They had a better understanding of what was going on. And there was probably significantly less high-level corporate focus micromanaging their IPs, right? Among other issues. I could talk, there was other stuff we know about the development of that game. It's not important. We'll move on. That's what I was referring to when I said there's new information, and then I stopped myself because I was trying to wrap up the video. That's what I was talking about.
A lot of that energy has probably gone away. A lot of the excitement's probably gone away. It seems like the Walt Disney Company's gotten a little bit more involved and protective of certain things that are going on, and that probably has less to do with the series and more just to do with the trajectory.
And it's also, the in terms of excitement and energy internally, I guess I'll talk about this briefly. It's worth noting there was a whole thing where Tetsuya Nomura said that when Mario 64 came out, he really wanted to make a game like Mario 64. And when he mentioned that to Hironobu Sakaguchi, Sakaguchi supposedly said, in order for us to do that and for it to be successful, we would need characters as popular as those of the Disney company. Now, that seems so specific that I would believe, maybe that was paraphrased, right, after they actually got a Disney game. But I think people misinterpret that, maybe. Here's the thing you got to keep in mind, right, is that Square had just spent a lot of money transitioning to 3D game development in the sense of Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII are 3D games, right? Mario 64 was a absolute revolution that Square as a team were not equipped to make. They were not equipped to make a game like that at all. And so when Nomura says, I want to make a game like Mario 64, if he said that in 1997, he could mean any of 100 different things because that game was so revolutionary, right? And Sakaguchi saying, in order for us to do that, it would need characters this popular, very easily what he could have meant was, in order for us to build a team, the technology and expertise to make such a game, we would need more than Final Fantasy number. It wouldn't probably be a Final Fantasy game. We would need more brand recognition and bigger numbers, especially if this conversation happened in 1997, like before Final Fantasy VII or around the time the Final Fantasy VII was about to become the biggest deal in the world. That would make more sense to me. He's basically saying, listen, Nomura, there's no way that we can make a game. We can make an investment in making a game like that without bankrupting ourselves because it wouldn't sell well enough. Consider that before Kingdom Hearts came out, right? Like a 3D Square Enix platformer was Vagrant Story. It was a big leap for that team. And so I can see why there would have been a lot of energy and excitement for it internally. 20 years later, after Tetsuya Nomura went off to try and make Versus 13 and got that taken away from him, I can see how the energy and excitement from him and indeed many other people internally in the company might have faded into routine. And many of the exciting ideas of we're going to do super realistic graphics for the Pirates world. We're going to render a big city for Big Hero 6 world. Perhaps they're exciting to these internal teams who haven't built things like that before, but they are not. They hold no thrill for the public.
The series, there was a lot of pressure. There was a lot of will this work, will it not work? There were a lot of people who were very excited about what they were doing because it's pretty weird at the time, right? Weird ideas, pushing to a different genre and technology than Square Enix had previously messed with. There's a lot of ambition, a lot of energy behind it. As it's gone on, a lot of that energy has probably gone away. A lot of the excitement's probably gone away. It seems like the Walt Disney Company's gotten a little bit more involved and protective of certain things that are going on, and that probably has less to do with the series and more just to do with the trajectory of the Walt Disney Company. It's what happens. But I look at the series as a whole, and there's a number of things that I think of. I think there were a handful of minor
Dark Knight said, crazy theory time. Wouldn't that be the reason as to why Disney was so strict as time went on with KH especially? You mean the whole, stealth development? Absolutely. I absolutely think there were very few high-level people paying that much attention to Kingdom Hearts 1 during development. And the people who were paying attention were getting on the ground floor of it and probably saying, this is really neat. This is really neat. Even though they didn't know that much about video games. Because also, I think Disney was making a ton of money in the 90s, but video games were ballooning rapidly. And they'd had no big hits. So there was probably a real desire of, we need this is an interesting project. This could do well. It's coming from these big video game developers who have had huge hits over the last 5 years. It would have been very exciting, and it would have been relatively easy to explain to anybody in the company what it was, right? But it probably would have been people at Disney Interactive and a handful of higher-level corporate people and legal people approving things. After Kingdom Hearts 1 makes a ton of money, then you get higher-level people going, what is this? What's going on? And paying more attention to it. I absolutely think that's why we see so much change to the treatment of Disney material as the series goes on. It's because I think it was developed in a secret is an exaggeration, but in a state where no attention was being paid. Then it made money. Then people started paying attention.
Negative creative decisions made, with Kingdom Hearts 2. But at the time, if you look at contemporary reviews for Kingdom Hearts 2, there's a lot of writers who said, the game seems kind of intentionally hard to follow. There's a lot of weird decisions being made here. And a lot of people actually scored Kingdom Hearts 2 lower than Kingdom Hearts 1, both because the combat in the vanilla version we got here in the States was a lot easier and more simplified, and the level design wasn't that great, but also because the story really wasn't quite as straightforward and didn't grab people quite the same way that the first one did. But as you move on to the other games after this, the spin-off games, Days, Birth by Dream Drop, you look at reviews, and generally speaking, mainstream outlets give them 8 out of 10s, whatever. It's a little bit wacky, but it's what you expect from Kingdom Hearts. So really, there were only 3 modes of criticism going into the entire franchise throughout all of this as it went on. Initially, people looked at the series and thought, Square Enix, crossover, that's with Disney, that's going to be weird. And then people were surprised when it did so well, and it reviewed pretty well in a lot of instances. Obviously, there were certain people who didn't like it. But as the series went on, we're left with critics saying, oh, it's weird, but that's what Kingdom Hearts is. As it got worse and worse and worse and worse, that's just Kingdom Hearts, because they were afraid of pissing off fans, I guess, or they felt, well, other people will get it, or it was reviewed by hardcore fans, I don't know. Hardcore fans, just for the most part.
Also, just because major outlets, anything from a major company like Square Enix, can't get lower than a 7 out of 10. It just can't, because it would jeopardize their partnerships. It's just the way it is.
Accepted whatever they were getting, or if they did have problems, they weren't organized about it. Also, I don't know how much the Japanese developers even see of the Western fan base for Kingdom Hearts, and I obviously don't have numbers on this. It certainly seems like the Western fan base is bigger than the Japanese fan base, but I don't know. And then you also had people who just thought the entire concept of Clown Shoe Sora running around with Donald Duck and Goofy was gay, or whatever, So you really only have 3 schools of opinion and criticism on it. It's critics saying, it's weird, but whatever, that's Kingdom Hearts. You have fans saying, cool, give me more, please, Mr. Nomura. I don't want to get off Mr. Nomura's wild ride. And people who are engaging in bad faith criticism saying, Kingdom Hearts is bad, Kingdom Hearts is lame, Kingdom Hearts is stupid. And after I played Dream Drop Distance initially back in 2012 and I saw all of these, it really kind of made me reflect on Days and Birth by Sleep, which I generally enjoyed, perhaps not as much as some of the other games, but I liked. And it made me realize how a lot of problems have been kind of building up to how we got to Dream Drop. And I wanted to talk about these games in more serious, critical terms, because I didn't really see a whole lot of people doing it outside of a handful of, Tumblr posts from dedicated KH fans writing their thoughts on individual narrative elements or whatever, right? Stuff like that. I wanted to try and make something a little bit more concentrated. Which is why at one point I was thinking about doing a review of Dream Drop Distance, and then I shelved it because I felt I wasn't doing it justice, largely because there was a lot of reasons, but probably subconsciously I knew that I could.
Very early on in my YouTube career, probably before I even made the first Final Fantasy 15 video, I did early work on a Dream Drop Distance review, but it wasn't good. It was bad. I'm glad I stopped working on it and didn't try to release it because it was bad.
And explain my points about why I dislike stuff about Dream Drop without going into the rest of the series. To explain why I like those other games. Because if I don't express that, then I can't explain why I dislike stuff about this game or why I'm even bothering to, make this review, this hypothetical review that didn't get made. And then when I did the playthrough of KH1 with Joey, it was just for fun. And by the time we were on to 2, it was like, okay, well, if we're doing this, I guess we're doing this. And I committed. I wanted to try and do something that was a little bit more like, okay, a little bit more. I don't want to say that in any way that my opinion is some kind of end-all be-all, because it isn't at all. All those 3 opinions that I, expressed previously, except perhaps the bad faith criticism of it, I think this is stupid on concept. Everybody's opinion is what it is. Opinions are inherently subjective. If 99% of people on the planet think that a movie is good and 1% think that it's bad, it doesn't mean that 1% is wrong. It means they have a different opinion. But regardless, point that I'm getting at here is I wanted to try and make something that I thought would be slightly more useful, because I was afraid that perhaps the series got to where it is because nobody engaged with it. Not in their own minds, but publicly, with a really formal criticism, and serious. My Let's Plays aren't that, obviously. I've tried to talk about stuff in a formal capacity, I've tried to take stuff seriously, but it's not scripted, they are just Let's Plays. Even when I had notes, a lot of discussion is still off the cuff, which is why I'd still like to make those reviews at some point. I just want it to be understood that I really like this series. I really do like Kingdom Hearts, and I would love it if I found out that the next game, takes Kairi really seriously, and suddenly she's got an interesting character, and there's a ton to engage with. I just don't have a lot of faith that that's going to happen at this point. If it happens, hey, let me know. Obviously, all of this subjectivity is implied. Media criticism is just about the experience that you have with something, and how you felt about something. If there are people out there who watch my stuff, and maybe they're aspiring writers or whatever, and maybe I say something that inspires them to write something interesting, that's really the best that I can hope for. Whether I say something that they agree with, and they go, hey, that's a good idea, I'm going to put that in something that I'm writing. Or if they go, this Jacob guy's stupid, I'm going to prove him wrong, and I'm going to write something that, goes against everything that he's talking about, but I'm going to make it really good, If anything that I have to say in any way influences the creation of an interesting piece of art, and that's I'd say that's pretty much mission accomplished, honestly, at least insofar as this particular Kingdom Hearts criticism stuff that I'm doing here on YouTube. And I mean, even when I do make those reviews, or if I ever get around to it or whatever, even in the hypothetical scenario where they get translated into Japanese and Tetsuya Nomura watches all of them, it's like, I mean, that's number 1, an absolutely absurdist fantasy scenario, and number 2, it's like, what, maybe he watches them, disagrees with me, and doubles down on what he's doing. Even that would be beneficial, at least for the people who are enjoying this style of Kingdom Hearts, because maybe he would figure out, okay, if this Jacob guy doesn't like something, I need to do that, but much, much, much more intensely. And maybe the people who are really into Kingdom Hearts 3 and Union Cross and all that kind of stuff, maybe they'll get an even better version of the product that they want. So, in general, all I really hope for is just that people will enjoy things, and better, more interesting stuff will be made. And I like to think that maybe some of the recommendations that I've had and ideas that I've had are things that would make things more enjoyable for everybody. But I mean, who knows? Kingdom Hearts, I love ya. Tetsuya Nomura, I respect ya. Kingdom Hearts fans in general, I only hope for the creation of a product that more people will be able to enjoy, that all of us will be able to enjoy more deeply and more richly. I really feel bad producing a lot of these types of videos sometimes. When the Kingdom Hearts 3 playthrough was coming out, I felt kind of negative about it in a lot of ways because at the same time I was seeing all these, Star Wars hatred channels and things like that just exist to churn out a video every week about how evil Kathleen Kennedy is and how evil the Walt Disney Company is for ruining Star Wars or whatever, and it's like, it's not the energy that I want to...
Yush, I don't think I jinxed it. I think there were more than enough people out there saying, yay, finally Kyrie's gonna do something before Melody of Memory. I don't think you can blame me for that one.
Zood at all. I like this series. I think probably most of the people working on it are just normal folks who are happy to be living their dream of working in the video game industry and creating something that people enjoy. I'd love to be a part of that. Hypothetically, I don't know if video game development is specifically where I want to live my life, but, the creation of art, sharing it with other people, it's cool. I'm sorry if I ever lose that when I'm in the weeds of talking about things. It's just, really is the most frustrating thing to me about this series is that it just often seems like it's not really trying anymore. Everything is just kind of stuck in one spot, very stagnant, very unengaging. I'd like nothing more than to get pulled in by these things. If anything, my engagement with Kingdom Hearts has led me to appreciate a lot of other things that would probably be otherwise considered mediocre just by seeing that there's at least an attempt. That's the most frustrating thing, is just that there's not an attempt oftentimes. It's just kind of sitting there like an obligation. We had to get through this video game called Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah, I knew I wasn't
going to better. Maybe Tetsuya Nomura really has a cool idea for the master.
I knew I wasn't going to have much to say about this section. And we're
video
pretty
game
much done. We're pretty much done with the video now. We did it. We rewatched the video.
Kingdom Hearts 3. I don't know. Maybe the next one will be better. Maybe Tetsuya Nomura really has a cool idea for the Master of Masters. We'll see. But in the meantime, folks who have asked in the comment section for me to release the Remind playthrough understand that the energy Joey and I have in that playthrough is not what I want to be exuding. There will be more Kingdom Hearts videos and content and talk from me at some point, and even scattered throughout other LPs. I make reference to it and we talk about it and use it. But like,
listen, if I go on somebody else's show, like when I went on Bloody Biscuit's show a while back, we mostly talked about Final Fantasy 15, but there was some KH talk. I went on Night Sky Prince's show. We talked about Kingdom Hearts 4. This is not going to be much here. I don't have, if something leaps out at me as, I have an idea of, oh, I want to talk about that, then maybe I will. But until I get around to doing those hypothetical reviews, I just don't think it's going to happen here on my channel. I don't think I have a Kingdom Hearts video. Oh, there's a video. I got an idea. This was kind of me blasting, again, just everything, word vomiting out for 3 hours, and I've kind of covered everything I want to say for now. Anything else? Much of what I would say at this point would be, and here we are, right? We've now done these streams. We've now added. We had 16 hours between the previous 3 streams. We're almost at 5 hours on this one, so that's 20 more hours of me talking about Kingdom Hearts a year after I made this video. So you guys got plenty of Kingdom Hearts commentary from me.
I promise you, if you were just here for Kingdom Hearts, that's fine. I get it. But if you're
and
here
this
because
is just me talking about
Joey and I's commentary.
I could stop the video, but formally, we may as well get to the ending of this and stop at the live action section because we skipped the live action section when we started. Let's get to the end of the live action. Let's get to the end here so we can say formally we've completed it. And everybody else is showing up in the LPs, and you found our commentary on game design or writing or whatever else interesting. I promise you, if we're playing Sonic Adventure or any of the other stuff that we're going to come out with soon, I promise you we're doing it because at least one person in the group has a similar level of interest in the material to what we have in Kingdom Hearts. We might not always have exactly the same types of discussions, and I'm not saying, you're obligated to watch everything we ever make or whatever. I have plenty of YouTube channels and Let's Players and stuff that I really enjoy, but sometimes I play stuff that, Captain Flintlock, we did talk about Final Fantasy VII Remake for a solid 30 minutes during the stream that I did with him a few weeks ago that's up on his channel now. He and I disagree on a lot of stuff about that game. And, we wouldn't come to blows or whatever over it, obviously. But, I think a dedicated him and me sitting down and talking about Final Fantasy VII Remake for, hours stream would probably get, how do I put this? I feel little progress would be made. I think that the 30 minutes that we did on the stream we just had is probably we talked a lot of big picture stuff about the game, and he and I are probably going to do another show the next time when Final Fantasy 16's big media blowout happens, and we'll talk about 16 a lot. But I don't know that he and I need to do more than a 30 or 40 minute quantity of talking as we've already done about Final Fantasy VII Remake, because I think that if he and I broke into any more nitty gritty specifics, it would kind of start to devolve. But again, we wouldn't start arguing. I don't mean that. In case he winds up watching this, and it's huh? I don't mean that. I just mean that I think that it would honestly be better to just watch the videos that he's already done about 7 Remake, and for you to, I don't know, wait until I grow a pair and make a video about 7 Remake myself.
Not for me, so I don't check it out. I get that. But I'm just saying, if you're just here for the Kingdom Hearts stuff, then I get it, and that's fine. But I promise you, if you look at some of our other stuff, hopefully, I guess I shouldn't promise, I don't know, but hopefully you'll find some other stuff that you might enjoy. Because we can't do Kingdom Hearts all the time. Even if we released Remind, then what? Then we just wait for Melody of Memory, or I start playing Dark Road. Gotta do something else sometime. I can only hope that the something else we produce will be other stuff that you guys enjoy if you give it a shot. And, I really need to stop this. Thanks for making it all the way through this 2-hour-long monstrosity. Maybe I shouldn't even say thanks. Maybe I should say I'm impressed. Feel free to sound off in the comments section with thoughts, disagreements, opinions, any takes you may have after all of this nonsense. I do try my best to read everything, despite the toll it's probably taking on my mental health.
And that's it. After that, it's just me with long COVID hair,
And now we're back where we started,
saying
lady.
thanks for watching the whole thing. This video's a bit messy. Sorry about that.
Your day, if you even watched it in one sitting, I wouldn't blame you if you broke it up over multiple lessons.
And that's the, and then I joke about how I still need to figure out a name, and the video still doesn't have a name. Still the untitled. The only title I ever came up with was the unsatisfying storytelling of modern Kingdom Hearts. But honestly, at this rate, I'm just leaving it as the untitled video because that's what people know to search, and I think it's funnier. The only thing I ever thought of that encapsulated the whole thing was the unsatisfying storytelling of Kingdom Hearts 3. That was all I ever got. That was all I ever got. That was the closest thing I ever got to a title. Oh, my ads experience? Oh, wow, it sure was Skip. Yosh Kapoor says, are you still looking for an editor research runs? That offer, like, I haven't reached back out to anybody who contacted me about editing stuff. I have been so busy lately, man, that, like, one day I sat down and I was like, okay, I'm now going to try and get back to people who responded on that, and I was so tired that I was just like, I can't right now. So that hasn't happened yet. No, eventually I do want assistance on cutting highlight compilations for our Let's Plays, but that's just not going to happen right now, unfortunately. I have been meaning to draft a statement of like, hey, anybody out there who's an editor who would potentially like to help, reach out to me. I've been meaning to do that for real months, and it had been on my to-do list and hadn't done it. So one day I was like, why am I not I need to let's cross an item off my to-do list. Freaking that'll take me an hour tops to write something. But then it took me 20 minutes, right? Just do that, bam. Something off my list. But then immediately I was too busy to do the follow-up step. So it was probably a mistake to call for help as I did then, but perhaps another day. Does my hair ever get to ponytail length? No, never. What you guys saw in that video is about as long as I'll ever let it get. And we did it. Yeah, we beat it. We finished the video. It only took 20 hours to watch a 3-hour, 6-minute video. Of course, we didn't just watch it. We pretty much every single one of these streams, we talked for an hour beforehand and usually for like 30 minutes after, so... And, and like, how many times did we stop completely watching the video and go and, like, analyze a scene for an hour? Like, in the last stream that we did, there was an hour-long stretch where we did not watch the untitled video. We were just analyzing. We were analyzing scenes from Kingdom Hearts 3, analyzing Monty Ohm fight scenes, analyzing Gendy Tartakovsky Clone Wars, and then analyzing the Terra Xehanort fight from, the Terra Xehanort scene where he beats everybody up from KH3. And like earlier in that, we probably spent at least 30 minutes analyzing and comparing the opening scene of Kingdom Hearts 1 and the opening scene of BBS. So, it's not like we were literally just watching this video. This video was more of a catalyst to launch us into other significantly more lengthy discussions. I'm just scrolling back through comments a little bit. Curry might as well be in a coma again if they aren't going to do anything with her. Yeah. Everybody might as well be in a coma. Half these characters, I think, are going to be lip service cameos from here on out because they got nothing for any of them to do. Ninja Bunny, good way to think about it would be that the KH1 had a guy who was so passionate about the story that he tried to get a TV adaptation greenlit very hard. Several people. I mean, think about it this way, that other people internally first were trying to get a show developed. Seth Kearsley, the guy who was directing the pilot, he got called in afterward. Other people were already trying to get it through. He said that when he came in and read prepared for the pilot, he didn't like it very much because he went, I'm being hired for this, I'll go play the game. And then he loved the game and was so passionate that when he came in and read the pilot, he said, this isn't quite right. And he tore up what they had and wrote a new pilot that he felt better represented the spirit of the games. And then a few years ago, I mean, partially just because maybe it was like a chance to, like there was a spark in his career. He shared the storyboards from that show, and he got so much attention off of it that he tried to go back in and pitch the show again. And they said, we're not interested right now. But yeah, and then Ninja Buddy said, I doubt KH3 is making anyone think about how it would work as a TV show. Yeah, it's a real problem, isn't it? Joey Perez said, the Bloody Biscuit one was good when I went on talk with him. Appreciate that. I thought that was a good time, too. The Night Sky Prince one was also good. Everybody should go check that out. The talk I did with Bloody a while ago was pretty good. The talk I did with NSP this last week or so was also both worth checking out if you want to hear me talk about stuff for hours more and you've already exhausted everything we have here. Think you'll wait to play 4 when it happens? Yeah, I'm not playing 4. I've talked about it several times during the stream. I mean, unless like the trailers really thrill me, I can't see myself playing 4 at launch. I don't listen, guys. It's not that I think it will be, I think there's no way it could be good or there's no way that I could like it. But it's that if the last couple of products left me lukewarm or tilting towards like disliking it more than I liked it, then like why would I'm not going to spend money to go and it's not my personality. I don't hate watch stuff, And it wouldn't be a hate watch, but it wouldn't be a I'm hyped watch or a play in this case. So, no, I'm not going to, maybe I'll like look at cutscenes for KH3, when it comes out and see what's going on in it. And maybe I'll go, ooh, this looks good and check in. Or maybe I'll have people like you guys out there in the audience or some friends of mine who are familiar with the series go, no, Jacob, it's good. You should get in. But that is an eventuality. So I have no judgment call on whether or not I'll play it when it releases. People saying would get heated. Yeah, no, if I said that me and Night Sky Prince would get heated, I didn't mean that. I was saying that just like that we have such different opinions on it that I don't know, it might be a very productive conversation because we will both set each other up to go into so many different things and discuss our different viewpoints. But I suspect that because we have such disagreements on it and both of us have assessed it quite a bit, that like I think the problem is that he and I could both sit down and talk about Final Fantasy VII Remake for 10 hours, right? So then asking both of us to sit down and talk about Final Fantasy VII Remake for 10 hours where many of our thoughts aren't going to overlap, well, then that inherently implies just by mathematical logic that that would then become a 15-hour talk or 20-hour talk. So just that it would become unwieldy is the word that I was looking for before. That's what it was. It would become unwieldy. I think he and I having different theories about a game that isn't out yet, like Final Fantasy 16, or just discussing what we think about the trailers, I think that would be much more contained. I think two dudes who have thoughts on something, and we have a lot of areas where we agree. Because we both really like the gameplay, and we both really like individual like dialogue writing and character work in that game. But I think we have some disagreement. And we also, in the thing that we did, like I said, the 30-minute discussion that we did have in that 3-hour stream, we agreed on a lot of things. Like our philosophical approach to the remake is very similar. Just that we kind of got different things out of it at the end of the day. It's like if you wind up watching this or anybody goes into, hey, he was, I don't mean that he and I are like fundamentally opposed on the game. Just that I think if we sat down and went, okay, 7 remake discourse, go. I think it would rapidly become a very unmanageable stream is my only concern. Not that it would get heated, not that we would be argumentative, just that it would become like, it would not be digestible. It would be a bit awkward. It wouldn't be a bit weird. That's all I meant by that. But yeah, I'll probably be back on his show again whenever FF16 has its big media blowout. Too loud. Sorry, folks. We'll wrap up here. We need to wrap up anyway, because it's very late. I have work tomorrow. Many of you probably have work and or school tomorrow. So we wrap up. We wrap up shortly. We wrap up presently, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just chat a little bit longer, and then we'll get out of here. Jake, we need to do a reaction to Dark Road? No, I don't care. I don't care, Ruby Knights. I don't. I haven't kept up with the updates for Dark Road at all. That is, I'm checked out until I hear like, oh, dude, you got to go look. It's awesome. I'm checked out. Sunny D's, I've been loving the Uncharted playthroughs. Thanks, man. Or, man, man in there is general. I don't know. I wouldn't want to assume anything. There needs to be a standalone video about that Xehanort scene. I mean, I could use the bit from that stream as like a highlight clip, you know. I could highlight that and make it one video. But otherwise, that's just something for the KH3 review that I'll never make. Because it'll take 5 years and I'll have well since moved on by then. Yoshikibor says, next is Tim Rogers, right? What do you mean? He doesn't have, like, a podcast that I could go on. Plus, I don't know that I'd be invited. Play through a Missing Link? No. I don't play. I gotta be real with you. Unlike Queen only plays mobile games. I don't play mobile games. My phone is soon going to have to be replaced because I've had it for a very long time. But I guarantee you the phone that I'm currently holding in my hand probably couldn't run Missing Link. Ever tried a Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition playthrough? I mean, I played it when it launched, and I watched some of those stuff that they added later. I have no interest. Even back in the day, I didn't want to do a 15 playthrough. After all my coverage of it, I was like, I just want to play this just for me. I want to play this just for me. I don't think I don't have any interest in going back and playing 15 on the channel. I am well since done with Final Fantasy 15. I don't hate that game or anything. I've talked about it at length, but I got nothing else to say on Final Fantasy 15. What little I had left to say on Final Fantasy 15, I said when I was on Bloody Biscuits show last year. When will Final Fantasy 16 have its media blowout? E3 time period or before E3 time period? Remains to be seen. But that media blowout's going to happen by June, because I guarantee you it's coming. I feel very confident 16 is coming out this year. But we'll see what happens. She, her, Sunny D. Sorry. But I meant man in the general sense of, hey, way to go, man. I would say that to Aiden. I'd say, way to go, man. Good job. Just, what it is. But I'll try to keep that in mind in the future. Love the stream. It was a good one. Thanks, Flintlock. Hope you enjoyed it. Ninja Bunny said, this is a weird question, but did you continue playing Resonance of Fate? And if so, what were your thoughts on it? Resonance of Fate is on my to-do list, but I only played like 4 or 5 hours of it at the time. I got busy with other stuff. I eventually had to uninstall because I needed space on my PS4 for other things. I haven't played a lot of games lately, folks. I will eventually play Resonance of Fate. When I either on my own or I may wind up. I intend one of the things I want to do with Patreon eventually when I have things all pulled together. I want to make it so one thing that Patreon supporters can do is they can vote in polls on what game we're gonna do full playthroughs of next, right? And And I think Resonance of Fate is a game that would probably show up in those polls at some point, so it might be that that is something for the people to decide. If not, I'll play it on my own sometime, and I'll probably talk about it on the research log when I start actually producing those types of episodes properly. Needs to buy Nintendo Switch Online for a Splatoon 3 playthrough? Well, technically, I could just play the campaign without Nintendo Switch Online. I didn't play Splatoon 2. I liked Splatoon 1 well enough. I don't see myself buying Splatoon 3. Not because I have an issue with the games, just because I don't think that's going to happen. Haven't played Neo the World Ends with You. No, Ninja Bunny, I had Resonance of Fate was on my homepage on PS4 and was spied by Joey during the Uncharted 2 playthrough, and he questioned me on its presence. That's how it came up on the show. Flintlock says Vagrant Story stream. Vagrant Story is also a game I've thought about streaming at some point. I've never played it physically. I've only watched most of it, skipping around a little bit, so I'd probably have to play it once to make sure I really had my head around the combat system before I did a playthrough on the show. Think big, Jacob. Invite him on your podcast? But I don't have a podcast. I have whatever the research log is, which is definitely not a podcast. I'm going to be real with you guys. Partially because I knew that the format of the research log was going to be so all over the place. That was part of why I didn't want to call it a podcast, because I almost hesitated to call it just like one show that had a consistent style. It was just like, I can do whatever with this. That was kind of the starting point of the research log. The other reason that I insisted upon calling it not a podcast is because I saw, I think, a tweet once that I was like, I felt deeply and agreed with, which was podcasts are just OnlyFans accounts for men. So I definitely don't have a podcast, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. A couple people making flattering comparisons to me and Tim Rogers, which I appreciate. I'm not sure they're not quite earned, but thank you very much. No, Resonance of Fate is not a Final Fantasy thing. It's a Sega RPG with guns. It's a Sega RPG about shoot bangs. It's a turn-based strategy game, turn-based combat game about where the combat involves positioning on a 3D map and guns. It's unlike anything you've ever seen. Ooh, Godzilla King Kaiju with a $10 donation. Thank you very much. Says, here's a little something for entertaining me for countless hours. Also, as thanks for pointing out some of the critical flaws with the KH franchise. Well, thank you very much for the donation, and I'm glad you enjoy the stuff. Glad you've been enjoying everything. Thank you and everybody in general for showing up and having a good time. Nolan North is his Nolan Northiest in Resonance of Fate. He's one of the main characters in Resonance of Fate, and he's very Nolan North on that Ninja Bunny. Yeah, thank you, King of Kaiju. Oh, boy. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that we have completed our objective. We finished the rewatch. We got through the video. We're all done. We got a really good, jammin', high energy, classic, Japanese, 80s sound and rock and roll track planned right now to carry us off into the night with high spirits. I believe it is time to wrap up for the evening. Expect another stream probably sometime next week. Most likely it's going to be Joey and I playing Breath of the Wild. We'll see what happens. If he's not available, I might wind up doing something else. I don't know. Because there's really no way that the next episode of Uncharted 3 is getting done in time for next week. So, Quest, yes, quest complete, Sunny D, that's correct. Quest complete. We did it. Dragon slain. Video rewatched. Tune in next year for the rewatch of these streams. Nah, that's it. We out ski, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you again to everybody who donated tonight. Godzilla King of Kaiju. Very cool, whoever that was before. It had the Aqua logo. Somebody else. I wish YouTube doesn't let me pull up all of the ones from the entire... There should be like a button where you can see all the super chats for the entire stream, but it doesn't let you do that. I was gonna go back and check everybody's names again. But whatever, I can't do that because YouTube won't let me. Thank you to everybody. Thanks to everybody for coming out. Woohoo, we did it. We beat the game. We beat the video. And we'll see you next time for something else.